Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is David Schlotthauer here, your weather enthusiast. We are tracking severe weather right now, and we just got another tornado warning, I believe. I heard another alert go off, so no, we didn't yet. But we are definitely keeping an eye on severe weather right now. There's a lot to track for. We are talking about a pretty big tornado outbreak across much of the Louisiana region, Arkansas into Mississippi, where a moderate risk for severe weather has been introduced. We have a tornado warning right now in Arkansas, in Ashdown, in Mineral Springs. This is our first tornado warning of the stream, actually. And given that I heard that alert sound, that will be our first one on the stream. So literally right when we start, we're already seeing things ramp up. It's going to be a very wild, dangerous day. And I just hope and pray that people are going to be safe because this is a very serious event. I just want to outline the perimeters first really quickly. We do have a moderate risk for severe weather today, a level 4 out of 5 on the severity weather index scale over Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Clarksdale, Arkansas, Clarksdale in Mississippi, Greenville, Mississippi, Greenwood, Mississippi, all the way down into Jackson, Vicksburg, Monroe in Louisiana. So this area right here in red is the area that will have the biggest potential for seeing strong to even a violent tornado or two today. That is EF3, EF4 plus. Yeah, we're talking about that potentially across the tri-state area. So if we take a look at our hail perimeters really quickly on the SPC outlook, we can see there is a 15 sig for tornadoes. Ethan will go into great detail what this means, but all you need to do, you all, is please take this seriously. We are looking at a pretty big day ahead for much of the Deep South. Winds, we're looking at a 30 sig for strong winds over Memphis, Jackson, and Dyersburg, Union City, Newport in Arkansas. We do have cameras here that are positioned in across the Memphis area all the way down into Louisiana. Now on top of that, we're also looking at a 15 sig for large hail. Yes, Ethan, a 15 sig for large hail. That is 2+ inches in diameter, which concludes this outbreak, Ethan. Every perimeter, tornado, wind, and hail is all significant today. So it is looking a pretty big deal today, and that's why I have Ethan here. He is ready to go for me. He is going to look at a mesoanalysis and talk about why this is such a big outbreak. Actually, I'm going to hand the wand, the wand over to Ethan. So you there, Ethan?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're going to share your screen, and he is going to introduce himself, and we are going, he is going to do mesoanalysis for us because this is a pretty big deal. But before I do, folks, before he gets started, though, I'm just letting you know, due to a change of plans today, I know severe weather is on my top priority. I care about it. I love tracking with you all when it comes to severe weather and everything like that. But unfortunately, my driving, I have my driving test literally next week. Not this week, but not next week, but the following week. I have my driving test in 9 days, so I am really, really stressed out about that, and I really need to practice driving, practicing the course, learning to park a little bit more better and everything. So that is really on my top priority. As much as severe weather actually is, this has been planned again, literally about a few days or about a week out and everything. So unfortunately, I will have to leave and step out of here for about a couple of hours, but Ethan will be covering the fort while I am gone because that unfortunately is top priority. Yes, severe weather is. I mean, they're both on my top priority, but I have to kind of weight on one side, and unfortunately, driving is a teeny itty bitty more important than severe weather at this point. Yes, severe weather is extremely important. We got strong to violent tornadoes. That's why I am live here, and Ethan will be covering the fort. So please understand that. That's I have to get this done today, or else I have a risk of failing my driving test next week, or not next week, but the following week on Monday, the 3rd of April, and the chances of me getting my license would be a lot lower. So I've got to focus on that and everything else. All right, so Ethan, introduce yourself and get into the mesoanalysis and look at radar and do some great discussing and educate my viewers on what we're seeing. All right, take it away, brother.
Absolutely. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining the stream. I am Ethan B. If you're not familiar with me, I've been joining David on some of these severe weather live streams for a couple years now. I first joined in 2021, but we've known each other since 2017. And over that span of the last few years, we've tracked several significant severe weather events, including the December 10th, 2021 massive tornado in Kentucky, the Mayfield tornado. We tracked that until 6 a.m., that whole system. So we've been tracking these storms, all kinds of systems, for a while now, and I've been providing some radar coverage, some severe weather analysis. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with that, but I'm going to be doing that again today because, as you can see here, we do have a moderate risk of severe weather, as David was just mentioning, from Monroe northeastward toward the Memphis area. They just came out with a 20Z outlook. I don't think it's changed very much. So this is pretty much still what we're looking at. And you can see from Pine Bluff to Monroe toward Jackson, Mississippi, up toward Memphis, that's the highest confidence in severe weather. But there is enhanced severe weather potential over here, and I would probably think this might get extended eventually a bit eastward, so maybe more into northern Alabama, because we might have some damaging wind risk with this as we head through the evening. Now, we're looking at the mesoanalysis here. We're going over some of the characteristics that might support the severe weather event and produce such a concerning threat. This is a mesoanalysis from the Storm Prediction Center. This is the surface pressure map. I know it looks a bit confusing. Hope that you all can see that. I'm occasionally popping this out so I can make sure I can see everyone and everyone's doing thing. If you have any questions or any comments on what's going on, let me know. Okay, so this is the SPC mesoanalysis surface pressure map and pressure change. And it does look a bit confusing, but the thing we need to focus on is right over here. Southwest Arkansas, there is a low pressure area that is deepening very quickly. These squiggly blue dashed lines, those indicate where pressure is falling. And right in through here, we have a contour of 4 millibars over the span of 2 hours. Pressure has dropped 4 millibars over 2 hours there. That means this surface low is starting to undergo rapid intensification and moves off to the northeast. It's deepening rapidly. And when that happens, that low pressure pulls in air because that's a pressure deficit. You get air moved toward low pressure. And with that, we've already got a very moist air mass in place. But look at this. This is 850 millibar moisture transport. This is where moisture is being moved in the low levels of the atmosphere. It's being transported off to the north, as you can see by these vectors here. I actually need to make this a little easier to see. By these vectors here, it's moving off to the north and to the northeast, into Louisiana, southern Arkansas, eventually western Mississippi. We're getting a moist air mass already, but we're getting even more moisture by this low-level response to the pressure falls. So that moisture in the low levels increases instability. In fact, if we go to surface observations right here, we've got numerous observations of dew points in the 60s, even low 70s in some locations. Especially further south toward the Gulf of Mexico. And that's going to be moving northward through the evening as we get this low moving in. Also, lapse rates are important. Lapse rates are how temperatures change with height, especially with regards to how quickly temperatures change with height. I will answer some of these questions on the risk here in a minute when I'm done with this discussion so we can get things focused. I think I can actually look over here at this. Is this showing it properly? These are some of the observed soundings. It's not quite showing what I was looking for, but we had a bit of an EML, that's an elevated mixed layer over Texas today. An elevated mixed layer provides steep lapse rates in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. The temperature changes rapidly with height, and that increases the instability. But it does usually also come with some capping, which reduces the updraft potential of storms. That is kind of diffusing a little bit as it moves eastward, so we got some really steep lapse rates in the southern Louisiana, southwest Mississippi as we head into the evening. You can see here that contributes to instability as well, especially over that Mississippi River area. Um, but it is, as we head off to the east, it is becoming a little weaker. So as we head through the evening, the stability will start to wane pretty rapidly once you get into like northeastern Mississippi. But that doesn't mean the severe weather risk is going down there. However, the combination of these EML influences, the lapse rates, and the moisture direction, that's creating some pretty good instability here. We're looking at a map right here of mixed layer Cape. And carrying this forward over the next couple hours, look at that. Right at the Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi meeting point, mixed layer Cape 2,000 joules per kilogram. This is one measure of instability for parcels and thunderstorms that we look at, potential updraft strength. And seeing this at 2,000 joules, that means we've got some enhanced potential for thunderstorm updrafts. We can get severe storms at 500, even 1,000 joules. We've got 2,000 joules, so that is representing some pretty good instability. Now we're going to look at a different map here. This is looking at an upper level perspective on things. This is from the HREF model, the SPC. The main upper level feature we're looking at here is this positively tilted trough, and specifically what's going to evolve along the southern periphery of it. Because these upper level disturbances, they dictate what happens in the low levels. As this moves eastward, we're playing this forward into the evening, we go from a positively tilted trough that's not really the strongest to something that's strengthening. It's amplifying and getting a little more negatively tilted. Negatively tilted meaning from the northwest toward the southeast, indicative of an amplified system. And that mid-level jet is starting to amplify right here. That is providing the dynamics we need for the surface low, but also increasing the deep layer wind shear. And that's happening because you've got higher pressure off to the east here. You can kind of get an idea of that ridging taking place, and you've got lower pressure aloft happening over here. You can basically think of it like that as to why that jet stream is intensifying. And so that's providing us with some pretty good wind shear. Here's another map that looks a bit messy, but I'll make it make sense here. This is the effective bulk shear, one of the measures of wind shear we look at in the atmosphere. And from southern Mississippi and eastern Louisiana northward into Arkansas and Tennessee, values of this parameter are expected to be 50 to even 70 knots this evening. And for reference, you can get supercells at 30 to 35 knots, especially with the instability we were talking about. So that is pretty substantial wind shear through a deep layer of the atmosphere to support these organized convective updrafts, including supercell storms. And that is going to be the key factors that we look at here, just making sure things are running right. The factor we look at is the low-level wind profile, the low-level jet. This is a corridor of strengthened wind in the low levels of the atmosphere, about a mile above the surface. And where this is strengthened, we get two things. Moisture transport, which increases the instability, and an increase in low-level wind shear. We talked about the moisture, but now we're going to talk about the wind shear, because if you can kind of get an idea right over here, that low-level jet strengthens from 45 to 50 knots, going up toward 50, even in some places 55 to perhaps 60 knots as we head into the evening. You can see that strengthening right over parts of Mississippi. So with eastward extent, the low-level wind shear is going to get stronger. And one of the measures of low-level wind shear that we can think about here is 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity. And for those of you who don't know, storm relative helicity is, in effect, the accumulated vorticity over a layer of the atmosphere with respect to the storm inflow. And vorticity is kind of this horizontal rolling motion. So with higher values of SRH, you have a greater propensity for rotation to develop in the atmosphere. especially once you get supercellular development, which we are expecting because of that wind shear we just mentioned earlier through a deep layer. But let's play this forward here. We get values that are pretty good. We've got values that are good already at 150 to 200 meters squared per second squared. That is within a range that will support mesocyclone development and tornadoes. But playing this forward here into the evening, we go up to 250 and eventually much higher than that into northern Mississippi. Even this model is depicting 500. I don't know if we'll get quite that high, but you get the idea here that as we head through the evening, SRH values ramp up very, very quickly and give us an environment of really strong low-level wind shear. Now, what might that look like in a sounding? This is a forecast sounding from the 18Z rapid refresh model. So this was just from 2 hours ago. Actually, this rendered a little over an hour ago here. And soundings, it's a lot of information to take in, but they do tell us some very important things about the atmosphere. So we're going to look at a couple of them. First of all, the instability, represented by this area here. This is called a positive area, where this little dashed line that you kind of see running along here is to the right of this red line. And where you have that, you have instability for thunderstorm updrafts. That's providing the cape that we were talking about earlier. In the sounding, you can get a little bit of a sense of the EML right here, or the remnant EML. It's become more diffuse by this point, where we've got a decrease in moisture and an increase in temperature. That over a shallow layer can decrease the lapse rates, but over a deep layer, we're still looking at some pretty moderate lapse rates still going on in this particular sounding. Now, one of the interesting things about this event, which does make it dangerous, is the moist layer. Right in through here, the moist layer is where you've got moisture being transported in the atmosphere. You've got high relative humidity. High relative humidity means lower cloud bases because you don't have to lift the air as much to get it to condense. This means we've got really, really low LCL and LFC heights, which means low cloud bases on thunderstorms. That's dangerous because number one, it makes tornadoes easier. It makes it easier for tornadoes to occur. Number two, it makes it harder to see these tornadoes, especially in the terrain. And number three, it really messes up spotting and chasing observations of these tornadoes, especially at night. So that is a concerning aspect of the thermodynamic environment here, but you can see plenty of instability there within that layer. Also the hodograph. This is a vertical trace of the wind vectors to show us how the wind shear is increasing as we head into the upper levels. Now, a very important thing here, a lot of wind shear is taking place here between 0 and 1 kilometer. We've got pretty elongated hodographs, which represents a lot of speed shear. The directional shear component might be enhanced too, especially as we get pressure falls this evening, because you can see a little bit of a backed surface wind here, just a little bit south-southeasterly. That could be supporting even stronger low-level shear, but already this sounding is depicting a 0 to 1 SRH of almost 350 meters squared per second squared. That is very significant. And also the composite parameters down here, STP, that's significant tornado parameter, is between 4 and 5. You can get significant tornadoes at values of 1 to 2, so very important to keep in mind here. Possible hazard type on this is PDS tornado. That's not surprising given what we've seen here. And I'm going to show one more parameter, and then we're going to look at some radar. Some future radar, and then some live radar. I did want to show how this is the effective version of the SCP, how this changes with time. So you see what we've got going on pretty much right now. Enhanced tornado potential starting to develop in Louisiana, Arkansas. As we play this forward into the evening, that value goes up from a 2 to a 3. So we're increasing now to a 3 in north central Louisiana, south central Arkansas. Now we're up to a 4 in northeast Louisiana, west central Mississippi, and we're still a 4 into northern and central Mississippi, right within that moderate risk. So, yeah, it's looking like values of 4 are very possible, and that is, the last time I saw that consistently in a severe weather event was when we had a couple EF4 tornadoes in November. Not to say we will today, but there's a possibility of significant tornadoes. Now, for the last stop on the forecast aspect of this, we're looking at simulated reflectivity from the HRRR model. This is what the HRRR thinks is going to happen over the next couple hours. It's not necessarily what will happen, but it's a representation of what might happen. We go here to 22Z. This is here within the next few hours. We got these clusters of storms from Arkansas into Louisiana. Importantly, note these storms here in Louisiana. They've got a discrete supercellular nature to them. So we've already got supercells going on here at 22Z. 23Z, things are starting to intensify a bit more. Because of the very moist low levels and the lifting taking place along a prefrontal trough, which is triggering these storms, central Arkansas, you'll probably cluster up pretty quickly into eastern Arkansas into a kind of QLCS situation. QLCS being a line of storms with some embedded areas of stronger wind and maybe rotation. But what we're really concerned about is further south, because look at this. Northern Louisiana, northeast Louisiana, discrete supercell development. And they're starting to get stronger updraft listy tracks, which means the mesocyclones are getting stronger. By 00Z this evening, moving up to the north still, and look at these tracks now. These are acquiring some significant rotation according to this model as we move into this area between, central time, we're talking probably between about 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. is when this is really getting ramped up. Well, not 6 p.m., 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central time. That's when things are really starting to ramp up across this area, and we're getting these discrete supercells according to this model, which could be producing long-track, significant tornadoes. That is quite possible. And playing this forward still, you see we're moving off towards north central Mississippi and western Tennessee. Line of storms going on, embedded rotation, still some supercells ongoing. Embedded supercells persist into the night. Now we're looking at 04Z. Eastern time, this is going to be midnight. This is going to be 11 Central time. And we got a more clustered nature. So again, as we head further to the east into Alabama, and northeast Mississippi, probably more of a damaging wind threat evolving, but some embedded tornadoes are quite likely given the low level wind shear. So you're not out of the woods for a tornado threat. And by 06Z, we've still got some strong thunderstorms, severe storms going on, damaging winds, embedded tornadoes. Some of these winds also, given that it's the QLCS, could be very strong. We're talking about gusts over 80 miles per hour in some of these really strong corridors, so that's a concerning aspect. Now, headed into the morning hours, this finally starts to weaken, but still continues to pose a damaging wind and isolated tornado risk perhaps, but mainly wind damage, over northern Georgia. So we've gone all the way from Arkansas into Georgia now by the time we get into the morning hours. And so that's what this model is expecting. That is kind of what we're expecting going forward this evening. We do have one active tornado warning that is in effect. That is a thing of concern right here. This is in effect in far southwestern Arkansas, just north of the Arcana area. This is in effect for central Little River, central Hempstead. Okay, I just updated. Central Hempstead, southeastern Xavier, and southeastern Howard counties, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is capable of producing a tornado, but we do not have confirmation of one at this time. Locations in the path in southwest Arkansas: Saratoga, Ozan, Washington, McCaskill, DeAnne. Eventually, those areas are going to be in the path of the storm. Moving off to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. That's pretty quick, but we're probably going to be seeing faster storm motions later this evening, unfortunately. And that is a concerning aspect, certainly. Off to the south, we've got some more storms developing here with this area of convergence, but we've also got some prefrontal stuff trying to go up here. Look south of Shreveport. We've got some updrafts that are trying to get their act together, but at this point, we don't have the instability we're going to have here in a little bit, so they're not developing tremendously right now. We've still got some capping issues as well. So strong storms over here, strong storms down here, and tornado warnings into southeast Arkansas. So that's kind of been a little bit of a briefing for this threat. I do want to mention, too, a severe thunderstorm warning in western Arkansas. Logan, Newton, Johnson, Perry, Yell, Montgomery, and Pope counties. This is moving northeast at 70 miles per hour with 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-size hail possible. I'm going to switch over to a different radar, actually. This is a pretty mean storm. And if you're downstream of this, you're going to have to be looking out Looks like from Marshall, Arkansas to Perryville, eventually Heber Springs, Mountain View, Clinton. Some damaging winds might be on your way, so keep that in mind. A little less of a tornado threat with this, but certainly something to keep an eye on from the wind damage perspective. Wind damage can be just as deadly as a tornado if you're not seeking shelter properly. Okay, we're going to look here at some of the comments here to see if I missed anything. That's near the diamond digging place, William Schaefer. Absolutely. Crater of Diamonds. I've been there several times. Uh, so that's an interesting place. I actually know that. A high risk is very unlikely at this point. Absolutely. Yep. This is certainly a laptop. It served me well over the years. I figure it's serving me pretty well now. The PDS Tornado Watch. That's very possible. Remember, Dan. That's very possible. We could certainly be having a PDS watch. Ethan sounds very smart. Alec, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I try to do what I can. I try to do what I can. Those are supercells? Yes. Could the cells south of Shreveport become an issue? Yes, they could. That's what we're going to be watching here in the next several hours, seeing how they evolve. How long is this tornado threat for, Justin asks. As I kind of outlined in the discussion before, it's really going to start ramping. It's already starting to ramp up, but really going to start to ramp up between about 5 to 9 p.m. Central Time, and will continue into at least the mid-overnight hours. In Australia, do you think the SPC will put a high risk for today? Tyler Sherry asks. No, I do not believe that will be the case. I believe certainly we are warranting a moderate risk at this point. Where is David? William asks. Thank you for the question. David is out doing a driving thing today, getting ready for his driving test. And as such, I am taking over for him for a time covering radar and environmental things so we can get the latest information on how things are evolving. Sean Fields, hello. Flooding. Yes, flooding is a big concern in this recent event. We've got that moisture being transported here, like we've just talked about earlier, but I do want to go over to the actual National Weather Service page to point out that flooding risk, because that is a concern. That is a dangerous concern, actually. We've got immense flood warnings for parts of eastern Oklahoma into southern Mississippi. Widespread. I mean, numerous counties, as you can kind of see outlined in that red area. And in these dark green areas, we've got flood watches, flash flood watches. So I think that's a flash flood watch. So that's concerning from a flooding aspect. And if you go over here, we're deviating from the severe weather a bit to look here at the flooding concern. We're going to look at the Weather Prediction Center precipitation outlook. Because if you're downstream of this flooding concern, that is something you need to pay attention to, especially in low-lying areas or near rivers that are prone to flooding. We've got a huge moderate risk area of excessive rainfall, which I'm loading right here. So if you're in this area, keep in mind a significant flooding concern expected. Northern and central Arkansas into central Kentucky, southern Indiana near the Ohio River. Also, northern central Tennessee. Areas in red there, at least a 40% chance of rainfall exceeding flash flood guidance. So, flash flooding is very possible in that area tonight. Also, marginal risk does persist into central Indiana all the way down to Mississippi, so flash flooding is a widespread and significant concern on the severe weather threat. I do want to thank you for mentioning that, actually, because I did forget to mention that. CPLANA. Redwater, Arkansas. Looks like something is trying to fire. I'm not exactly sure where Redwater is. Oh, we do have a 1-inch hail marker now down by Shreveport, Louisiana, so kind of zoom in on this. It's not tremendously organized right now. We do still have some, like I said, some problems in the environment near Shreveport. This was the 18Z observed sounding in Shreveport. The instability's a little weak, but it's gotten better. Lapse rate's gotten better. The EML influence is still present, but it's weakened enough to where we don't have that inhibition being so strong. But one thing I do want to note here is the photograph is looking pretty mean on this already. This is observed. This isn't forecast. This was observed just a few hours ago. Look at that photograph curvature. Very streamwise. Streamwise is good because it gets updrafts rotating very quickly. So when you're looking at a photograph like that, it gives you ideas that this might be a dangerous photograph already, and we don't even have things going yet. So as we head downstream and these updrafts really mature, we're going to have to be absolutely watching this. The tornado warning has expired now in Arkansas. So more of a damaging wind threat right now. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for east central Little River, Hempstead County, southeast Howard County, and northwestern Nevada County. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning now. We don't have that tornado threat at this point. Looks like we got another severe thunderstorm warning. I can't see where it is. Colorado? Whoops. I know I just kind of messed up the map here. Wow, there's a severe thunderstorm warning all the way out in Mesa County, Colorado. Okay, that was unexpected. I'm not going to pay too much attention to that because we've got this ongoing here. And flash flooding risk too. West central Arkansas, we've got some flooding. Actually, we got some storm reports of flooding now. From 1 mile southeast of Hahn in Scott County, Arkansas. The Department of Highway says a little more than 4 miles of State Highway 80 has been closed between Hahn and Anderson due to flash flooding. So over 4 miles of Highway 80 has been closed in west central Arkansas. Now in Polk County, the town of Mena, flash flooding reported in multiple areas across Polk County. Emergency management reports water over multiple roadways. That brings to mind the important saying here, and I know that you're probably all very aware of this, but it's a saying we like to keep fresh in people's minds. Turn around, don't drown. If there's flooding over the roadway, you can't tell exactly how deep that is, don't risk it. You cannot tell how strong that water is, how swift it is, how significant it is. Looks like it's forming something. Okay, thank you for pointing out the location. Yeah, I would be looking at the storm next, I suppose. Texarkana. Let's switch up this color a bit. I'm going to make this white. We got a little bit of a storm right over here to the west of Texarkana that has some convergent wind signatures. Sometimes we see that before storms start to rotate, but also it can be where we've got outflow starting to organize from storms. It looks like down near Linden, too, we've got a little bit of a kink in the wind profile, and maybe something of an updraft developing right here. You can kind of see that arrow on the left side of the screen. That's kind of where you might see the updraft coming into the storm, lifting up that rain, and providing a little more storm organization. So, absolutely, as you pointed out, Alec, this is going to be the area to watch here in the next couple hours, especially in the near term. I'm going to mark out a broad area of interest. So we're going to zoom out a bit. So you can see Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi. Looks like I'm getting a new radar scan in. In the near term, we're going to be really watching this area within that tornado watch. We got a tornado watch in effect. We've got numerous strong and a couple severe storms going on here. That's in the white line here. Now in the red box, I'm plotting where we're going to be concerned about the more significant severe storms developing here over the next several hours. So once you get into west central Mississippi, northeast Louisiana, southeast Arkansas even, concern is there for more significant storms to develop, more significant tornado threat. Now in yellow, I'm going to be marking where we've got a continuing threat overnight. I'm not going to be moving this eastward too much because it's going to be out of the view, but you get an idea. As this moves east, Tennessee, East Arkansas, North Mississippi, we've got a risk for several tornadoes, perhaps some significant damaging winds, all on the table. So that is definitely what we're going to be watching here over the next several hours. We're going to keep an eye on these storms too, especially down by Texarkana. Here we've got this storm that is trying to intensify a bit. Got some wind patterns. Looks like there's something trying to go on right here. If that were to be true, then we would watch this move off to the northeast. Texarkana, Fulton, Ogden, Arkansas would need to be on the lookout for this, so keep that in mind. Down here, this storm, a little bit of an updraft, but also looks like a bit of a wind punch coming in on the back, so we could have some strong winds developing north of the Linden area. That would be headed toward Domino and Atlanta in Texas. So keep that in mind. I'd say the interesting one is this one near Texarkana right now. So we will keep an eye on that and the other storms over the next couple hours. Let me see here. Need to make sure everything. I just make sure that things are still going according to plan. We're going to keep the radar up mostly so we can get an idea of this. Hey, your local MetaHUD, welcome. I'm glad to see you here. Which way is the storm heading? The storm is headed off to the northeast. And so if we look at that from that perspective, I did mention the flooding risk earlier, the moderate risk of flash flooding. I'm going to open that back up in case you didn't see earlier. Particularly looking here in the southeastern part of Missouri, you've got a moderate chance of flash flooding happening tonight. Heavy rain, numerous thunderstorms, training storms, in fact, where you get one storm after the other, after the other. And some of these could be strong to severe, but a flooding concern is pretty significant and a big time concern where we've got those flood warnings and flood watches ongoing. From a severe weather aspect, you also have an enhanced risk of severe weather across the actually that title's in the way. I'm going to open this up on the actual page so you can get a better look at it. This is the actual outlook. This is the latest from the SPC, so this was updated just a little bit ago. Also, we got a watch possible coming into Arkansas here. We're going to look at that in a second. Remove these counties. Yeah, so here is the SPC outlook for Missouri and surrounding areas, obviously. Oops, that is the wrong color. I still have it on white for the radar. So you got southeast Missouri, mainly to the south of Springfield and south of St. Louis here, where we've got kind of a gradient in severe weather risk. If you get to the very, very tip of southeast Missouri, an enhanced risk of severe weather that does include wind damage, some of which might be significant, and perhaps tornadoes, a few being strong. I'd say that strong tornado risk is better further south, though. And as you head further to the northwest, severe weather risk drops off quickly. You get more of a flash flooding concern. But definitely southeast Missouri, you're looking at both a flooding risk and a severe weather risk during the afternoon and overnight hours. Mesoscale discussion, absolutely. That was what I was just about to do. Let's see. Has it updated on here? It has not. So let's go back to this page. Okay, this was 23 minutes ago. We got mesoscale discussion 322. Watch possible. 60% probability of watch issuance into north central Arkansas. Right in here, I'm marking it in red, but they've already marked it in blue right there. You can plainly see where that watch is quite possible. Looks like severe thunderstorms, mainly a wind damage threat, but maybe some tornado risk perhaps. Wind damage is mainly the thing though in this area. So that's a good thing. If you're in north central Arkansas, you got mainly a wind damage threat instead of a tornado threat. That would be good also in southeast Missouri, damaging wind more than tornado. Also want to note here, for anyone who's not aware, this is the new graphical layout of the mesoscale discussions from the Storm Prediction Center. You can see it looks a little cleaner, and me personally, it's taken some time to get used to, but this is what we have right now, and that is something that we're going to be looking at going forward. This is how it's going to look. It does kind of delineate the hazard area a little better than before, as you can see by that bold blue shape. Getting some messages over here. Welcome to Missouri. It's been lightning all day. Yeah, I am sure of that. We'll look at all of this convection going on. Let's take this radar up briefly. We're going to look a little further north Yeah, I can mention that flash flood warning while we're there. Uh, KPAH. All right. So yeah, here is a broad swath of rainfall that has been falling over Missouri and surrounding areas today, southern Illinois too. And it does extend further west, but I'm on the further east radar site, so it's not picking it up as well. Um, Lots of rain, embedded lightning going on in here, a flooding concern, absolutely. And over here, we got a flash flood warning for Carter County in southeast Missouri that does persist until 8:30 tonight. Emergency management reported flash flooding. Up to 2 feet of water has been observed in some areas that typically flood. So, Van Buren, looks like Elsinore, Hunter, Fremont, Grandin. You have a potential for some flash flooding taking place. It has been observed by emergency management. Again, turn around, don't drown, and be alert if you live in a flood-prone area. Flash flooding is a very dangerous killer in nature because it comes up really quickly, and water is the most powerful force in nature. It's not wind, it's water. You can get water moving at 5 to 7 miles per hour over an area. Keep that in mind. 5 to 7 miles per hour of water flowing over an area can cause damage equivalent to an EF5 tornado. That is how powerful water is. So you definitely don't want to mess with that if you're in the flash flood warning or the flash flood areas. New tornado watch. Mic just got really loud. That is. I do apologize if I'm having some mic issues. I have had a couple connectivity issues here in the last few days. I'm looking here for the latest, because I do hear we've got a new mesoskill discussion and a new watch out. That's possible. I have not seen it up yet. We've gone over mesoskill discussion 322. I'm gonna open up the Twitter for the National Weather, or the SPC actually, and see what they say, because that will probably upload a lot faster than the main page, because I get the updates very, very late. So we're gonna let this load a bit, see what new products we have. I do apologize for the little bit of a lag in time taking place here. My internet is not very fast. Storm Prediction Center. Whoops. Okay, we're jumping all over the place here. Okay, 323 is in effect. Yes, we've got a mesoskill discussion over southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana. There's that area of concern. Not seeing a new watch at this point, but it's very, very possible that we get a watch here very soon, especially with this discussion. Hopefully it's loaded, and it has. Okay, mesoskill discussion 323. Modifying outflow dew points of 70 plus, deepening convective bands within the moist plume. That's things looking like they're starting to ramp up here. Headed into Arkansas, Louisiana, especially the southern parts of these states. Severe weather threat for tornado watch 75 continues. As the low level jet increases this evening, so will shear and supercell / tornado potential. Effective SRH on the order of 300 meters squared per second squared, with 0 to 1 kilometer SRH over 200, may support a few strong tornadoes with maturing cells east of the cold front. As such, a new watch will likely be needed in areas east of Weather Watch 75. So, east of Weather Watch 75 means that we are looking. Let me open up 75 here so we can look at that. This is where it is in effect, and we're looking at areas east of there, so if you're downstream, particularly in this region right here, get ready. Keep in mind, a tornado watch is very likely going to be issued here within the next couple hours at least. Will it be a PDS? We have not had word on that yet, but strong tornado mentions already, and this is where things are really going to be primed for tornado risk. So, El Dorado, Pine Bluff, Monroe, Alexandria, Greenville, even perhaps Little Rock. Keep in mind, a tornado watch is very likely going to be issued here within the next couple hours. Maybe they've issued it already and I just don't have the update on it. I'm gonna close out a couple of these things so they don't slow me down. I am not having the best internet. Okay, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now. This is in southern central Arkansas here. Includes the Arkadelphia area. This is for central Clark and southeastern Pike counties. Located over Blevins and moving north or moving east at 45 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds and some penny-sized hail are possible with the storm. So again, Prescott, Arkansas, looks like Delight, Okolona, Curtis, Gum Springs, Arkadelphia, Gurdon, eventually perhaps the Fairview area and perhaps Cato Valley. You got a severe storm headed that way with damaging wind risk and maybe some hail. Looking off to these storms, they're still not doing too much yet, where these updrafts have to have time to mature. That wind signature is still present north of Texarkana, but nothing is tight yet. Don't have a tornado. I just did that. Jay here. I'm gonna actually message this account called Jay, if that will allow me to. I don't think it does. Okay. I don't know how to word that. In plenty of sun in areas highlighted in the numerus currently, that would not be a good sign because the air is more unstable. Yes, Michael, absolutely, that's something you need to look out for. And I'm going to check out right here the visible satellite, and we can get an idea of that. Okay, here's what the visible satellite is showing here based on mesoanalysis presently. A lot of... Whoops. I'm still on the wrong color. A lot of cloud cover is present right over here in Texas, Louisiana, into Arkansas. That's mainly low level, so that's better than upper level. Upper level clouds have a lot of ice crystals that reflect light, but still, we're having disrupted heating there from a sunlight perspective. We are having heat transport from the Gulf and that low level jet. Also, cloud breaks are present right in this area, it looks like. So, central northern Mississippi, far northeast Louisiana, far southeast Arkansas, southwest Tennessee, you do have a couple cloud breaks. That could be enhancing the heating taking place and might help to provide some better instability as we head into the evening hours. A lot of the instability is coming from the fact that we have such tremendous moisture transport because, again, global moisture transport is ripping to Louisiana right now, as you can see here by the shaded areas on that map. It's just looking wild. A couple messages here, and I am a bit hesitant to respond to those because I am doing the live stream right now, and I can't access those on anything else at this moment. Whoops, what happened? Okay, this storm right here has some pretty good winds coming in, so some strong straight line winds are likely. I apologize if there's any interruption there, things kind of glitched out. Wind coming in on the backside of the storm, providing some wind damage threat, perhaps about 60 miles an hour, near and north of Blevins, headed up toward the Delight, Gurdon, and Arkadelphia area. Now, we're pretty far from the radar site. This is a bit of a radar hole, but you can see the strong wind signatures aloft. That's looking at about 10,000 feet. So, certainly some damaging wind risk with those storms. To the south of there, these storms in Louisiana are still not maturing very quickly. They've got to have a little more time. And this storm here, south of Texarkana, is still showing some pretty good wind on it. Maybe we get some rotation try to develop if it tightens up more, but at this point it's more of a straight line wind risk. However, if it does develop rotation, we're going to be looking at about an area like this where we are watching for that concern. This north of Texarkana has not tightened into rotation yet, but going north from there, Hope, Arkansas, and Prescott eventually we're going to be watching that to see if it does develop. Because, again, as these head further east, that low-level jet is going to ramp up, and we're going to see stronger low-level wind shear conducive to a stronger tornado threat. Storm north of Texarkana has a possible hook to it. That is possible. What's your name again? My name is Ethan B. I've been one of David's lead severe weather analysts on the channel for a couple years now. Cody, yes, thank you for the reminder. Don't spam messages, so you don't have to post it several times, but a good thing to keep in mind, Greenville, Mississippi, anywhere really in that threat area, you do have to keep in mind that there is a considerable severe weather threat. So have a severe weather plan in place. That means knowing where you're going to go, knowing how to react, and when. Don't wait to see or hear the tornado, because as we've discussed tonight, we are probably not going to be seeing these tornadoes visually very easily. So don't go outside and wait to see it, because you're not going to be able to. Seek shelter on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, away from windows, with the most walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't shelter in a mobile home; those are very bad. And also, don't go into a place with a large span roof, like a shopping center, a mall, things like that. Large span roofs, they collapse really easily. Gymnasiums, too, those are really bad for it. If you are in a place like that, go to a designated tornado shelter or an interior restroom. Those should be pretty safe for that building. We do have a new flash flood warning I did want to mention from Mount Ida to Russellville to Marshall, Arkansas. So that's a flash flood warning that is in effect with radar indicated heavy rain, with a lot of rain still to come. So a lot of areas here are going to be flooding over highways, streets, underpasses, roads. Concern for that to develop. Severe weather-wise, we are mainly watching 3 storms right now. If you look on the left side of the screen, it's this storm right here to the west of Prescott, Arkansas. It's this storm to the north of Texarkana, Arkansas, and this one to the south of Texarkana in Texas. These storms are the strongest ones I see right now, the best updrafts and the best wind signatures, so some of these might try to produce some damaging winds, might get a tornado threat as they move eastward, so keep in mind Texarkana, Louisville, Hope, Prescott, Camden, Magnolia. Gotta keep an eye on this. These storms are going to be developing pretty quickly. Vegas Aviation, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. William Schaefer, we did cover that again, that new mesoskill discussion. Absolutely. Baton Rouge. Yeah. That's going to be an area that we are really going to be watching out for, too. And again, to cover that mesoscale discussion, if anyone did not see it, I think I still got it open. Yep, here it is. Here is a mesoscale discussion by the SPC, and you will note that if there's an error in the graphics, for the new graphics, they do revert to the old ones. So this is an old style graphic, which is why it might look a bit funky, kind of, compared to what you're used to. The text is a bit small. The reflectivity map over here is a bit crooked, and the text is just kind of really small throughout this area. But still, that is the mesoscale discussion indicating, number one, we've got a continuing severe weather risk across Tornado Watch 75, but also downstream of there, a Tornado Watch is going to be needed at some point this evening. And I am still getting messages here. Let's see. Nothing new on the watch aspect. And actually opened up here the watch watch window, or warning window, I should say. This shows in yellow where we have severe thunderstorm warnings, and in green where we have flash flood warnings. So you can see we got some flash flood warnings in Arkansas, Missouri, severe thunderstorm warnings in Arkansas, and we'll see how that changes through the evening, but right now that's what we're looking at. Not a whole lot of tornadic activity right now, but don't let your guard down, don't let that fool you. Things are going to ramp up this evening. H. Dixon, I do not know what you're talking about. Uh, yeah, it is happening tonight. I don't know what that says about it, but it's happening tonight. That's mainly when, in the evening, this is kicking up. And there's a reason for that, actually. There is a scientific reason for that. The early evening is characterized, in a lot of cases, by a situation where the boundary layer starts to decouple. That means it starts to separate. When that separation happens, typically the surface wind weakens a bit, the wind above the surface strengthens. And what is that creating? Wind shear. That creates enhanced low-level wind shear, and that's why in the evening hours, the low-level jet ramps up, and we typically see an increase in tornado activity. So that is actually the scientific reason why tornadoes are more common in the evening than, say, in the afternoon, the mid-afternoon, the nighttime hours, the morning, things like that. In most setups. There's certainly exceptions, but in a lot of situations you have that. Let's see. This is taking on a better supercell appearance now. South of Texarkana. We're watching this storm. It's hitting the Domino, Texas area, just south of Texarkana, and moving off to the northeast. You get an idea from this here that we've got a little bit of inflow coming in here, and some wrapping around on the backside, creating that hook structure. This is a bit high precipitation, I suppose, but it is certainly showing indications of a supercell, and that's confirmed over here south of Domino. We've got a little bit of a velocity couplet very near Domino, right along that highway, and that's going to be moving off to the northeast, and that could gain a warning here if it tightens up any further or the storm strengthens more. Certainly does appear to be a supercell, though. Let's put a track on that. So yeah, between Folk and Texarkana, that's where the storm is expected to track here, the center of that mesocyclone. Actually, let's take a look here. This is the lowest scan of storm relative velocity, but we can look up in the atmosphere too and see if we see anything different. Still see a little bit of a wind difference, not tremendously strong yet. So we're going to wait and see if this strengthens some more, but downstream I'd certainly say keep an eye on this. Also, storms are starting to strengthen down here by Henderson, Texas. Large hail threat is a concern as well. That was something that David mentioned just a bit ago before he left. Vegas, thank you for taking care of things like that. Oops. Yeah, Alec, it is quite a busy thing when you're both moderator and severe weather tracking thing. So thank you certainly to Vegas Aviation, but also our other moderators that we have on today. They do a great job at keeping up to date on things going on in the chat, providing information, providing useful links even to these severe weather events that are happening. Moderators have a lot of roles, and over here on this channel, they do them very well, and we always appreciate what they do. So that is the latest over here on that side of things. Check out the Twitter for the Prediction Center. See if we have anything. Because this is probably where they're going to update most quickly for me regarding watches and mesoscale discussions. The main page takes a little bit longer to update. Let's see. That was... Nope. 323. That's the latest mesoscale discussion. And no new watches yet. So, how is everybody doing this afternoon? Hopefully you are doing well. Hopefully it's been a decent day, and hopefully you can kind of relax this evening. I mean, if you're downstream of the severe weather threat, it might not be too relaxing, but we're going to be providing some pretty good coverage, hopefully, to keep you up to date. Chase McLean, you want to be a mod soon? If David asks me, I'll say I'll put in a good word for you. But at this point, we do have a lot of moderators, so I'll have to see what David says. It is his decision. The worst is yet to come. Ross, yes, that is true. Because we've only seen one tornado warning yet. We're going to probably be seeing several more by the time we head into the evening hours. As reflected by Mason there? Yep, absolutely. Also, a bit of a question for those in chat today. Did anybody see the aurora last night? Did anybody see the aurora borealis over the central and northern US? Because last night we had an extremely rare, unexpectedly intense geomagnetic storm at G4 level. That is basically like a moderate risk. That's category 4 out of 5. And it produced an aurora that could be seen down to New Mexico, Kansas, New York, Virginia. The problem is, I could not see here because of a lot of cloud cover. Can you show me where the low pressure is currently? Yes, I certainly can. Thank you for the inquiry here. We're going to be looking here at the surface low pressure here based on the mesoanalysis map. Most accurately, now this is not updated, this is still 20Z. In a few minutes the 21Z update will come out, but regarding the position of the surface low, I'm going to mark it right here in the L. That is where our surface low is. And downstream of that, some pretty substantial pressure falls occurring right through here in that area. But the L is where that surface low is currently located, moving off to the northeast and strengthening as it does so. Switch this back before I go to radar. I've got a variety of colors here I can use, so a little bit of a variety. That answered your question. If you didn't see it, let me know. This was gorgeous. I saw a picture from Rapid City. I also want to go about picking audio for discussion, moderation. That is only for for the Discord thing that we're doing right now. This call that I'm in, like with David. It's only for select members that have a lot of experience with David's his team on Discord and YouTube with severe weather analysts. So we don't really have we can't really add people at this point. We'll have to see how that goes forward, but at this point it's very limited. Rainbow Obsidian. Oh, and welcome. David is away right now. It's Ethan B here, and we are tracking this headed into the evening. David will be back here within a couple hours, and until then, hopefully I will be here tracking this. I saw Northern Lights Rhode Island. It was too faint to take pictures of. Enough to see with the naked eye. That is really cool. I wish so badly that I could have seen it. We had tremendous cloud cover. We had a total overcast in Indiana and Ohio. Some of the Ohio storm chasers that I know, they were similarly disappointed like me. You don't get an opportunity like that very often, but it's been a really active solar cycle, so maybe we'll get a chance again. Okay, so we do have only one active severe thunderstorm warning now. Remains in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Time for central Clark County and southeastern Pike County in Arkansas. 60-mile-an-hour wind, penny-sized hail still, but we don't have any storm reports recently, so that's a good thing. But severe weather is still quite possible as it moves off toward the Arkadelphia, Gum Springs, Curtis, and Gurdon areas. Okolona, you're getting hit by this immediately, like within the next few minutes, so be in a safe shelter. Damaging winds can do some pretty good damage when it comes to trees, windows even, roofs. You don't want to be taking, basically, in a severe thunderstorm warning, you want to be taking shelter like for a tornado warning. Away from windows, on the lowest floor of a building, away from exterior walls that debris can punch through. Because damaging winds, sometimes they unexpectedly pick up. They can become extremely intense. And I know this is an extreme example, but think back to the August 10th derecho in 2020 in Iowa. Straight line winds of 140 miles per hour. That's equivalent to an EF3 tornado. So straight line winds, a lot of times are 60 miles an hour, maybe less, maybe a little more in these severe storms, but they can be very dangerous, so keep that in mind if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning this evening. You're very welcome, Rainbow. Prayers for the people in the area, absolutely. Absolutely, because it's a dangerous situation for those downstream. And regardless of how accustomed people are to this kind of activity, it never decreases the danger aspect, especially when you get a threat for strong tornadoes in bad terrain going into the evening hours with really fast storm motions. That was something I kind of didn't mention earlier. Let me see if I can pull that up. Let's see, that was 18Z. I don't know if we have any new ones yet. One of the things that is concerning about the severe weather event is the fact that the storm motions are very, very fast for right-moving supercells. That one. I think this one here is kind of representative. This is what we were seeing a couple hours ago. It's probably strengthened since then. This might be a bit hard to see, but there is a little tiny crosshair right in here. It's labeled 232/43 RM. That is the vector for a right-moving supercell. If a supercell develops and moves to the right, as most cyclonic supercells do in the northern hemisphere, that is the direction it would be moving. And it shows that the latter number here is the storm motion. That's 43 knots. That is moving, over 45, 50 miles an hour. So you're talking about some really fast storm motions here, and they're expected to get stronger this evening. I've seen forecast soundings of 50 to 55 knot storm motions. So if you've got a supercell moving 60 miles an hour with a tornado, that's not going to give you very much time to prepare, and that's going to make it even more dangerous of a situation. Let's see, do we have any more information here from the Twitter of the SPC? And when a situation is going on, maybe I can kind of look up some stuff on Twitter for this. Normally that's what I do when I'm in a moderating status, but since I'm running a live stream right now, fire weather outlook, nope. I'm kind of hesitant on doing that because sometimes some kind of inappropriate things come up on a Twitter search, and I do not want to live stream that. Absolutely. So, might not be doing a whole lot of Twitter searching myself. If you have any good tweets when a tornado is happening, like radar images, tornado damage pictures, absolutely, let me know. Be sure to @ me so that I do see that, because some of these comments I don't see unless it's highlighted with my name. Updates tornado watch. Okay. Very high dew points feeding into this. Hit the like button. Yeah. Hit the like button, absolutely. We're doing some pretty extensive coverage of this. We've gotten a lot of things together. We've got radar, we've got environmental analysis, we've got storm reports. We're doing pretty extensive stuff with this, and David is going to be going into the night. I'm going to be joining him again, although here in a little bit I've got to go for a time. But David's going to be streaming this into the night, providing extensive coverage of this developing hazard. So give the stream a like, share it to people who might want to know, because the more likes the stream gets, the more it gets out to people, and the more people will be aware of this dangerous situation. Evil Spider asks, is a PDS thunderstorm watch possible? It's very, very, very unlikely. PDS severe thunderstorm watches are even harder to come by than PDS tornado watches, actually, and they are issued on the very rare occasion that, for example, a particularly intense derecho is expected to impact an area. So, for example, say you give a situation like the August 10, 2020 derecho, that kind of thing, in Iowa and Illinois. Or the May 12th derecho last year in South Dakota. It's like that. Rainbow Obsidian, thank you. Absolutely. Thank you very much. That's the best thing that we can hear. When we're doing these live streams, the best thing that we can hear is that we're helping to keep people informed and help to keep people safe. so they can make informed decisions when it comes to these severe weather threats, and they can know ahead of time when a storm is potentially threatening their area. That's the ultimate goal of this. We are really thankful to be providing that. So we're looking at a little bit of a radar update right here. We'll look at a mesoanalysis update in a second because we got the 21Z should be loaded by now. Again, only that one severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect at this point. It's been trimmed a little more. The storm looks to be weakening a bit, but we are getting further from the radar, so it might not be completely representative of what we're seeing. This is a bit of a radar hole in southwest Arkansas. I mean, look at this. I know I'm getting off topic here, but this annoys me. We've got a radar down here. We've got a radar up here. We've got a radar over here, and we've got a KFWS over here. But this gigantic region right here does not have a radar close to it. Thankfully, I do believe they are installing a new radar site somewhere within this area. I believe I heard news of that. I haven't looked into it extensively, but that would be wonderful. That would be covering a big radar hole and really helping to keep track, helping people in northeast Texas, for example, when it comes to these severe weather events, to give a better representation of what we're seeing. These storms from Hope to Texarkana to Jefferson, they do not look particularly intense at this point. We do have some wind signatures, but not tremendously organized from a supercell aspect. And these storms over northwestern Louisiana, certainly not looking too organized yet. These updrafts really need to acquire that better instability and wind shear overlap, which, again, they technically haven't moved into yet. We're expecting that to occur in about an area like this within the next couple hours. Like 3 hours from now, this is where we're expecting some of the prime activity to be, the best instability and wind shear overlap. So as they move eastward, the concern does grow. Don't let your guard down yet. And if people start, complaining on social media, calling it a bust or something, don't listen to them, because there's a good chance they don't know what they're talking about, and we've got to let things play out. We have not seen the most activity yet. Alec, okay, thank you. That would be good. That would absolutely be what we're looking for. If it's in southeast or southwestern. Oh, wait a minute. Southwest. Oh, I thought it was southeast Oklahoma. Okay, southeast Oklahoma would be really good to cover this radar hole. Rainbow Obsidian, okay, thank you, and see you later. Michael, PDS Tornado Watch being possible? Yeah, that is a possibility here, if we get the favorable parameter overlap. I said I would do that, so here we go. The latest mesoanalysis from the Storm Prediction Center mesoanalysis page. This is readily available on the SPC if you want to take a look at it for yourself. But we're going to be doing a little bit of a rundown here, a quick rundown. Surface pressure. The surface low has deepened to 1001 millibars, and pressure is still falling rapidly in eastern Arkansas. That's interesting that it is starting to fall in southeast Arkansas, whereas earlier it was up here. That might mean at the moment the surface low is taken a little further south of a track, but we will see how that plays out. Certainly, though, mass response coming into that is generating some really strong level of wind. 850 millibar wind right now, you see 45 knots already into Louisiana and Arkansas. And as we play that forward here in the next couple hours, it is expected to strengthen, rapidly strengthen here 4 to 6 hours from now. 55 knots going up to, or 45 knots going up to 55 to 60 knots. Big time increase in low level shear, especially as we head into Mississippi. SB, or mixed layer cape right now, I should say. Pretty good here. South of this line, whoops, I'm going to redo that because that did not go the way I expected. South of this line here, that mixed layer cape estimated right now at about 1500 joules. That's a lot of instability to work with for these storms. A little bit of a noise of. Make sure things are still working. Do not want that. Want this. Okay, so south of that line, Louisiana, East Texas, starting to creep into southwest Mississippi. Appreciable instability for thunderstorm updrafts. And so we play this forward here. Again, we are expecting it to possibly increase up to about 2,000 joules in parts of East Louisiana. It looks like a little weaker once it gets into Mississippi, but again, that's less moisture and a lot weaker lapse rates. Lapse rates into northeast Mississippi are going to really drop off, so that's where the tornado risk is going to start to diminish. But certainly, the instability axis moving up across the Mississippi River into west central Mississippi, also northwestern Mississippi, a decent amount of instability. Pretty good, especially given the wind shear. Effective bulk shear, again, giving us the potential for storm organization. As we go into the evening, it's expected to be 50 to 65 knots even. That is well conducive to organized supercell thunderstorms. Let's see here. 0 to 1 SRH, going to be on the increase. We see that readily increase once we move into the Arklamis, basically, that meeting point. Then move into Mississippi, it ramps up a lot. 0 to 1 SRH 300, and again, it can be 150 and you can get some tornadoes. So it's considered significant above 150, and we've got 300 here in a couple hours. Further from there, northern Mississippi could be looking at 500 maybe. That means certainly some organized storms possible into northern Mississippi during the evening, but also you're looking at a concern for significant wind damage and embedded tornadoes within any line that develops. Lastly, want to look at the effective SCP that has increased to a 3 now across northern Louisiana. As I said, as these move eastward, they're moving into a more favorable environment. So right now, that STP has gone up to 3 and is expected to remain a 3 to increase to maybe to a 4 in portions of west central Mississippi, northeastern Louisiana, southeast Arkansas, into central and possibly portions of northern Mississippi as we head into the evening. Again, the further north you get kind of a messier mode, you get some more questionable instability, but certainly where you see that STP value of about 4, that's concerning because that's an overlap of parameters that could support significant tornadoes. So that's a bit of an update on the mesoanalysis. Let's see if there's anything new on the Twitter page here. First of all, look down here. No new... actually, we do have a new warning up here. Okay, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Clark, southwestern Garland, and southwestern Hot Spring counties in southwestern Arkansas. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail are possible moving east at 45 miles per hour. This is going to be hitting Arkadelphia here. Also Cato Valley, Bismarck, Point Cedar, Rockwell, Lake Hamilton, Midway. Impacting a pretty busy interstate. Right here, that goes through Arkadelphia and Cato Valley to Midway and Social Hill. If you're along the highway, get ready for some rough weather coming in, or the interstate, because it is going to get pretty windy and possibly some hail here pretty soon with this severe storm. Also, we got a bit of a stronger wind signature down here by Hope, Arkansas. That is interesting. And this is about 8,000 feet, so a little high, but still. I would be interested in this around the Hope, Arkansas area. Some damaging wind risk might be developing, and at worst, we could see a tornado threat evolve from this. Near the Hope, Arkansas area, moving toward DeAnne, Emmett, Prescott, maybe Blevins, areas that were just under a severe thunderstorm warning recently. We're going to have to watch that one because that wind signature, especially from the inflow perspective, that's the red area right here on the right side, that is a lot stronger than what it was just a bit ago. And storm relative, it's already about 44 knots, so that's really picked up. And that could be preceding tornadic development if it does organize a little. There we go. A warning has been issued. East central Hempstead and northern Nevada County in southwest Arkansas. Tornado warning is in effect. Located just south of Washington, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. The storm will be near Emmett, Arkansas at about 4:25 p.m. Central Time and Prescott at about 4:35 p.m. as we were just talking about, that amplified very quickly, and we all called it. We saw that warning coming ahead. We called it. So Deanne, Emmett, Hope, Prescott, you have a tornado warning. Is in effect right now until 4:45 Central Time. So take shelter immediately. This is traveling right along that interstate from Hope to Prescott. So if you're on the interstate, I would encourage you to get off of it, seek shelter in a proper uh, sheltering area, because this dangerous storm could drop a tornado at any minute. If it does, you certainly don't want to be on the road when it happens. C plan, yes, it's far too soon, and I don't like it when people go on social media and start talking about if an event is a bust or not yet, when it hasn't even started yet. We are just now getting into this event starting. That high pressure sitting just west of Florida in the Gulf doesn't want to move. Bruce, that's an interesting point that you make, because that is part of why that mid-level jet has amplified. As the upper level trough is trying to push into that high pressure on a large scale, that's increasing the pressure gradient and allowing that mid-level jet to amplify. So really, it's because of that that the severe weather threat is developing. Because without that, we wouldn't really be having the wind shear, we wouldn't be having the pressure setup of this. So it's interesting to think about how all these things just come together in the atmosphere and all affect one another to support this. We do want to remind everyone some breaking news of a tornado warning issued in southeastern Arkansas. Again, this is east central Hempstead and northern Nevada counties. In southwest Arkansas, tornado warning is in effect. Looks like for another 20 to 25 minutes or so. And we'll have to see how this evolves. The inflow has ramped up pretty decently on this. Gonna take away my little marker for a second. You can see that inflow coming in through Hope, Arkansas, feeding into the storm. On the backside, we get air sinking down here, creating that area of rotation that is located probably within this area of rain. So that might be very hard to see. Deanne and Hope, you're going to be hit by this very soon, as well as Emmett, like within the next 10 minutes or less. Prescott, you've got a little more time, but not too much. You probably got 15 minutes, maybe 20. So, do be seeking shelter. This is a dangerous storm that has intensified recently. And we are waiting to get the latest on this, certainly. Looks like we had a new update coming in about a minute. That will be providing us with a new radar reflectivity and velocity image. And again, if you're new here to the stream, please give it a like, and if you're new to the channel, please subscribe, because David is providing extensive coverage of these and further storms. I mean, just wait until hurricane season. Just wait until David's coverage of hurricane season. Also, David's got a lot better radar than me, so he's going to be providing some higher quality images. And be sure to share the stream, especially if you know anyone who's in the path of the severe weather. We do have a concerning threat for tornadoes this evening across parts of the deep south, an area that is notoriously bad for making visible confirmation of tornadoes. Okay, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now. Okay, this is, a lot of areas here. Moving off to the northeast at 60. South central Stone, northeastern Perry, southeastern Van Buren, Cleburne, eastern Conway, Faulkner, and west central White counties. We've got some damaging winds possible, 60 miles per hour, also quarter-size hail. Not much of a tornado threat with this, so that's a good thing. Conway, Heber Springs, Clinton, a damaging wind threat, but not very much of a tornado threat at this point. We are a lot more concerned tornado-wise about this storm down here by Prescott, Emmett, and Deanne. Oak Haven is getting hit as we speak, but we're waiting for a new update. Yep, there we get a new update. Deanne is getting hit right now by this storm. That's the reflectivity aspect. The velocity is waiting to catch up. But I'm going to look on the left side of the screen. See a little bit of a rear flank wind increase over Deanne. And that inflow coming in here, kind of creating that sort of kidney bean shape that you get with a supercell. I'm going to outline that here so you can kind of see it a little better. If my program will work. It's not wanting to. Okay. It's not the best image of a supercell because we are looking aloft in the atmosphere, but you can certainly see that is a supercell thunderstorm that is rotating and moving off to the northeast. We're waiting to get the latest velocity, but it is having a bit of a hard time loading. Is it possible David does an all-nighter? I would say it's rather unlikely because he's got a lot going on right now and he does need to get some rest. So he'll go into part of the night certainly to keep up to date on this dangerous threat. But eventually once we get into like the middle of the night, he is probably really going to be needing some rest. Okay, we've got a TVS near DeAnne. That is pretty strong. That is readily evident here in southwest Arkansas. DeAnne, you need to be in shelter because that is quite possibly a tornado that is developing. Just to the north of Perrytown, down here, Emmett, Arkansas, right over here. Prescott needs to be taking shelter if you are in and around that area because this rotation has tightened and we are looking at a tornado possibly coming toward this area here about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So do be seeking shelter. This is a dangerous rotating storm. It is moving off to the northeast. Again, DeAnne, Arkansas toward Prescott. That is a dangerous tornado-warned storm, where we do have rotation indicated on radar. We don't have a confirmation of one yet, but it could be dropping a tornado as we speak. We do have a problem in that this is a bit of an elevated view. Again, we're looking at about 8,500 feet, so that's not what's happening at the ground. But the fact that it's rotating so strongly means it could concentrate vorticity into a tornado. These storms down here, reflectivity looks to have increased, so these might be starting to strengthen too. That means downstream, be on alert for a tornado increase and severe weather threat as well. I'm going to remove that marker for a second. So we're going to focus right here, focus and zoom in on this Prescott supercell because that is the tornado-warned storm at this particular moment, one which we are quite interested in, and is probably providing the most significant severe weather threat at this point. Hook is there. Yes, it certainly is. You see here if we've got anything going on from the SPC. Take a bit to load. Things just take too long to load. Oh my gosh. But I work with what I have, so we will proceed. Load, please. Okay, nope, we don't have anything new. So that is good, but it doesn't mean that we're out of the woods. Dobby, downstream, we've got moderate risk. We got a tornado watch that's going to be going up here within the next couple hours probably, and a dangerous severe weather risk, including this tornado-warned storm near Prescott, Arkansas. Um, I need to go do something for a second, but I will be right back. I will leave it on the radar while I am away. Can anybody hear me? Let me know. Yeah, sorry for that stupid little message that popped up there. Let me know if you can hear me. I'm trying to make sure I'm unmuted and everything. Ottoman Empire, hello and welcome to the stream. And also welcome. I don't know if I welcomed you before, but thank you and welcome to the stream. So we're looking at this storm again. Also, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning up here to the north for some damaging winds moving off to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is going to be toward Arkadelphia, Malvern, eventually Little Rock. You have a concern for some damaging winds here, but this is the main storm we've been looking at for the last several minutes. Prescott, Arkansas. Now, again, we're looking at about 9,000 feet above ground, so it's a bit hard to tell what's going on at the surface. We do have some rotation. It looks like it's weakened a bit from earlier, so that might be a good thing. The structure is a little more diffuse. But again, we're not getting a very clear image because we are so far up in the radar beam height. Still, though, Prescott, Arkansas, you do have a tornado warning that does remain in effect. Gordon eventually going to have to watch out for this. Hopefully it weakens by then, but you do not want to let your guard down because, again, this situation can develop very quickly today, and you can get a spin-up occur rather rapidly. These storms down here look like they're trying to intensify. Does not look like we have concentrated rotation yet, but we do have some pretty well-defined wind signatures right through here. That's demarcating where the wind is. If we have anything developed from this, it'd be near the Doddridge area, but that's certainly nothing tornadic yet. So, but some damage or some strong wind gusts might be possible. We're going to have to see how it evolves this evening. Oh, that's interesting, though. We do have, it looks like, some more discrete storms over here. I'm going to briefly switch over to KPOE radar. Let it load. Let it struggle to load. Yeah, it's taking a bit. Okay, it's trying to go here. Oh, also we've got this one down in southern Mississippi. Okay. This might be some interesting stuff to look at, depending on how it plays out. So yeah, maybe a gradual intensification of some prefrontal storms right over in here. That would be interesting. They're not severe yet. They're not mature storms yet. They're just, you know, in their infancy, so to say. But these might eventually be things that we need to be watching out for. So, northeast Louisiana, southwestern Mississippi, keep that in mind. That is potentially where we're going to be looking at here this evening. But it looks like back here, mainly toward, I believe, more of the cold front boundary is what was being discussed earlier. That's where we got the most storms right now. And we do have that tornado warning that remains in effect. Although that should be expiring here within about 8 minutes. Unless things change. Yeah, absolutely. Blue Oyster. That's what I was saying earlier, was damaging winds can be just as dangerous as a tornado. So, if you do have a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning, basically, you want to be taking the same sheltering precautions. Because that's going to be the best scenario for you, regardless of what happens. Okay, let's briefly go away from that to look at the Twitter page of the Storm Prediction Center. And again, I'm doing this because this is probably going to be where I get the most rapid updates, as opposed to letting it load on the home page. That, for me, can take a while. Nope, nothing new. The skill discussion is still there. Weather Prediction Center is still there. We still got our stuff loaded up. I'm going to close that out because I don't need it. Meso analysis. And back to radar. Looks like it's having a hard time retrying for the latest update here. Might be due to internet problems. Okay, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is downstream from the tornado warning. Southern Clark County, southeastern Pike County, and western Dallas County in southwestern Arkansas. A severe thunderstorm near Prescott moving east at 50 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour winds, and quarter-size hail are possible. A tornado watch does remain in effect, and a tornado is listed as being possible, but the rotation does seem to be less concentrated than what it was just a little bit ago. And indeed, it appears to be. And again, this is elevated, so it's not the greatest view, but you do get the idea where we've transitioned more from a supercell to more of this kind of backward C bowing shape. That might provide some damaging wind risk as you go downstream, so locations ahead of this looks like Girton, Welland Springs, Curtis, eventually down to Delark, Fairview, Sparkman, and Manning. Be on the lookout for some damaging wind with this storm. You do have a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued and is expected to be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Time. So this is a little while to go. This is actually about an hour to go for this particular warning. Let's see, so once again, thank you all for being here this evening and staying with us as we continue to track the severe weather threat. If you've recently joined, I am Ethan B., severe weather analyst for David Schlotthauer. David will be back here within the next couple hours. He's doing a thing for his driving test, so very important that he does that, and very important that he focuses on that. So he's let me kind of take over the radar coverage, the weather updates for this threat until he gets back here in a couple hours. So we're going to have David, but it's going to be a little bit longer. Looking at these storms to the south, this storm near Patmos is trying to get some kind of supercellular structure, maybe. This storm to the, looks like to the west of Bradley, might be trying to get some broad, very, very broad rotation. So nothing tornadic yet, but do pay attention north of Louisville and southwest of Louisville to these storms if you're in Arkansas, downstream locations including Magnolia. Be on alert to see how these storms evolve, to see if they gain any tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, remember, this storm that's hitting Prescott right now, it got a warning pretty quickly. So things can change in a very short amount of time. And we've also got some potential thunderstorm development taking place, again, over in this area. It's not mature yet, but it's something to keep in mind. And if they get strong enough for a warning, I will definitely be going over there to look. But at this point, the strongest storms are over here in southwest Arkansas, and that's where we're paying a lot of attention at this particular point. Flash flood, okay. So Logan County, Arkansas flash flooding. That's not surprising. We've got a lot of flash flooding stories today. And that's right here again. We've been over this before, but the flooding threat's pretty high, so I'm going to kind of mark it again. A moderate risk of excessive rainfall leading to flash flooding over northern Arkansas, central Arkansas too, all the way up to the Ohio River. So if you're in this area, you've got enhanced potential for flash flooding from training thunderstorms today, some of which could be dumping a lot of rain. We could end up seeing rainfall totals in excess of 3 to 5 inches in some locations. So, absolutely be aware if you're in that area. I'm gonna watch the storm to see if it does anything. If it's doing rotation, which it appears there might be some, it's really broad and weak at this point. But if it strengthens, especially that inflow ramps up, that might be the point to start getting concerned. As it is, though, just keep an eye on it if you're downstream. Emmett, Roston, Willisville, eventually, maybe Walden Springs even. Just keep that in mind. Keep in mind that there's a tornado watch in effect, and any of these storms could become tornadic here uh, in short order. Good day, Ethan and David. Hello, KORF, and thank you for joining. It's good to see you. Karen asks, what is expected for Nashville tonight? Thank you for the question. Let's go over and look at the SPC, because this is going to be their official outlook on things, and I can elaborate a little further as we... yeah, I'm going to look at the outlook first, and then I can actually play, hopefully if it loads, some simulated activity, also called future radar. It's what it looked like as we go into tonight. But we're first loading up the outlook from the Storm Prediction Center to show Nashville and the hazard area that we are expecting. Once it loads, it's just taken a long time to load. Okay, so here we go. There's an enhanced risk for Nashville. I'm going to point it out here with an arrow, but I can so you can see. It's right there at the tip of that red arrow. So you can see you're within that orange area. An enhanced risk of severe weather means enhanced severe weather potential. Mainly at this point, probably from a damaging wind perspective on things, because tornado threat is at 10%, but it's mainly off to the west of there. The wind is pretty strong, though, is 30% with significant hatch. That means an enhanced potential for wind damage and potentially some significant damaging winds over 75 miles an hour. Hail, not as much of a threat, not as much of a thing to be concerned about in that run. But look here at the latest run of the HRRR. If it loads, this puts a lot of, it takes a lot of effort to load this because I'm streaming and I have so many tabs and radar open right now, but we're going to try to get it to open. Now it's going to take a bit to load. While we're looking at the simulated reflectivity, we're also going to take a look at what the expected radar is for the main tornado threat area to see if any of that's changed. Will give us an idea of what the convective evolution is expected to be as we head into the early and mid-evening hours. And as said before, later night, northern Alabama, Georgia by the morning, you're going to be seeing some severe weather risks, including a damaging wind threat mainly. But perhaps an isolated tornado can't. It's loading, it's... If there's anything new going on down here. The tornado warning has expired, so we no longer have a tornado warning. We do want to watch this storm near the Patmos area, headed toward Roston. It's showing a little bit of a supercellular characteristic to it right in here, and maybe a little bit of rotation. So if that does get stronger, it might require a tornado warning. Headed off toward the northeast, Willisville, immediately downstream of that. You're going to be wanting to pay attention to this storm. But back to what I promised over here with the radar. Now, as I've said before, simulated reflectivity is just one idea, one model solution of what might happen. It's not what will happen. a possibility, and it gives us an idea of what, the overall evolution is expected to be. And since we're on the sector, we're going to start off there. Once I get this ad out of the way. No ad. Okay. Triple R simulated reflectivity. And it's interesting too, it shows those storms down in Mississippi that we were just talking about, those prefrontal storms. Looks like they don't do a whole lot, but look at this. Oh my. Okay. That's concerning. By 00Z, we are looking at a cluster of discrete to semi-discrete supercells right through here, spreading into this area. So marked in red. That's what the HRRR is showing here in a couple hours. These could be dangerous supercells. These could be the ones to produce tornadoes, including a few significant long track tornadoes. Again, significant is EF2 plus. So again, that's the latest from the HRRR, suggesting these discrete supercells with possible tornadoes will move into northern Mississippi, I should say. And then they start to kind of congeal into a bow that moves into northern Alabama and finally northern Georgia by the morning. Let me see here. And I'm going to move this again because I promised. For you, Karen, I'm going to move this up to the Ohio Valley so we can see Nashville a little better. And while this loads, I'm going to check the radar to see if there's anything new going on. Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay. Nope, we got a new tornado warning. Tornado warning has been reissued on the Prescott storm. So this is for central Clark County, south central Hot Spring County, until 5:15 Central Time. Now this is located about 12 miles northeast of Prescott, moving northeast 45 miles per hour. So this has been reissued. Arkadelphia, Cato Valley, Gum Springs, Birdsell, Gurdon, Richwoods, Curtis, Barron. You have a threat for a tornado based on radar indicated rotation, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, tornado warning has been reissued. Looking at it from a radar perspective, again, we're right on the edge of the range folding of velocity, so it's really hard to tell. But there's where that rotation is between Prescott and Gurdon. Moving up to the northeast, Gurdon, Curtis, Gum Springs, and eventually Arkadelphia, in the path of this, need to be on alert for this storm, because it has cycled through again and warranted another tornado warning. So that's the latest on that warning. But I do want to fulfill my radar promise here. So we're looking at simulated reflectivity again. Looking in here at central Tennessee area. We start off obviously with not a whole lot going on. A couple rain showers and some storms around here in the afternoon. But then we head into the night. And we can see some pretty good storms going off in the western part of the state. This does include some Boeing features. That right there, not as much of a tornado threat, but some Boeing features that could have damaging winds, some of which could be significantly damaging. That means 75 plus miles an hour. But they do start to kind of lose their steam a bit as they move into the Nashville area. We've still got strong to severe storms. This right here is at 05Z. That's 1 a.m. Eastern Time or midnight Central Time. So this is roughly what this model is expecting the radar to look like as these storms approach Nashville. It becomes a little less organized, largely linear in nature, but with some more organized cores embedded within it. And that could provide some enhanced wind damage potential. So keep that in mind. Tonight, if you're in the Nashville area, I would say Central Time, look for this between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Really passing through and providing a damaging wind threat, but also maybe a couple tornadoes. And hopefully that answered your question pretty well. You're very welcome. Connection is bad. Yeah, thank you for letting me know, Chase. It'll probably go in and out a little bit, but stay tuned for David. He's got a lot better connection. Okay, also, C Plan says Johnson County, Arkansas, emergency management reporting flash flooding, roads flooded, some bridges underwater, one house flooded at least. Okay, so we had a big flash flooding. It's propagating progressively eastward, so this is now encompassing Little Rock. I do want to kind of mark this out here. All these green boxes, now including Little Rock, these are flash flood warnings. And this has been progressing further eastward and northeastward during the day, so downstream locations, northeast Arkansas towards southeast Missouri, be on alert for flash flooding concerns this evening, because we've seen that progress further uh, into the day. Okay, the storm near Gurdon again. We got a very poor image here. I am tempted to switch over to Little Rock. Actually, wait a minute. I'm just going to open up a new page. How about that? We have two up at once. I'm going to go to the KLZK radar station. That's at Little Rock. Um, to get a view, to see if I can get a better view of that particular storm. But I want to leave the Shreveport KSHV site up because that's providing us with a view of these storms further to the south, and those might turn tornadic as well. This is going to take a little bit to load, and I might have connection problems with this. Hopefully, the connection isn't too bad. It's better now, yeah. Hopefully it stays better. Uh-oh. Okay, we got a new tornado warning here. Yeah, we got a new tornado warning. And that means I really need to open up the Little Rock. Where are you? Hopefully you can still hear me okay. Um, I am trying to get to the Little Rock radar, but things are loading really, really slowly. My connection is not great. Um, hopefully you can hear me. If the connection's bad, just give it a minute and it will get better. Yeah, David's sound bites for the tornado warnings. Yeah. Also, Justin Lee, thank you for responding to that. I do appreciate it. I want to try and make sure things are running smoothly here. But we got a new tornado warning. As I kind of mentioned, I don't know if I was able to hear me. Okay, yeah. That is a well-defined hook. Look at this. Actually, I take these off here. Not LSR. I don't think I can disable that. Oh, wow, okay, but we do have some rotation here. I do want to mark this out. That is readily evident. Look on the left side of the screen here. That curly Q, hook echo, right into there. The precipitation down here on the rear flanks, the forward flank precipitation is, spread out up in this area here. But that curly Q is tight. Right into here near Butterfield and to the west of Trask Wood, headed up toward Haskell in Arkansas. And with that, we do have rotation. Whoops. Yeah, we do have rotation here. Plainly evident on the right side of the screen. Look at it right in here. We got some pretty good rotation going on, and it's just a really well-defined circulation right here, just curling around. That is really kind of amazing to see. And that's why we do have a tornado warning. And this is now to the southwest of Little Rock, Arkansas. This is in effect for Grant, Saline, and Hot Spring counties. Moving east at 65 miles an hour. That is concerning. This is moving really, really quickly. Trask, Wood, Haskell, looks like warnings covering up. Detoni, uh, Bucksite, Bryant, Belfast. You are in this tornado warning, and this is moving very quickly in your direction, especially Traskwood. This will be here within minutes. And this is a pretty well-defined circulation here. And it's wrapped in rain. Do not try to see this, because I'm a storm chaser, and from this perspective, there's this rotation is wrapped in rain entirely. There's no way that ahead of this storm you're going to be able to see it. There's just no way. If there's a tornado in there, you're not going to be able to see it because that is really wrapping in with some very high reflectivity. That's over 50 decibels. That's heavy rain wrapping around that circulation. So again, that is a concerning tornado warning, but we don't have a tornado at this point. It could develop at any minute, but we don't have one at this point. Southwest of the Little Rock area, right to the west of Traskwood, I'm concerned about that area in particular because that's going to be where this is moving in here within the next several minutes. Okay, tornado watch likely. Tornado possible to form PDS. Is it possible to form PDS? It is possible, but at this point we don't have a confirmed tornado at this point. Now I did hear C Plan has said we have a new mesoscale discussion, so I do want to kind of go over to that briefly because it looks like this is going to be one of the big ones. I because I want to keep you up to date on how this is doing. That rotation is right here to the southwest of Traskwood. Again, for reference, on the right side here is Traskwood, Arkansas. Here is Haskell to the north. And here's Detoni off to the east. So that's a reference there. It's embedded within this area of heavy rain, so it is impossible to see. If there's a tornado, you're not going to see it. Within this supercell, inflow coming in on this side, the rear flank downdraft pulling in on the back, just sinking in and creating a rotation that has tightened here recently enough to get a tornado warning. We're not getting a good view down here, but it looks like the rotation is a little more diffuse in the Arkadelphia area. But we do still have some rotation present. Okay, can things stop crashing? I do apologize for the time in the connection is point two I did want to say is that I've got some stuff to do this evening, including dinner, and as such, I'm gonna have to be going here in a little bit, and I'll be gone for a little while. When it happens, if David's not back yet, I'm gonna leave it up on the radar on my end of things, so you will see the latest radar images and the warnings. David will get back as soon as he gets home, which shouldn't be too much longer. Okay, mesoscale discussion here. There it is. Let's try to open this up and see if we can get some details. Tornado watch likely 95%, so that's basically a tornado watch will be issued. That's right in the moderate risk area. Here it is. This is what we've been waiting for. A warm front's lifted northward. We've got some unstable air right over here. This is Pine Bluff to Greenville, Alexandria, Natchez, Jackson. In this weather watch, supercell tornado threat will increase during the next couple hours, gradually. Again, things are gradually increasing, and a tornado watch is likely in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Here's the discussion. I want to see if there's anything new down here first of all, because I do want to read this discussion in that it is over the moderate risk area, so, it's important that we get the details. You hear me now? Please let me know if you can hear me better now. I do apologize for those issues. But let me know if you can hear me a little better now. We're going to look at the mesoscale discussion here in a minute, but I want to make sure my audio is working. So you all can hear me. We do have a mesoscale discussion for a tornado watch that is going to be issued in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Okay, good. It's making a popping noise again. I don't know what that noise could be, except the connectivity being bad. And then after that, I'm probably going to have to go. But that's that tornado warning. That's the latest one here. But here's the watch that we have, or the mesoscale discussion. And if you didn't see the area, there it is. Supercell tornado threat increasing. Tornado watch likely. Surface obs show rich boundary layer moisture spreading northward across portions of the lower Mississippi Valley, aided by ongoing cyclogenesis near the Arklatex vicinity. Earlier diurnal heating and a strengthening low-level jet over the warm sector have aided in the development of a north-south oriented confluence band extending from Louisiana northward into southeastern Arkansas and western Mississippi. Isolated convection is evolving along these bands in the warm sector ahead of a primary prefrontal trough further to the west. During the next couple of hours, these storms should continue spreading forward and maturing as large-scale ascent and surface pressure falls continue amid increasing boundary layer moisture. The downstream environment will feature enlarging/clockwise turning low-level photographs favorable for increasingly organized cyclonic supercells, and, given the subtle low-level forcing mechanism, a discrete or semi-discrete mode is possible at least for a few hours. Therefore, the supercell tornado risk, some strong to intense, will gradually increase as supercells mature during the next few hours, with large hail and damaging winds also possible. Tornado watch will likely be issued in the next 30 to 60 minutes, right here in this area, in that mesoscale discussion. So, again, strong tornado risk. I do apologize for the popping issues. Strong tornado risk is increasing across this area here in the next couple hours. And that's going to be the primary thing we look for when we come to the main tornado threat of this event. Now, as I did mention before, I do have to go for a bit, unfortunately, do some stuff here. But I am going to, I guess this is the best radar site I can do. I'm going to leave this radar up so everyone can see it. And I will be, David will be back here pretty soon, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
All right, hey everybody, I am back. I am so sorry that took forever. Um, man, really took forever. So, update me everybody. What are we seeing out there? So, I am back tracking this severe weather event that is going on. So if you're in Farmerville, if you are in Bastrop, Louisiana, there is a tornado watch that is issued out. This includes for 1.5-inch hail, scattered hail events that could reach that, and damaging winds up to 75 miles an hour. So looks to definitely, there's only a few severe thunderstorm warnings. Yep. What's up? Seaplanes 1985. How many tornado warnings did we get today so far? I only got one, but how many did we have in total so far? So how's everybody doing? Man, it's dead. Sorry if I killed the live stream, folks. So, if you're in Pine Bluff, if you're in Sheridan, if you are in Lanoke, if you are in the Clarendon area in or in Arkansas, there's that line of severe thunderstorms. We are seeing a tornado watch out of this. We're just seeing really intense rainfall and severe wind gusts that are associated with this line of storms as it goes over the Montrose in the next hour or so, or in the next 30 minutes. So as Planos, okay. What's up, Planos? We are seeing a discrete storm over Georgetown. We're gonna keep an eye on this. This could organize pretty quickly. But this is right in the middle of the moderate risk. And so far it hasn't performed as expected, but we will see and wait if that quickly changes. So, yeah, we're gonna watch. Hey, Alex. So, we're gonna watch. Still no reports, though, of tornadoes. It was pretty good, Alex. It was really good. So, if you are in the moderate risk Greenville downstream of these storms, there is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail that is anticipated. In Pine Bluff downstream, we do have a line of storms headed your way. We got 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Let's take a look at velocity on this storm down here. There's definitely rotation on that. So Bridgeport, Georgetown, we got winds coming inward. So we're going to see if this becomes the focus point for our next tornado warning, if that organizes, which it looks like it is trying to organize a little bit better. So Georgetown, that's this next storm that we're going to really have to watch. But we still do not have any significant rotation, but we definitely have some strong upper level winds of around 70 to 80 miles an hour. The more important thing is, will we see strong tornadoes? And the answer to that is definitely a possibility. Still possible that we definitely see strong tornadoes out of these storms. And chat is so dead. I don't think anybody, okay, well, welcome. Yeah, I'm glad I am back. Sorry about that if I was gone forever. But the forecast still calls for discrete supercells to really form, which so far storms have failed to mature. Oh, first tornado warning. So, or second tornado warning of the live stream, I believe. That's what it sounds like. So new tornado warning now for Pine Bluff. For Pine Bluff, Arkansas. New tornado warning. That definitely has rotation. And we do have velocities on this at about 90 miles an hour. So if you are in Oak Grove, if you're in Bunn, White Oak Bluff, Staves, Gum Springs, Canoe Landing, you definitely need to take shelter. Lamont, tornado warning has been issued. We are going to see if this organizes further. And if it does, we could get definitely a confirmed tornado out of this. It looks like it is getting tighter. So that mesocyclone is getting stronger. And we will see if we get a tornado on the ground out of that eventually. We take off my SPC outlooks here. So if you are in Oak Grove, White Oak Bluff in Arkansas, you are under a tornado warning. Mount Zion, if you're in Friendship, Arkansas, Whitehall, Arkansas, even Pine Bluff, you please take shelter. There is a tornado warning out of this storm. This is radar indicated, but we're going to watch for newer scans to see if this continues to get organized. It is along that line, so it wouldn't surprise me with the shear that we're seeing that this does get more better organized and it gets more mature and we start seeing stronger rotation out of this. 6 tornado warning of the stream. Okay. Alex, I could hear you. Yes, you're there. Okay, new scan just came out. Rotation has not gone any stronger, but it is still there. Definitely a wind shift in the wake of this boundary. You can see where that cold front actually is. Did we get a new tornado warning? Sounds like we did. Maybe we didn't. But if you are downstream of this, please take shelter. Please, Pine Bluff, Whitehall, Rison, tornado warning in Arkansas. So in Oak Grove, this is approaching your area right now. We have velocities. We have greens that are, the flow is coming out of this general direction. So if we draw this up, we have flow that is doing this. And then we have flow that's doing this. That's the blue areas that you see on the reflect or velocity that you have, that we are looking at. So downstream of this, this is tornado warned severe thunderstorm right now. Gonna have to keep an eye on the storms to the south. Those do not look to be rotating right now at the moment. But the storm in Georgetown still has a little bit of rotation on it. And that is definitely trying to get organized. Definitely an organized supercell over Union, over Harrisville in the Mississippi area. So we are seeing an organized supercell here. And when we look at correlation coefficient, we don't have any debris on that, of course. When we look at echotops, echotops on this are about 50,000 feet. So we are seeing some explosive thunderstorm activity with this line of storm, or with that supercell. So in Oak Grove, tornado warning has been issued. What's up? So, if you are in Pine Bluff downstream, tornado warning has been issued. Okay, yeah, this supercell down here in Union in Harrisville, wow, that is definitely becoming better organized. That should get tornado warned here really soon. Union, Pine Lake, Braxton, Delow, Mindahall, please take shelter. We do got strong rotation on this storm. This is definitely showing signs of further organizing. You got the hook here. We got the rear inflow jet. We got the RFD coming down behind it. So yeah, this storm right here is quite impressive. So this is going to be the storm to really monitor for a tornado potentially that could form in that. This has my attention. The Union storm in Mississippi right now. Central Mississippi, that's a very organized supercell. Very organized. That's a warning sound that you guys hear. So every time there's a warning that gets issued, it will go beep, beep, beep. It's built into Radar Omega, actually. So yeah, sorry about that if it sounds weird. So if I go to tornado warning, it's this right here. So if I click on this, that's what you're hearing. It's right there. I could turn it off, but for the sake of things, I'm going to keep it on for tornado warnings. Making sure everything here is off. So every time a new warning gets issued, it will let me know. Yes, I have heard of Ryan Hall, y'all. Drive a hybrid now, people know. I have heard of Ryan Hall, y'all. Lagging for me. So, shouldn't be lagging. I am not in a wheelchair. Why are you asking me these questions? Drive a hybrid, people know. People now. So if you're in Union, that supercell is very, very organized. Really organized supercell. Going towards Harrisville, Puckett. Yeah, this storm right here is definitely, that is going to get tornado warned. That's probably going to get tornado warned. 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail with that. So that is a supercell that has its definition of becoming better defined for tornado potentially. So if you're in Ryson, if you are in White Oak Bluff, if you're in Pine Bluff, Whitehall, that's where we do have the tornado warning in effect for the next 20 minutes. So if you're down, if you live in the path of this warning, please take shelter. It's important that you do, because yeah, rain is going to be coming down pretty hard with this. Moderate to heavy rainfall. There's a lot of towns and cities in the path of this. This is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This storm down here in Mississippi, though, is the one that we're really... Okay. Why? Probably a new warning somewhere else. That's the updated tornado warning near Pine Bluff. If the warning sound gets annoying, folks, just let me know, then I'll turn it off. So you can see the supercell really, really organizing. And yeah, there is definitely rotation on that. That is going to get warned. It is going to get warned. There's going to be a tornado warning on this. And there it is. New tornado warning now issued for the Puckett area. Puckett, Mississippi. As I called that, new tornado warning has been issued. So if you're in Merritt, if you're in Weathersby, if you're in Fayetteville, if you are in Martinville, if you are in Pine Lake, tornado warning has been issued. Harrisville, Touchstone, tornado warning has been issued. I do not know. Drive a hybrid now. People now. I do not know. My stream seems to be... Is it buffering really bad, folks? So new tornado warning now issued for the next hour. 1 hour tornado warning. That's a long tornado warning. that is issued. This is a very organized, discrete cell. Very organized. It is trying to become better organized. Some of you are saying I'm buffering really bad and I'm lagging. Oh my goodness. There shouldn't be any problems. So we do have a developing tornado potentially here, headed towards Mendenhall, Weatherby, Merritt, Braxton, Pine Lake, Mississippi, Touchstone, Mississippi. If you're in Everett, Mississippi, if you're in Puckett, Mississippi, Johns, Mississippi, White Oak, Mississippi, Daniel, Mississippi, if you're in Polkville, Mississippi, Trenton, Burns, Mississippi, please take shelter. This is one of those storms that is likely to be long-lasting. We don't have much storms to the south that would interfere with this. What's up, Mason? Fishy? This is organizing very quickly. Quickly organizing storm right now. We're gonna really watch for a debris ball on that. That is really strong. That's a very strong system. My goodness, that supercell. That's a very organized supercell. You can see the body of the storm. Chase McClain, you want to be? Yeah, we don't have any mods online. I do not know why we have no mods online at all. Yeah, if we do measure distance, let's measure distance. It's about 3 miles. 3 miles, so that is a pretty tight looking hook. And there is definitely rotation on that. Definitely rotation. So if you're in Merritt, if you're in Delo, downstream of this, please take shelter. We do not have any debris yet. Why is my alerts, I only have them set to go off for tornado warnings. See if that changes things. This is trying to get better organized. What's up, Kansas Storm Troopers? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Good point. I'll just call you CP. CP land. How about that? 1985, alright. So the alarm will sound whenever a warning is issued, updated, canceled, or expired. So yeah, please take note of that. If it's updated, expired, or it just got issued, there will be a sound, but I turned it off so it doesn't bother you all. There's definitely rotation on this. We have greens and blues moving toward the radar. So we have velocities going this way. All the greens and blues toward the radar. Reds moving away from the radar. All right, so we have rotation. We definitely have a rotating updraft. And we will see if this storm is able to get more mature and organized. And it is trying its hardest. Definitely a hook right in there. By the way, if you guys want to participate in the Weather Force Discord server, there is a link in the chat. If you want to join that, it's a lot of fun. So if you're in Delu on State Route 49, please take shelter in your storm shelters immediately. This is organizing, and this could have a rain-wrapped tornado within it. It could be within this ball of heavy rain right here. And maybe even some hail within that storm, too. So please take shelter. It has a meso of a number 6, so that is a pretty strong mesocyclone going on within the storm. And there is definitely rotation on it. So please take shelter. So this is where we are seeing the heavier rain wrap all the way around in Merritt. I understand, Chase. So if you are downstream, Puckett, Gunn, Burns, Polkville, Lingle, Johns, downstream of this tornado warning, please take shelter. Let's update you on the other tornado warning in Arkansas. That is just a rain mess. That is not really anything as far as the tornado goes. There might be tornado-like damage, is why they have the warning out for another 8 minutes. So please take shelter if you're in Rison. You should already be taking shelter. This is a pretty intense line of moderate to heavy rainfall as this line of storms really matures and moves southeastward. While we do have a tornado warning just to the southeast of Jackson. What's up, Ryan Teasdale? How are you? What's up, Diana? So if you're in the DL area, or DLU, pretty organized supercell. We got the storm body right here. You can see the lovely storm body. We have the hook down here. And we have the inflow coming into the storm like that. Doing very good, Ryan. Thank you for asking. I went driving today and I ran over Alex Miller. He's a cat. No, I'm just kidding. Alex Miller the cat. Yeah, Alex Miller is a cat. No, I'm just kidding. So if you're in Everett, if you're in Puckett, if you're in White Oak, if you're in Gunn, Mayton, Daniel, Heater, if you're in Trenton, Burns, Lingle, Polkville, tornado warning. That's the only discrete storm we have that is pretty organized. Yeah, I was just joking. Take a joke. If you can't take a joke, can I do a 3D on this storm? Not in Radar. I could do it in Radar Omega, but it's not the best 3D scoping. GR2 Analyst is good. Actually, I can. Why not? It'd be so cool if you can 3D the storms like on GR2. So yeah, let's go to GR2 Analyst and let's 3D this lovely storm. Okay, that was funny. It is definitely tilted the updraft. That's probably why it's not able to organize. A lot of tilting with the updraft. But it is holding together. It is holding together pretty nicely. But definitely a hook on that. We have a new tornado warning in Clarendon in the Arkansas area. Let's take a look at this storm. And we definitely have embedded rotation. So if you're in Row, Clarendon, please take shelter. That is up to 8 radar indicated tornado warnings. If you're in Allendale, if you're in Holy Grove, if you're in Rich, Monroe, Blackton, if you're in Elfree, please take shelter. Really strong winds on this. And yes, we have embedded spin ups within this line. So if you're downstream, if you're on 86, if you're on 49 in Arkansas, please take shelter. What's up, Pope Adrianville? How are you doing? So we do have a tornado warning in Clarendon in Arkansas, Rowe, Holy Grove, Blackton, Monroe, Arkansas. Again, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. And yeah, we're talking about a tornado, maybe some quarter-size hail associated with that. So if you're downstream, please take shelter. We're almost up to 5,000 subscribers, folks. So we are literally less than 40 away. So if you haven't slapped that subscribe button, that would really mean a lot for the work that I do. So if you guys are new and you like the live coverage, this is what I do during severe weather season. This is what I do for hurricanes. I live stream these ugly events, these nasty, nasty storms. So tornado warning for Holy Grove, for Clarendon, for Blackton, Monroe, Rich, Elfrey. And then, of course, we got a new tornado warning down here south of Pine Bluff. That expires in 2 minutes. And again, that's the storm that just has really strong damaging winds. Oh, and did it get canceled? I guess they canceled it. But the storm down here in Montrose, that's also a new tornado warning. That also looks supercellular, so let's take a look to see what the rotation looks like on that. And that definitely has some velocity couplet on it. So if you're in Montrose in Arkansas, Portland in Arkansas, man, please get in your storm shelter. There's a lot of lightning going on with this. Tons and tons of lightning strikes. So definitely, you may want to consider staying inside as that storm passes. And of course, down here, we do have the continuance of that supercell really failing to get better organized. We're not seeing really tight couplet velocities on it. But if you are downstream in Puckett, Gunn, Polkville in Mississippi, Lingle, Mississippi, Burns, Mississippi, you definitely want to take shelter. I am here. Can you guys even hear me at all? Because some of you keep on asking me, are you there? Are you there? Can anybody even hear me at all? I mean, my mic is being picked up. What's up, Alex Silva? Oh, we're up to 9 tornado warnings. Oh, yeah, I didn't catch that other one. Thank you, yeah. 9 tornado warnings so far. You're good, okay. What's up, Dr. Flusher? I'm doing very good, Doctor. Thank you. Yeah, if you guys are having a hard time hearing me, then I don't know what to say. I do not know what to say because it's being captured. I do have a filter on where it does cut out my voice. That's probably what you guys are referring to. I could remove that, or I could disable that. So if you're in Puckett, if you're in Gunn, that's where we have that tornado warning for another 41 minutes. This other storm, another 56 minutes with the tornado warning. And of course, up here in Clarendon, another 41 minutes with that tornado warning, with a severe thunderstorm downstream of that with a tornado possible tag on it. What's up, William? What's up, Justin Lee? Dr. Flusher, no, I do not see a high risk at all. No. I do not see this going high at all. We have only had literally 2 wind reports today. I mean, when I started the stream, there was only 2 wind reports. There are still 2 wind reports. I mean, really nothing at all. Unless this is starting later. Man, you don't see this often on the Storm Prediction Center. Look at their graphics, so detailed. Let me bring this up. I mean, their graphics have changed substantially. Like locally favorable corridor for supercell mature during the next couple of hours. So this is a favorable area for supercells. So a couple of supercells could mature over parts of the south central Mississippi during the next hour or two, posing an increased tornado threat. All right. Recent radar data from KGX depicts a loosely organized supercell tracking northeastward across parts of the south central Mississippi. This storm is evolving along the eastern edge of the warm sector and slightly south of an east-west oriented marine front, demarcating the corridor of boundary layer moisture middle upper 60 dew points to the south. This portion of the warm sector had substantial diurnal destabilization, steepening mid-level lapse rates amid the rich low-level moisture. C20 ahead of scene 21Z observed sounding ahead of the ongoing storm. Visible satellite imagery shows billow clouds transitioning to indicative of a favorable overlap of boundary layer instability and low-level shear. The VWP photograph from KGX confirms this, indicating an expanding clockwise turning photograph as well. If the developing storms can maintain appreciable resistance time south of the marine warm front during the next couple of hours, this corridor could be locally favorable for tornadoes. So we are going to have to see the southern Mississippi area. That is this area right here. So let me kind of circle this in. Locally, right here is the area to watch for, actually more so this area, for the potential for strong tornadoes. Because we have flow coming in out of the south, and we have mid-level flow coming in out of the southwesterly. So we are seeing veering winds in the low to mid-levels of the atmosphere. You can even see a supercell right here popping off. You can see the deep explosive convection nature. That is really indicative of a lot of turning with height, with winds. And if we actually go back, you can see the supercells. You could even see where the warmer air moisture is. Very low level cloud cover. And we can see, boom, right there, really exploding. Very explosive supercell right there. So that is going to be the storm to really watch as it stays within a pretty favorable area. We're also keeping an eye on the storm in Montrose. That has a tornado warning for the next 50 minutes. If you're in Arkansas City, downstream in Mississippi, they're going to You're going to have some really intense rainfall and flood potential. If you're in Clarendon, 36 minutes for that tornado warning. Rich Monroe, Blackton, please take shelter downstream. Oak Forest, if you're in Aubrey, if you're in Marina, please take shelter, okay? Very messy looking storm mode right now, which might be saving what could have been or what could still be a pretty big tornado outbreak. But so far, things have not evolved as expected as far as how this is supposedly going to go according to latest model guidance. If I do not sound weird, I do not sound weird at all. I don't know why you guys think I sound like a robot. It's probably lagging on your end. It could be the lag. Okay, yeah. This storm right here in Puckett is definitely organizing. It is cycling. If you're in Gunn, this is going in. This is still in Mississippi. Please take shelter. This supercell is trying to wrap in again. You can see definitely a hook echo on that. That is not to be ignored. This is definitely a maturing supercell. You can see the storm body up to the north, hail, heavy rainfall, and then you got the hook echo coming in on the back side of this. What's up, Emily WX? How are you doing? Or known as Winter Queen. So if you're in Puckett, Gunn, Barnes, if you're in Lingle, please take shelter. This is a maturing supercell. Supercell that is definitely trying to organize. However, there is a lot of tilt when we look and examine this supercell. Kind of diagnose the supercell, we can see it is definitely tilted, really tilted, which means there's a lot of wind shear. So we're going to have to see how this all evolves. Right now, I do not see anything that would make this rapidly organizing. It is trying to, though. But it is going to get into a slightly more favorable environment for tornado genesis. I'm doing very good, Emily. Went driving again today. And I ran over Alex the cat. No, I did not hit a cat, folks. I did not hit a cat, I promise you. I'm just joking with Alex. What's my favorite flavor of cheese? I don't know. I don't have really a flavor of cheese. I guess cheddar. I am not a cat, Alex. Yeah, that's me, yeah. Well, hey, I got 9 more days left until my behind the wheel test. 9 more days. I can't believe it. It is coming closer than close. And that reminds me, 4 days prior to my test, okay, you might not see me upload on YouTube for those 4 or so days. That's because I'm going to be doing hyper intensive studying, which means I am not going to be on my computer at all. I'm not even going to be on Discord probably. So just letting you know, mark your calendar on the, let's see here. So on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, actually, wait, no. Wait. Yeah, on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, I will not be on my computer at all. So if you're in Puckett, if you're in Gunn, if you're in Paulaville, if you're in Lingle, if you're in Trenton, Wicker, please take shelter now. There is a tornado warning for the next 30 minutes. This is the storm that we are watching. It is in a favorable environment. That's supercell in Mississippi. And then, of course, if we go up here towards Montrose, if you're in Macon Lake, if you're Bowman, Elmwood, Yellow Bayou, please take shelter. There is heavy rainfall and potentially a tornado on that, which is why we have a tornado warning on that storm. Velocities do not particularly indicate. More so, the storm over Arkansas City looks a little more concerning for some more rotation. But this is coalescing into that line of storms. This is kind of a merger kind of thing. This is maturing into a linear segment that is going to propagate all the way across into Jackson, Tennessee eventually. We do have storm chasers down here that are looking at these storms to seeing if they're going to mature. This is a huge radar hole. Dr. Flusher. Yeah, Dr. Flusher, if you keep it up, you will be hidden off the channel. Please do not attack any other people or harass anyone. All right, doing so, you will be hidden or on timeout. Thank you. Please be respectful. If you're in Gunn, if you're in Burns, that supercell is hanging on to its dear life. So, Lingle, if you're in Gunn, if you're in Burns, please take shelter. See if the rotation on this is getting a little stronger. And, oh gosh, yes. Definitely a rotating updraft. We got greens moving toward the radar. So we have velocities doing this. Broad rotation on this. That could get tighter. And we could have a tornado on this. We might even have one already. $15,000 people without power. What's up, Evil Spider Logos? How are you? If you're in Pulaski, please take shelter. Getting closer to I-20 in Mississippi. That's where that supercell is headed towards. Fixtown eventually. This is moving at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. 40 to 50 to 60 miles an hour. It will be in the Johns right around 6:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time, White Oak right around 6:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and Burns right around 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Ethan should be back later. Yeah, Ethan should be back later on. But yeah, definitely a rotating supercell, a rotating updraft, and a rotating thunderstorm here. So Daniel Mayton getting slammed right now with that tornado, with that rotating storm, maybe some large hail, quarter size off of this. Doesn't surprise me. We are seeing half-inch size hail according to the storm marker. And this storm is moving at about 33 miles an hour. According to the storm motion detection system. And that is at supercell. The other storms that we're watching is in Arkansas City. Again, in a radar hole, so the quality is terrible. So if you're in Cleveland, if you're in Boyle, if you're in Shelby, Mississippi, that is a tornado warning. That's where we have radar indicated rotation, and we are talking about hail the size of quarters. So mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. What's up, Ethan WX? Welcome, welcome. It's an honor that you're here tracking the severe weather. We're also watching these storms right here. We are also starting to see some of this kind of bent back look to the reflectivity. To the reflectivity. This means actually these could end up consolidating one or another, and we might start seeing potentially more supercells develop. So no warnings on this right now. In Pickens, Lexington, southward is where we're starting to see some of these bent back look to the reflectivity signatures, which do indicate that there's a lot of shear. And just a little bit of a fun fact about this, when you look at velocities like this, it matches your hodograph. So if we look at a hodograph, this is in, this is in western central Mississippi. So if we go back and look at the Nam Nest, it's not going to be exact, but it's going to be rather close. So we can see where these storms actually are, and click an area on the sounding, you can see that the hodographs typically do match. Not exactly, but it kind of gives us an idea that there is directional shear. So this is actually loading. So we'll see if these mature, and then it looks like they are starting to mature. Yeah, look at that. See, isn't that cool? You can literally see how the hodograph matches, how the hodograph and the radar presentation do actually match. Look at that. You cannot miss that at all. That's wonderful that radar gives us an idea that is clearly supercellular. And this sounding does support tornadoes. Not particularly dangerous tornadoes, but maybe even a few strong ones perhaps. So that goes to show you that there is a lot of shear over this western Mississippi area. And we will have to wait and see if any of these storms are able to get more better organized and mature into supercells like the one that we're seeing in Polkville in Mississippi right now. But hey, Ethan WX, I don't know if you could hear me, but how are you doing? Yeah, Dr. Flusher, you did say a racial slur about me. I am going to put you on timeout. If it happens again, you will be hidden. I saw what he said, you guys. So, yeah, Polkville, it's where we have that supercell. And that is still trying to organize. We do actually have a reconsolidation of some rotation going on just east of Daniel in Mississippi. Reds are moving away, greens are moving toward. But yeah, right now, we're going to see how these storms evolve right in here. These are more deeper into the moderate risk. And these could organize fairly quickly. What's up, William? Boosterman, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Lingle, Burns, if you're in Gunn, Puckett, Polkville, Pulaski, tornado warning is issued for another 17 minutes. And we did get a report of wind damage, so that will be our third report. So trees down at intersection of Highway 82 and Country Road 68 east of Hamburg via Twitter. So we are getting reports of down trees and power lines on that. And that will make it our fourth wind report today so far. We have another meso discussion. A new meso discussion. So, supercells should intensify during the next hour or so with a corresponding increase in tornado potential. So, we are going to keep an eye on that. So this area, we're going to have to see if these organize, but in a big radar hole. And another wind damage report. Tree down on power lines on Scott's Hideaway Road and also nearby on Green Bay Road. This is in Union Parish in Louisiana. So, yeah, getting wind damage. These storms are producing formidable wind damage. It's back. It is back, Alex Silva. Sorry, if I change screens, it dissipates. Sorry about that. But we have no more new warnings right now. Yet. And I'm only counting tornado warnings. And particularly, it's all on the bar there. No, Alex Silva, these storms will not die down because of the upper level support that is governing these storms. If we look at satellite imagery, we do have a lot of energy approaching from the west. So these storms will not die down at all. These are just getting started. These are definitely getting started. And you can see, if you go back to full screen, there is that supercell that we are tracking. And that is definitely exploding. Really deep convection. We have more storms down here that we're watching. But yeah, these are really explosive. Really explosive. And this does show the HRRR is pretty good at forecasting this, where we do have supercells that look to still fire up in the next hour or so, moving into western Mississippi. We have a new tornado warning. That is the extension. That is the extension. So that will make it 10 warnings in total. 10 warnings. Even so the extensions are there, we do count extensions. So Cleveland, Mississippi, Shelby, Mississippi, under a tornado warning right now. This has produced wind damage, so please get into your storm shelters. Man, yeah, there is definitely rotation on this. Embedded rotation. So yeah, maybe rain wrapped tornadoes. Lots of lightning strikes going on with that storm. Lots of lightning strikes. We have a barrage of lightning going on with that. And you can see how much lightning there is. In fact, there is so much lightning right now. If we bring up our lightning counters, there is over 10,000 lightning strikes within the last hour. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning on this. Also, windy.com shows a pretty good view of it. If we go right over there, you can see tons and tons of lightning. By the way, let's take a look at rainfall rates. 5 inches an hour, 8 inches an hour. Man, look at all the lightning. lot of lightning going on. So, yeah, tons of lightning. When thunder roars, please go indoors. Don't be outside in this. This is pretty dangerous. Heavy rainfall rates up to 5 inches an hour. That will lead to some flash flood concerns on rivers, small creeks, streams, rivers. Yeah, please stay off of roadways. Don't do it unless you need to go out there and drive. I wouldn't go out there and drive in flooded roadways. Storm chasers would probably take the risk of doing it, though, but I certainly wouldn't. Fixed town on I-20. Please take shelter. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and this is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So this is not moving very fast at all, which is good, but it is moving fast enough to where you need to take shelter within the next 20 to 30 minutes or sooner, since that supercell is hanging on to its dear life. But it does not look as organized as it did earlier. We do have inflow in green that is still feeding the storm, and we have red on the back side of that, which means there's still some weak broad rotation on the storm. But the storms to the north, that's where we have the tornado warning in Cleveland, Mississippi. Yeah, that's according to the windy.com that I use. And you can see here 6 inches an hour, 8 inches right there. Now, by the way, if you guys are wondering, how do you get Doppler radar and lightning detection? Well, that is for the premium users, I believe, on windy.com. It's like $20 a month to get that. You can definitely see a lot of lightning. Definitely a lot of strikes. Let's actually take a look at satellite before it gets dark over there. Yeah, you can definitely see some exploding storms. If we go over the last 2 hours, you can see how this all has evolved. You can definitely see some exploding thunderheads. And that's where we're seeing our lightning strikes, right within these storms. Those click sounds looks like firework poppers. Yeah, well, that's what you get. Well, I have the sound enabled, so that's why. Looks like there hasn't been any more lightning strikes yet. New wind damage report. Let's see. I haven't gotten any new wind reports yet on the Storm Prediction Center website. So if you're in Forest, if you are in I-20 corridor, please take shelter. Tornado possible on this one. It is still supercellular. It is still strong enough to be deemed a tornado here. That will expire in 7 minutes. Oh, you're not using SPC? Okay. I did not get any more wind damage reports yet. But there is definitely rotation on these two storms here. Benoit, Lamont, and Mississippi. These are definitely tornadic. The rotation that you're seeing, of course, it's in a radar hole. So, of course, it's going to be hard to tell if that's down to the surface. But you can see red and green colors do indicate there is rotation being noted here and also here. We have reds moving away and greens moving toward. Reds moving away here, greens moving toward. And so we have a tornado or rotating thunderstorm here, and where we might be seeing two possible tornadoes within that warning. So Cleveland, Boyle, and Shelby, please take shelter on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. That supercell is trying to hook up again a little bit. It's not as impressive on velocities. A tornado warning will be allowed to expire here probably within the next 5 or so minutes. What's up, Justin G? How are you? Hey, Justin, do you want to join the stream with me? Do you want to participate? Yeah, the storms in northern Louisiana, we will have to wait and see if those will mature. We do have one over here near I-20 in Louisiana that is showing some signs of some curvature to the radar or to the rain. Oh, okay, Justin. James Miller, how are you doing? A Tempest weather station, it's just a weather station like any other, except it requires low maintenance. I'm trying to get one though, but I just don't have... You know what I mean for it. I don't have the money for it, so I'm looking into getting one eventually. So Forest, yeah, Supercell is trying to get better mature. My water temperature is now it's still in the 50s. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the live stream and content, please subscribe and share this with their family and friends on social media. It does mean a lot as we are covering this live on the channel. 16.58 inches of rain an hour, rainfall rate. 16 inches, that is pretty heavy. 16 inches. I think that's not correct. Oh, nice. Alex Silva, that's awesome. You're Frosty Dew in your server. In my server, yeah. Also, hit the like button if you're enjoying the stream. We're literally 2 likes away from hitting 100. So if you're in Pace, if you're in the Mount Bayou, Shelby, if you're in Duncan, if you're in Boyle there, heavy rainfall. These rainfall rates here are in the 1-inch mark per hour right now. Then down here, where that heavier rain is, probably 6 to 7 inches an hour. Okay, the tornado warning has expired down there in Mississippi. The one in northwestern, like in Cleveland, that still has a tornado warning on it. So we're down to 1 tornado warning. Yeah, this storm in Forest, Justin, is trying to hook. Which radar site are you using though? You're saying it looks like KNQA. Oh gosh, yes. Okay. Yeah, the Escalua one, the Luxora coming into Tennessee. Yeah, that is definitely hooking. Okay, that should get tornado warning then. Yeah, if you're downstream of that, whoa. Yeah, that is definitely hooking. That should get tornado warned. That should definitely get tornado warned. Getting into Tennessee soon. Right on the border there of Tennessee and Missouri. Or Arkansas, I should say. A mesovort of 8. And it does have a TVS on it. So a tornado vortex signature, that is definitely a concern. Yeah, there's definitely a rotation on that. There should be a warning on that. I don't know why they have not put a warning on that. It is moving east at 40 miles an hour. Cranking on tilt 3. Let's go to tilt 3 then. I only get tilt 2 on this. But I will be happy to check on radar scope here. Oh my gosh, yes, those velocities. Go to tilt 4, Justin. It's even stronger. So tilt 3 and 4, that is definitely strong. There, that. Oh, and it went tornado warned. It is a tornado warning now. So, new tornado warning for that storm. So, if you're in Luxora, please take shelter immediately. Tornado warning has been issued for your area. We have a new tornado warning. This is for Mississippi, Lauderdale counties in Arkansas and Mississippi. Please take shelter now. That is a tornado warning. Yup. I knew it was also going to get tornado warning because of what I saw there. That really spun up quick. So greens are toward and reds are away from the radar. Grinder or gritter right over that area. It's where we have the rotation being detected on radar. Let's see the storms further south. In Cleveland, I would watch those storms too, Justin, down to the south in Mountain Bayou in Cleveland. There are 2 areas of rotation on those. Though that might get extended, that warning. We have a strengthening supercell-ish Lake Providence in Louisiana. That is trying to get better organized. We have a new supercell that is organizing east of Canton in Mississippi. Yeah, that is starting to organize. So that will be another storm to watch. What's up, Andy's Weather Center? Why do you think it will bust, Andy's Weather Center? Why do you think it could bust? I need to hear your thoughts. Remember, the worst of the tornado threat is yet to come in the next couple of hours. What's up, the Joshuan Empire? How are you? Memphis, Tennessee is about to get slammed here really soon with heavy rainfall. Boy, that is a intense line. If we actually go to... Man, look at all the lightning strikes. Rainfall rates along this line are up to 6 inches an hour. So, yeah, that is really, really heavy. Coming right into Memphis, 6 inches an hour soon. Right now, you have rainfall rates of about 0.3 of an inch an hour. There is a supercell in northeastern Louisiana that is moving more north against this flow. That could be the focal point. A lot of lightning. Look at this. Tons of lightning going on. So Cleveland, Shelby, Duncan. That tornado warned storm definitely has my attention still. My goodness, yes. Really intense rotation on this. Justin, if you can go to KLZK radar and go to the Cleveland storm. There is rotation on that. Still pretty strong too. I've been checking on that storm, yes, north of Memphis. Or, well, not, yeah. Yeah, north of Memphis. That still has rotation. There's no debris yet on it, but there is definitely a billowing out heavy rain core with that. Yeah, that's what I'm watching. That storm going to Lower Fourth, Deer Landing in Tennessee, Olive Beach, Arp, Central, Ripley. Yeah, you gotta take shelter. That has velocities up to about 60 decibels, which is enough to have rainfall rates up to 6 inches an hour, potentially. Frequent lightning, and yes, definitely a tornado on this that could be rain wrapped. No debris ball, Alex. No debris ball. This is not a bust, elevator tours by Rain Maves. No, it's not a bust. You guys keep on thinking it's a bust. Come on. It is not a bust. We will call this a bust if we don't get one tornado report by 1 in the morning tonight. 1 in the morning my time. That's 3 in the morning Central Time. Then we can call this a bust. But we are not going to call it a bust now. If you guys like the stream, hit the like button. We were at 100. Now we're down to 99 likes. So hit the like button if you haven't already. Thank you. So we're going to see the velocities on that are acting a bit strange. Well, it's not really. We'll see if it tries to hook again, though. So we're going to have to see how this pans out. This tornado down there in Cleveland, Mississippi, that definitely has an elevated meso vortex on it. We should get a new update from the Storm Prediction Center with their outlook. See what they're saying. A new update of the outlook will be issued in 30 minutes. So we'll see with what they do with the outlook. If they crop it down way much, then we know. But it is still a full moderate risk, as you can see there. But we will know in 30 minutes exactly what's going on. I'm here, Alex. David, from the conditions you see, right? Now, do you think the tornado watch could be extended east? Let's see. I definitely think so. I think into central Alabama there will be a tornado watch issued there in the next 4 or 5 hours. And actually in the next 3 or 4 hours, I bet. There are some semi-discrete storms that do look to hold off in the southern quadrant of the line. But the worst tornado threat is right now all the way through about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, my time. All right. I do agree with you, Justin, on that. Mr. SPC. Yeah, everyone, Justin G does work at the Storm Prediction Center. He does. He actually works at the Storm Prediction Center. I'm just kidding. He actually doesn't, but boy, he sure can. He is pretty dang smart at what he does. I will be right back. Gonna get something to drink. Nice. What are you having to drink? Maybe Alex Miller. I know, Justin. I know. So, Justin G, what are your thoughts about this? This looks a bit messy, the convection and stuff. So, what are we seeing here? What is preventing tornadoes thus far? Tell me. What are your thoughts? I want to hear your opinion in the chat. Ooh, this storm is definitely getting organized near Providence. Man, if the KULM radar site would work, that would be more than helpful. But it is not working. David Schlotthauer, I'm in a Discord server where one of their moderators does work for the National Weather Service local office. Oh, really? Nice, Alex Silva. That would be so cool if I could have a moderator or a member in my server that would work for the National Weather Service. That would make me feel special. We are 25 subscribers away from 5,000, folks. 50% there to 10K. We do have cameras out ahead of this. So we'll see with what goes on as far as storms go when they approach. Another camera down here. This is in Olive Beach. Looks like we got lightning strikes. Okay, I see what you mean, Justin. What's up, Scene Files? How are you doing? Or Fields? Yeah, if we can get any discrete storms, this would become a pretty big concern. Like this storm right here, it's just trying its best. It is trying its super hardest to get organized, but every time it tries, it just doesn't want to, and it doesn't look like it's going to. The velocities on that are really kind of bleh. They're not really exciting on that storm like they were earlier. If we go to storm reports, though, yeah, we are only up to 6 wind reports. No tornado reports today. So we're really going to have to see and wait to see what the SPC has to say. That is a good thing, yeah. The only thing that this is going to bust is if we have a lot of messy linear confluent zones that develop. Kind of like what we're seeing right now. If this holds together, we're probably not going to end up seeing a big outbreak like we thought. But you never know. You just never know. Dew points are in the low 70s, though. All the way in Jackson, Mississippi. So the air is very humid and really unstable. Just a matter of the flip of a switch. If we're going to get anything that pops off. But as far as what's preventing storms from maturing, thus far, weak ascent, no noticeable warm layer, and slightly messy mode. Still a dangerous threat, but I'm not super confident. You're not super confident about what? You're not super confident about it busting. I understand. I don't see this busting. We are going to see a tornado on the ground, I'm sure. I think we'll see at least 2 or 3 tornadoes on the ground. It's just a matter of when does that happen. Yeah, same here. I would like it to be a bust. I would absolutely love it to be a bust, right? I think everyone would in the weather community would like to see it a bust. Because that means no damage. So, yeah, Clarksdale, Cleveland, downstream here, or, yeah, further south. These storms, we'll have to wait and see. We did get a hail report of 1.75 inches. Golf ball size hail near Benoit out of that storm. The one that has numerous lightning strikes. Those are more discreet, though. So we will see. Things can pop up more aggressively. But yeah, look at all the lightning strikes. And the rainfall rates, 10 inches an hour, 6 inches an hour along this heavy rain swath. Rain's coming down pretty stinking good with that. Yeah, rainfall rates 14 inches an hour in Cleveland, Mississippi. Look at all the lightning strikes, though. Tons and tons of lightning. Definitely a lot of lightning, though. And it's this storm in Cleveland that we're watching. A lot of lightning activity on that. 5 to 10 inches of rain per hour in Cleveland right now. That's according to the Windy app, okay? Sorry if you're hearing clicking. That is the lightning thing that is activated. Not super confident, but it's a major about a major event. Could easily see underperformance, but it's also not hard for it to go boom and for us to see several strong tornadoes. Yeah. It's either boom or bust. Could it boom or could it bust? We shall find out. I am not liking, though, the long confluence zones, though. There's not a lot of isolation. I want to see storms that look like this. I want to see a storm that looks like this and like this. What we're seeing is a lot of linear, a lot of confluence bands setting up. You can see them right here. One confluence band. We have another confluence band here. Another one starting to pop up. Of course, up here is just a wicked mess. So it is going to be interesting to see how this all plays out in the next 2 to 3 hours. And it will be interesting what the SPC does. Ooh, new tornado warning. So we got 12 tornado warnings, yet we don't have any tornado reports. So if you're in Rulesville, Drew right now, heavy rainfall's coming down. Webb, Lambert, Marks. Downstream, please. Rainfall rates 5+ inches an hour. That will lead to some flash flood concerns. Definitely flash flooding. Two-inch hail marker on this now. 2¼ inches. So we are seeing some large hail on this potentially. Quarter size, golf ball size perhaps. So if you're downstream, yeah, that's some moderate to heavy rainfall coming down. That rain is coming down pretty good. If you are over here in Central, in Tennessee, Key Corners, Tennessee, definitely lesser reflectivity intensities, so that is a good sign. There's still some damaging winds, and yes, there is rotation in that over Tomato in Arkansas getting into Tennessee. So maybe some embedded rotation within that. It's about to get rough, though, in Olive Beach. You can see the lightning, actually. How's everybody enjoying the stream so far? We do got some lightning activity going on. You're under a wind advisory, Candy? Gosh, that is some really high reflectivity values. 70 decibels on that. So yeah, pretty intense embedded or semi-discrete supercell. So Lake Providence, that's where we have that storm that is trying to get better organized. Oh gosh, yes. Stronger rotation on that one. Lake Providence, Ashland, that could get tornado warned. That could be our next tornado warning. So yeah, Lake Providence in Louisiana moving into Mississippi. That reds are moving away from the radar, greens are moving toward the radar, so we are seeing rotation on that. So you can see. Do you guys hear buzzing? That's probably why I turn on my filter. The noise suppression. Should be better now. That's why I turn on my noise canceling so it can't be picked up. Well, I heard ringing like a phone in the background. While you're hearing things, oh, we got a new tornado warning. So, new tornado warning in Webb right now, new tornado warning. So, we're up to 13 radar indicated tornado warnings so far. And then, oh, and a new tornado warning. I don't think I got that one. So, we're up to 14 tornado warnings. So, if you're downstream in Rolling Fork, Anguilla, Chartersville, Congo. Yeah, that's a tornado warning. Yeah, that rotation is definitely increasing. Definitely increasing. The velocities on that, yeah. Northern Louisiana cell rapidly organizing, exactly what I was talking about. Which radar site are you using? You're probably using the one that I'm using. This is quickly organizing. The Mayersville one, Rolling Fork. Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a hook developing, so we will see and wait how that ends up performing. If that becomes our next critical storm to watch. Oh gosh, that rotation definitely tightening up. Definitely tightening up. Oh yeah, definitely tightening up now. Yeah, that is a storm that it needs to be watched. That is a storm. I need to see how high up this is, where that rotation is being detected right now. It's 5,000 feet. We'll have to really wait and see if that ends up drilling down to the surface. Let's bring up our storm spotter network. We don't have a lot of storm spotters on this. Doesn't surprise me, though. But yeah, definitely a lot of lightning on that storm. Yeah, look at the lightning activity on that. That is increasing substantially. Big lightning activity. So this is going to be a storm that is going to have to be watched within the tornado watch. 9 minutes before we get the newest SPC Outlook update. Oh gosh. Definitely strengthening. Oh yeah. This is, yeah, the couplet's definitely intensifying. Strengthening supercell here. Oh gosh, there's a donut on this. We do have a donut on this. Donut watch has been issued. Or donut warning. We have a donut warning. So if you're in Mayersville, Mississippi, Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Anguilla, Mississippi. Excuse me. Yeah, if you are downstream of this, excuse me on that. This is rapidly organizing. Rapidly organizing. Mayersville, Hopedale, Rolling Fork, Anguilla, Lake Providence, or northeast of Lake Providence. That is organizing pretty quickly. Wow, yeah. That has velocities of 110. 110 velocities on that. Yeah, that is very, very organized. Oh my gosh, that thing is intensifying again. Even further. Oh, this is going to be the tornado of the stream, I think. This is going to be the tornado of the stream. This is putting out so much lightning. This is putting out so much lightning. It is unbelievable. So, yeah, Elsie, if you're in Rolling Fork, this is a serious storm. Serious storm. That is definitely a tornado that is really close of making contact. Yeah, the Jackson radar site, that's what you were referring to, Justin, yes. My gosh, that rotation. No debris yet on that. There is definite. Oh, they extended. They have extended the tornado warning. So they're very sure that this is going to develop. Because they have extended it. And we have a donut on this and 2-inch hail. We have a 2-inch hail marker on it. Oh, yes. Yes, yes. That's a donut. That is a definite donut. Oh, wow. Yes, a bounded weak echo region. That is so supercellular. This is what you do not want to see. Like I said, any discrete and mature cell in this environment will produce strong to potentially violent tornadoes. This will likely be the cell of the day. Yeah, this thing has matured very quickly. This thing has just blown up like nothing else. Very strong rotation on this. And yes, Justin, we are getting velocities 50 touching 50. So about 100 gate-to-gate shear on this. So Rolling Fork and Anguilla, please take shelter. This is a very serious storm. So yeah, this is what we're seeing. This is the donut that we're catching on Doppler. So we got a rain-free area, or well, lighter rain that is, surrounded by a donut of heavier rainfall that is surrounding it. So this is what we call a bounded weak echo region, a rain-free core, nearly a rain-free core, surrounded by some pretty intense rainfall. And that donut is becoming more well-defined. So we have a stronger, we definitely have a critical storm that is on our hands. Hail almost 3 inches in diameter. So this is putting out some pretty big hailstones. And a lot of lightning. Look at all the lightning on that storm. Just on that one storm. This is for you, Justin. On this one storm, we're seeing 1.2 to 2,000 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. Yay! Ethan, you're back. Ethan. Ethan. Oh my gosh, that rotation. Internet is insanely slow.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Alright.
Dude, strong supercell coming into Rolling Fork, Mississippi right now. Strong supercell, bounded weak echo region.
That thing right there is very concerning. Really concerning right there.
Oh my.
This is what we see with a long-lived supercell when it's getting ramped up to produce several tornadoes, even long-track significant tornadoes.
Gosh. The mezzo on this is almost up to a 10, Ethan.
Just insane, PDS.
What?
What is PDS? Oh, yeah.
Oh, it is PDS. It is PDS. Yeah. All right. Particularly dangerous situation. A particularly dangerous situation. So, oh my gosh, these velocities, Ethan.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about this cell here. This is going to be one that we're going to be tracking extensively here in the short term.
Let's just say my velocities are malfunctioning on radar Omega. They are malfunctioning. They are de-aliasing, whatever you call that.
Yeah, and the fact that it has such a strongly defined bounded weak echo region, that's got a really intense updraft in it.
Man, that rotation. Wow. And Ethan, this has almost a 3-inch hail marker on it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Jeez.
Big time updraft here.
Oh my gosh. This is how major tornadoes are made, y'all. This is as serious as it gets with a bounded weak echo region. Yes, it is, Justin. Bounded donut warning. And I did say donut warning at the beginning. Like, a donut warning means take it seriously. Man, AccuWeather is even live on this supercell right now. I got a notification from AccuWeather that they're live streaming on this one storm.
I am not surprised, because this is right where we were concerned about at the right time in the evening for something like this to start going.
Oh, wow. Bounded weak echo region just got well more defined. Well defined. Jeez, Ethan, you could see it's almost like a hurricane. Look at my stream right now. This almost looks like a mini hurricane.
Oh yeah, and when you do get that on the
moly.
mesoscale, that kind of sense of circulation.
You could see the inflow arms of heavy rainfall.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Justin G is reporting a strong tornado on the ground right now near Rolling Fork. Strong tornado on the ground.
That would not be surprising, given the intensity of this cell, and that means downstream places, you're really going to be needing to pay attention to this, because this could be on the ground for a while.
So, Ethan, velocities are up to 85. 85 touching 62.
Okay, wow. Yeah, already.
Oh my gosh, dude. If you're downstream Anguilla right now, Rolling Fork, you are in a life-threatening situation. This is a particularly dangerous situation. I got some good news. It looks like the donut is filling in a little bit. The reflectivities have increased. But it might also be picking up debris, too.
Significant.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah, big debris ball. Big debris ball.
Right here.
Big debris ball, Ethan. Big debris ball. Yup. We got a debris signature. Rolling Fork right now. Please take shelter. That is a debris ball. That's why the donut filled in. So do not mistake that the donut has filled in just because, oh, it's weakening. No. That is debris falling through the updraft. Oh my gosh, this is de-aliasing like crazy, Ethan.
Yeah, it's showing every signature of a significant tornado-producing supercell. Absolutely.
Ethan, 95 knots touching 60 knots right now. 95 knots touching 60 knots.
Oh my gosh. That's very significant, and that does suggest we're in the range of a supercell that could produce a strong violent tornado. Violent being EF4+, so just filter if you're downstream.
Okay, we got 105, Ethan. 105 touching 51. 105 touching 51.
Wow.
Tornado emergency. Tornado emergency, Ethan.
Yes. Oh gosh, it is tornado emergency.
Oh no. No.
Holy cow.
Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Oh my
This is a tornado
gosh.
emergency for Rolling Fork and Anguilla in Mississippi. Particularly dangerous, potentially deadly tornado is on the ground.
Deadly
This is moving
tornado.
northeast.
Did they just say deadly tornado? No, they did not
Potentially,
say.
potentially deadly.
Oh my freaking gosh. Oh my gosh. Big debris ball, Ethan. Big debris ball. Huge. I can't look at this. I'm sorry, I cannot look at this. That is, if you are in Anguilla right now, you are in a deadly situation. You are in a deadly situation. So, at 8:03 p.m., a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Rolling Park, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. To repeat, this is a tornado emergency for Rolling Fork and Anguilla. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado emergency. This is a deadly tornado. Source, radar confirmed a deadly tornado. You are in a life-threatening to potentially deadly situation. Flying debris will be dangerous and deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be completely destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. To repeat, this is a tornado emergency right now.
And just
Ethan,
to kind of
Ethan, really quick, 100 now touching 70. 100 touching 70. Gate to gate here nearing 200.
it is very, very possible we're seeing a violent tornado now.
My gosh. Justin, do you want to join the stream with us if you can? Look at all the storm chasers going after this. All the storm chasers. They're literally going after this.
Oh, I'm certain of that. This is the one that they've been waiting for, I think.
Okay, the Doppler radar velocities are clipping. I mean, the velocities are coming down, but at the same time, some of the scans, it just goes crazy. So I wonder if the velocities are being malfunctioned due to the fact that the system is so violent. I mean,
It's happened in some violent tornadoes before.
oh my gosh, that's going right over Rolling Fork, Ethan, and that debris ball is absolutely deep. It's going right on top of Rolling Fork right now. It is destroying Rolling Fork.
Oh my gosh. This is terrible.
It is going right over Rolling Fork. It is destroying Rolling Fork right now. It is just obliterating Rolling Fork. It just went over Rolling Fork. I cannot believe that. It brings back the vibes of Mayfield. Literally Mayfield vibes. It just went right over. Oh my gosh, Ethan, it is so intense. The velocities, it is messing up the velocities. Look at my screen, dude. Look at my screen. Oh my gosh.
Holy crap.
Look at my screen. It just malfunctioned the velocities surrounding the whole entire thing.
That oh, I this is hard to describe looking at something like this because looking at this, these are signatures of at this point quite likely a violent tornado producing supercell.
We have 100, Ethan. We have 100 touching 80 right now. So 180 gate to gate shear. Oh my gosh,
Oh,
look at that.
holy crap. We do also, thanks to Justin, he has sent some Twitter links over of some of the chasers in the area. They do have a visual on this large tornado that is on the ground. Uh, I don't know if you've seen any of these, David. I'm trying to get it over when it loads.
If you're in Anguilla right now, you need to be taking shelter richly. Oh my gosh. Black pixels, Ethan. I mean, there is no radar data. There is no radar data.
Yeah, that's this is something that I haven't seen in a really long time.
Oh man. I'm waiting for more data to come in. Huge debris ball, though. Big debris ball.
Yes, and sadly, it looks like Rolling Fork just took a direct hit from this.
Okay, John is saying 160 gate to gate shear. Whew, that is nasty. Big debris ball.
And we don't information to try and scare people. We're just trying to convey the seriousness of this kind of situation.
Reed is on it. Yeah, sorry if we sound like we're hyping this up, though, but dude, I mean, you cannot ignore radar signatures on Radar Omega and other radar sites that I'm using.
Yes, and again, a tornado emergency is the most serious warning the National Weather Service can issue, so that's why we really focus on the seriousness. David, I did send you a link to a picture from storm chaser Zachary Hall of this tornado.
Oh my gosh, Ethan, look how big that is. Oh
That
my.
is tremendous.
Look at how big this thing is, dude. It's a freaking wedge. That is a wedge tornado right there. You could see it. It is like, man, if I can draw it more clear. See if I can get the edge of it. Yeah, it's like right here. Look how big that thing is. Look how big that is.
Absolutely.
All right, Justin is keeping an eye on more rapidly maturing supercells to the south. Ethan, those could mature quickly and produce more strong tornadoes. We might be witnessing something.
Yeah, it
Man.
seems like the outbreak is really kicking in now.
Oh, I forgot to show you guys. There we go. There's the image. Sorry. Look at that system. Look at that tornado. I'm retweeting this. Oh my. Dang, dude, that's big. That is very big. Alex Silva, we have a violent tornado on the ground. Strong to violent tornado on the ground. Oh my goodness, Ethan. Guess what?
What?
110 touching 90.
Oh my gosh. 110 touching 90. That is definitely violent if it's at that point. Holy crap.
It's rain wrapped. It is completely rain wrapped. You can't even see there's no hook on radar. It is so rain wrapped.
Yeah, I want to focus too on the downstream locations because this tornado has, it looks like Athenia and Gila right now. So, the towns of Midnight, Silver City, and Belzoni, also it looks like Luis, need to be taking shelter immediately. This is an extremely strong tornado and it is headed that way. Based on the latest warning, it's moving that way at 55 miles per hour.
John is reporting gate-to-gate shear of 200 miles an hour. Gate-to-gate shear, 200 miles an hour, Ethan.
Um, that fits with your analysis of the radar, too.
Man, oh, living. Wow. 102 still touching 80. 102 touching 80. So if you're in Holland Landing right now, please take shelter. Please immediately take shelter. A violent tornado is on the ground doing extensive damage.
And we don't use these words lightly.
Oh, also, Ethan, the debris is being centrifuged out from the tornado, too. It is being thrown several miles away from the tornado.
Oh, man.
Oh.
That's another signature of a potentially violent tornado.
This is bad.
This is disastrous, even, I would say.
You can see the freaking debris being flung out from the tornado. That could be hail, but that could be debris too. And there's your tornado right here. There it is. And the thing with this, Ethan, there is so much lightning. I guess how many lightning strikes just on this storm alone?
I wouldn't have any idea.
Almost 4,000 lightning strikes in the last 10 to 30 minutes.
Wow. That is an intense updraft.
Very intense updraft. All right, Ethan, there is a debris ball signature on reflectivity now. There is a debris ball signature on radar. On reflectivity. You there? Ethan, you there?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm just letting
Oh.
I'm just letting you know there is a debris ball on reflectivity.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. This does remind me of the evolution of violent tornado producing supercells in the past. Initially, we've got that bounded weak echo region, but as it moves further to the east, it kind of develops a more classic type structure, and it might be trying to do something like that now.
So this is going right over Highway 14 right now. Violent tornado crossing over Highway 14 right now. Towards midnight, Romeo right now, please take shelter. Silver City, please take shelter. You are in a deadly situation. Tornado emergency continues on the Anguilla storm right now. Violent, strong to violent tornado. Ongoing. The bounded weak echo region might be intensifying a little bit more, Ethan.
Oh man.
It's hard to tell, though. Is it trying to intensify? It's hard to say, though. There is definitely a notable debris ball on that, though. That is a given. With velocity still at 90 knots. Enrot is at a 3, Ethan. John is saying 2.9 to a 3 INROT. I don't get INROT for some reason on my program. I don't know why, but I don't get it.
Huh. I don't get it either.
INROT now 3.1. Okay, that's what John is saying. 3.1 on the INROT.
Justin is saying SPC has an MCD out for this now, for this specific cell. Be sure to look at that.
And I want to update you, the moderate risk has been removed off the SPC website. Okay. An intense tornado, EF3 plus, is likely ongoing with a supercell tracking northeastward across western Sharkley County, Mississippi. And this storm should persist for the next 60 minutes, Ethan. 60 minutes. Latest radar data shows an organized cyclonic supercell tracking northeastward across western Sharkley County, Mississippi, with a VROT above 70 knots and a well-defined TDS up to 13,000 feet, indicative of an intense EF3 plus tornado. Given the perimeter space STP of a 4, the downstream environment features a large clockwise curved hodograph. Per VWP out of KDGX at around 430 meters squared per second squared in the 0 to 1 kilometer range, 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. Amid rich boundary layer moisture, this will support the maintenance of this intense supercell toward the northeast for the next hour or so.
Yes, exactly. That's what we were discussing pretty much all day leading into this, the potential for long-lived tornadoes with some of these cells.
That is still has a well-defined... And this thing started... And that has tracked a little long already. Let me see the distance. This storm, Ethan, has tracked... This tornado has tracked 17 miles already.
I would not be surprised. Also, I should say, the fact that it is expected to be so long tracked, we need to look downstream even further than we normally would. I know it's outside the warning area, but locations like Kruger, Howard, Lexington, Blackhawk, eventually the Winona, Vaden, and Beatty areas, also West and Durant. All these locations need to be watching this extremely closely because we do have a significant tornado that is ongoing.
And also, Ethan, we have velocities. Given the fact that it might be manipulating with the radar a little bit, the velocities, 90 touching 101.
And that would be really, that would match with some violent tornado producing cells I've seen before, including EF4s or higher.
Oh, shoot, Ethan. Get this. 114 touching, because this is de-aliasing. So 114 properly, because this is acting funny, you guys. Just understand that. 114 touching probably 80 right now, or 90. So we're at over or at 200 gate-to-gate shear. So if you're in midnight right now, Silver City, please take shelter immediately. Please take shelter. This is a violent tornado. This is a violent tornado right now on the ground. Okay, new pixel update, Ethan. 110 touching 90 right now. So that's 200. Wow. 200 gate-to-gate shear. $200 gate-to-gate shear. And the TDS, Ethan, is super deep.
Yep, it's still going, and it's probably still going to be going for a little bit, at least.
Oh my gosh. You could see the TDS clearly on reflectivity. You can clearly see it on reflectivity. Wow. So Silver City, Belzoni needs to take shelter immediately. Very strong tornado. Violent tornado. So what we're seeing here, and Ethan, explain the velocities. What do they mean? What do we mean when we say negatives to positives? Teach my viewers this, because we got a lot of people watching and they're probably wondering, what are we seeing?
Right. And it's important to understand these. The velocity is basically showing the motion of the raindrops and the particles in the atmosphere, what the radar beam is going out and measuring. As it's reflecting off of these reflectors, which could be rain, could be hail, could be mist, it's using the Doppler effect to estimate how fast and in what direction the wind is moving. So if you've got green on radar, that is moving toward the radar. If you've got red, that's moving away from the radar. And the stronger those values, the stronger the winds. In this case, things are so strong that it's getting kind of hard to tell. The red gets so high that it gets into kind of this almost white category, and the green gets so high it gets kind of purpley even. So that matches up with really, really intense and potentially violent tornado signatures in the past, but is indicative of a really, really tight and strong circulation based on that velocity.
Yes. All right. Um, Alex Silva says Fox Weather says they see EF5 damage in the tornado emergency while they drove through the area of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, or yeah, Mississippi. EF5 damage, Ethan.
Not right now, but oh, whole, um,
What is it?
whole,
What is it?
holy, oh my gosh. Well, we do have a damage picture, and this is really hard to describe, but this is what we were afraid of here. That is a damage picture from Rolling
Oh
Forks.
my god.
That is total
Oh my
destruction.
gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. There's nothing left. There is nothing left. Sorry, you guys. I'm not trying to tear up. Oh. There is nothing left of that. Take a look at that. That whole car got flipped over, Ethan.
That is exactly what we were afraid of, and I at this point, I just hope the fatalities are at a minimum. That's really what you can hope for at this point.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
But that picture right there is total destruction.
That, oh my gosh. Alex Silva was not lying when he said that. Of the new Fox Weather says EF5 damage in the tornado emergency. That is not a you. Wow. Yeah, no pre-rating. We don't know, but boy, that does not look good at all. That is. Oh my gosh. Wow, velocities on this, Ethan. Sickening. 75 touching 95.
Wow, that is this is horrible to see.
That is very tight, too. That rotation. Very tight. Midnight is going to get destroyed. This is...
Midnight and Silver City look to be in the path.
Yes, Midnight and Silver City will be getting destroyed. If you're in Midnight right now, you better get in your storm shelter. You need to get in your storm shelter right now. Seriously. This...
I'm really afraid as this heads into Silver City because they might be in the direct path of this. I'm really afraid what might happen.
I'm afraid that that people watching my stream may not take shelter if they're in the path of this. So please heed the warning, all right? This is you just saw damage. Okay, you saw complete destruction. That might end up being your freaking house. Laughing out loud, tornado emergency is trending on Twitter like crazy. Actually, I'm going to join the crew. I am actually going to snip this.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, I do want to kind of go over some sheltering. I know that a lot of people here, you know what to do with if a tornado is happening, but for the people who might be downstream, you certainly want to be taking shelter in a sturdy building, away from windows, the most walls between you and the outside as possible. If you don't have a basement, an interior closet or bathroom works. Don't be in a mobile home at all. A mobile home will not stand up to any bit of this, so you need to be seeking shelter in anything else. Get off the road, the highway going through Silver City. Get off of that highway. This is going to be coming right over there. Don't go into a large span building like a mall, shopping centers. If you are in one of those, seek shelter in a designated tornado shelter or an interior bathroom away from all the windows and exterior walls. That's going to be your best bet in this kind of situation.
Please take shelter now. This is a tornado emergency. Okay, let's get back onto this. Dude, this is messing with the radar. Okay, Ethan, we have bigger news to share with you. 123 pixel, Ethan, touching 95.
Wow.
That's over
Okay.
over 200 gate-to-gate shear.
And I do want to say that they have extended a tornado warning downstream. This includes Carrollton, Kruger, and Nicola. This is for Holmes, Carroll, LaFleur, and Humphreys counties for a confirmed tornado. Obviously, a dangerous tornado is going on right now. And this warning is not a PDS at this moment, but it probably will be if the storm maintains intensity once it gets beyond Silver City. And that's not quite to Winona yet, but certainly keep that in mind. It is aiming right toward there at this point.
And not only that, this tornado is so intense, Ethan, on GR2 Analyst, there's a blank pixel on the velocity. There is no pixel being detected because whatever algorithm it's using, it is messing up the algorithm.
Yeah.
It's going right for Silver City. Silver City, you are going to see a violent tornado at this point. Violent tornado. It is going right over Silver City, Ethan. At this rate, it is going to hit Silver City head freaking on.
Yes, that's unfortunately what it seems to be doing.
Now, while the debris ball has weakened a little bit, don't let that fool you. Do not let that fool you, because there are velocities on this at 110 touching 100. So we are seeing velocity or gate-to-gate shear of 210 miles an hour. 210, and we have 2 storm chasers en route to that.
Tornado emergency for midnight in Silver City. This is a particularly dangerous situation.
Oh my gosh, Ethan. I should have not shown that on Vince Waltie's. He is looking right at the tornado right now. That thing is big. That thing
absolutely.
That thing is a monster. That is a wedge. That's a wedge tornado.
We're certainly dealing with a very large and destructive tornado. Also, I thought you were joking when you said that they downgraded the moderate, but they really did.
Yeah, they did.
Wow.
I never joke like that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're down to 82 velocities, Ethan, but sadly, velocities on the other side are still at 100. So about 182 gate-to-gate shear. Okay, Crazy Weather Dude is saying this tornado is 1 mile in diameter. 1 mile in diameter wedge tornado.
I would not be surprised, given the signatures that we've seen. This is terrible.
I'm doing hotspot updates on this. I'm doing hotspot updates, especially for Twitter users.
Yeah, and to the people who are on here watching this stream, if you have a Twitter account, it would be really good to share this stream on Twitter right now, because what we're doing is trying to provide up-to-date, as it's happening, coverage of things like this. We want to let people know downstream what locations are going to be impacted and where this is right now. So please share this stream. Also like the stream, because then YouTube will share it out as well.
That's the word right now. We got to get this out. We got to get this out, because right now, this is very bad. Very bad. My heart's racing, Ethan.
Yeah, I got a stomach drop feeling when I saw that velocity imagery earlier.
Okay, I'm sending out another tweet on this right now. Sending out another tweet. How many miles is it out of Silver City, Ethan? Like a mile? Is it? No, wait. It's like 2 miles southwest of Silver City.
Yeah, I don't have anything to measure distance on my radar app or software.
Okay, to repeat a strong to violent tornado. It's 2 miles southwest of Silver City. Now, complete destruction is occurring. Complete destruction is occurring. Last measured gate to gate shear is 190 miles per hour. This is a deadly situation. Violent tornado, violent tornado.
Around 34,000 people in the storm area have no power, according to Evil Spider logos.
Oh, shoot, dude!
And this is coming into Silver City right now. This is right over them.
I sent out another tweet. Okay, it is going over Silver City right now. Oh my gosh, these velocities, Ethan, are malfunctioning. They are malfunctioning. 100. We got, Ethan, we got. Oh my gosh, I can't even. Okay, yeah. We have 70 touching 115.
Okay, yeah, that's still a significant radar signature, obviously. This is currently hitting Silver City. It's going just south of the middle of Belzoni, but if you're in southern areas of Belzoni, you could see some impacts from this, even from the inflow. Downstream, we're going to be headed toward the Kruger and Tukola areas, especially between there. That highway going between there is going to be in the path of this. And further down from that, looks like Koila and Blackhawk in Mississippi going to be in the path. Also, maybe Carrollton. Hopefully downtown Carrollton is spared, but especially from there southward, you need to be looking out for this downstream. Oh, hey, we've got some new storm reports.
All right, I also got a storm report from Vegas Aviation. Vince Walty is reporting that the tornado is absolutely massive, and we got a new tornado emergency that just got issued downstream of the current tornado emergency. So we're up to 2 tornado emergencies so far.
Okay, we do have a storm report also from a storm chaser. This was that picture we saw earlier. Picture of completely destroyed structure, rolled vehicles, and severely damaged trees in the Rolling Fork area. But we also have another report from amateur radio where individuals were trapped in what was described as a truck stop near Rolling Fork after a tornado. At least 1 injury at the location, so we do have confirmed injuries now.
Hold on, Ethan, talk really quick.
Okay, and as was said, we have a tornado emergency downstream now. A new tornado emergency. Northern Holmes, Western Carroll, Southern LaFleur, and East Central Humphreys counties in Mississippi. This is a tornado emergency for Tukola, and this is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Thornton might be impacted by 8:50 p.m. Central Time, Tukola and Howard around 9 p.m., Seven Pines at around 9:15 p.m., Blackhawk by 9:20 p.m., and Koila and Emory by 9:25 p.m. And to repeat, this is a large, destructive, significant tornado which has had a long history of producing severe destruction and producing confirmed injuries now.
What is it?
The new tornado emergency?
Yes, the new tornado emergency. Dude.
Yep, that was the one that you got.
Okay, yeah, I see it. New tornado emergency extended. Velocities on this are absolutely insane. Still insane. The debris signature is not as significant, but that doesn't mean it's not a big tornado. It may be in a very rural area, but velocities are clearly indicating that this is still a very strong to potentially violent tornado right now. right now, if you're in Kruger, if you're in Blackhawk, if you're in Colia, in Mississippi, downstream of this, you've got to take shelter. This is a violent tornado. And we have gone reports that Ethan was saying individuals were trapped in what was described as a truck stop near a Rolling Fork after a tornado moved through the town. At least one injury at this location. One injury, Ethan. That tells you the power of this thing.
Yes, at least one injury. It certainly could be more, unfortunately.
This is really destructive. Velocities are really significant on this still. It does not look as serious as the velocities were earlier, but what are your thoughts on this, Ethan? It looks like it might try to be weakening. What are we seeing out of this?
Yeah, there's a potential that it could be, but one of the things too we need to keep in mind is that we're getting increasingly distant from the Jackson, Mississippi radar site with further distance. So as it moves along, we're not getting as clear of an image in the low levels of what's happening. But it certainly could be a situation where the tornado kind of weakens and then cycles back again. If we do confirm that over several scans, at this point it still looks like it's going fairly strong, headed toward the Toccola area, and that's why that tornado emergency was extended.
Yes. So please take this very seriously, folks. A tornado emergency is, and explain that, Ethan. What is a tornado emergency, and why do we treat it as seriously as we can possible?
Yes, a tornado emergency is the highest level of warning that can be issued by the National Weather Service. It indicates that a suspected strong to violent tornado is moving into an area of high population. So they suspect that this tornado is capable of causing extremely severe damage, catastrophic damage even, in an area that has a high population of people, structures, all kinds of things like that. So it has a high probability of causing injury and even death if it is as strong as it is. So that's where they're really concerned about potential for a violent tornado producing severe destruction and potentially, because it's impacting a bigger community, a mass casualty incident.
Wow. That's bad. So this tornado will be near. Again, we're talking about a strong to potentially violent tornado near Thornton around 8:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Toccola and Howard around 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Seven Pines around 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Blackhawk around 9:20 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Colia and Emory right around 9:25 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is, again, a tornado emergency for Toccola. This is a particularly dangerous tornado emergency. Okay? We are seeing a catastrophic damage with this. This will cause catastrophic damage. Okay? And we are still seeing, maybe it's cycling again, Ethan. We might start seeing something new popping up here. We got another area of stronger rotation to its north. Maybe twins that we could be seeing out of this. 70 mile an hour velocities touching 88 to even 100. So this could be cycling again.
Yes, if this does weaken at all, people downstream, don't let that fool you. It will probably pick up again at some point.
They said within the next, up to within an hour, this will be a long track supercell. That means this could cycle. This could, fall apart, reorganize, and we could see the same thing. Now, we are probably seeing a violent tornado on the ground, but what I'm saying is it might go back up and then come right back down again. The atmosphere is very volatile here for strong, long-track tornadoes, and today is no exception. This thing started all the way down here near Rolling Fork. Actually, it did start in Rolling Fork, and it is all the way up here now, just past Silver City. I mean, this thing is going fast, Ethan. This is traveling at almost 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was one of the concerns we discussed earlier today. Very fast storm motions with these tornadoes.
So this is moving along pretty fast. But the good news here is there is no significant supercells that would cause any more destruction. It's just this one and only storm that we're concerned about. So right now, tornado emergency for Tukola, for Kroger, for Sidon, for Blackhawk, for Kolia. Right now, this is very serious. And did this pick up in intensity again? Ethan, we have pink pixels again. I don't know if this is a glitch on radar, but 127 velocities, potentially touching maybe 100.
Yeah, I do have a new picture up for you. This is from the Silver City area. Storm chasers Simon Brewer and Justin Drake.
Oh my gosh, dude.
An extremely large tornado.
Wow, look how strong this is. Simon Brewer, big shout out does go to you. You're saving people's lives. You're awesome. Look at how large this thing is. You can see the wedge on that. Really big wedge. Ethan, see that?
Oh, yes, I do. Absolutely.
So I'm sure that's current, or that was just a bit ago. If it's current,
that was recently. That was when it hit Silver City.
So it is still on the ground then. That's big. That's too big just to lift up right away. So this is still on the ground. We are still getting velocities in the hundreds in some areas of the storm. So this is still a particularly dangerous situation. Definitely. Chad Neeler says possibly a mile wide. Skywatcher Missouri is reporting that this is recycling. Or this is cycling.
Yep, that's pretty much what we would have expected.
I'm doing very good, Carly. Thank you for asking. So if you're in Choctaw, if you're in Tukola, if you're in Oswego, if you're in Butler, if you're in Wyatt, in Missouri, or not in Missouri, Mississippi, excuse me there. Tornado emergency. A tornado emergency, I report. A tornado emergency is in effect for the next 38 minutes on this strong to violent tornado. Yeah, Ethan, velocities are intensifying on this again.
Oh, no.
We have 130, Ethan, on the pixel. 130 touching 25. And in other portions of the storm, we have 61 touching 70. So this is, it's messing up the velocities, Ethan. I cannot explain it. It is messing up the velocities.
Yeah, well, sometimes in extremely intense circulations like this, the radar has a hard time processing that because it's so strong over such a small area, because that rotation is it's switching from one direction to another over such a short distance and at such high magnitude. It does have a problem processing that. Sometimes we see that.
Yeah. So if you're downstream of this, please take shelter, okay? I've said it too many times. Rain wrapped potentially too. So it's going to be very hard. And explain the dangers about this, Ethan. This is number one, it's at night, and two, it's raining really hard. So you're not going to probably see this very well.
Right. Those factors are extremely dangerous when it comes to tornado visibility because you will not see it. Or if you do see it, it's, very limited and probably when it's too close to you. And in that kind of situation, you really can't rely on seeing or hearing the tornado. You just need to take shelter. These rain-wrapped tornadoes that are moving fast in bad terrain and at night, ultimate combination of dangerous situation.
Also, Ethan, we have twins, I think. We have twin tornadoes on this.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, we might have twins. We have a circulation up here. Let me go to full screen. And we have another circulation down here to its south. So we may have twin circulations. We have to have something going on. It looks like maybe twins trying to form on that.
Could also be the handoff if it's cycling.
Oh, that's right. It might be doing a handoff. Man, those velocities are sickening. Sickening velocities. I wish I wish Norman was in here. He would tell us if that is a cycling handoff.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing.
If you're in Tacoma right now, please take shelter. This is either one, recycling, or two, it's trying to get more tornado juice going. This is a very serious situation. Very serious situation. Satellite tornado, maybe. It's very hard to say, though. It could be, it's definitely doing something. It's cycling. It's really messing with the radar. The debris signature has gotten more intense, though. There's definitely
Oh, sorry.
The debris signature is stronger. Yeah, go ahead, Ethan.
Yeah, it's certainly still a dangerous situation here.
Yeah, big time. Also, we have another area of rotation over midnight, Ethan, behind this other tornado that is rapidly organizing. We got to watch that one too.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Watch that one. There's another one behind. It's going to hit Silver City again. Oh gosh, yes, that velocity is quickly picking up near Silver City. So we have a double slam coming. So we have we have the main tornado. That's the violent one, and then we have another one behind it, and coming into Silver City. I bet you they'll issue a new tornado warning on that. They should. They have to, because that is strengthening. They actually canceled
that's quite possible.
They actually canceled the tornado warning.
Huh.
They need to issue a new tornado warning on that. Because that is starting to have a hook signature similar to the one that we looked at. So we may have double trouble, Ethan. Double whammy trouble.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they do on that.
All right, new tornado report, Ethan, in Silver City. A home was completely damaged, or was damaged in Silver City. Report with picture relayed via Twitter. So that's the third tornado report today.
Yep, and on the same one.
Yup. Wow, that one. I'm watching radar trends on the Silver City. That one again. We're watching two tornadoes again. One coming into Silver City. Yeah, Ethan, that velocity is intensifying. The Silver City one is intensifying. That's getting more defined.
Yeah, it certainly appears to be.
Vegas Aviation warning you, Silver City is in danger again. Another tornado coming over the area. Area of rotation. So, it's this notch right down here. There's another notch. That's another tornado waiting to happen. Another tornado. What's up? It's Judson. How are you doing? So Silver City, Kruger, if you're in Blackhawk, please take shelter with that initial first tornado that is ongoing. That is still a very serious situation. Ethan, we got black pixels again. We have black pixels.
Oh man.
Black pixels. Man, I'm getting DMs. Gosh, stop DMing me. Oh my goodness. This is coming from Ozonated. Ozonated? Look at the damage on this, Ethan. I'm going to retweet this and I'm going to send it here in the Discord. Look at the damage that he sent.
Oh yeah. That is not good. That's some significant damage to homes. And that is in Silver City. That's where it passed over, what we were talking about just a little bit ago.
Oh my gosh, Ethan. That is quickly intensifying. That Silver City storm. Oh my goodness. Rotation is quickly intensifying on that. It is going right over Silver City again.
Man, that is... If you're in Silver City, and still receiving this information somehow, there's another storm right on your doorstep.
That velocity really intensified. And that is forming a donut too, Ethan. A donut is starting to form on that.
Wow.
All right, we have another tornado injury in Rolling Fork. Corrects previous tornado report from 1 mile northeast. Individuals were trapped in the Family Dollar in Rolling Park after a tornado moved through the town. At least one injury at the location. So that's 2 injuries. 2 injury reports. So we are starting to see another tornado developing here. Velocities are intensifying. I mean, if we go back, you can definitely get a notable increase in velocities. Right here, see how the red and the green are intensifying, and then look at now. We're starting to see yellows and greens get tighter. So this is a strengthening system. Also, the tornado still ongoing right over near the radar site still has very intense velocities, 96 to 100 touching negative 21 with black pixels, which could mean that the velocities are having a hard time picking that up. Okay, Ethan, look at the velocities near Silver City, Ethan. Northeast of Silver City now. Hello? Hello? Okay, Ethan went dead. I don't know what happened. So northeast of Silver City, rapidly organizing supercell. I know you're sending me way too many things, Ozonited. You're sending me way too many things. I can't get to everything right away right now. So rapidly organizing supercell northeast of Silver City. We have our first supercell up here out ahead. That's the one that brought a lot of damage to Silver City. Second supercell now passing over Silver City again. Ethan, you there?
Yes.
Dude, look at the velocity northeast of Silver City right now.
Oh wow. That has tightened up a lot.
Yeah, big time. Donut. It's a donut, Ethan. Another donut. So
Yeah, that's concerning. That's going right over the area that this previous one just went through.
So we are seeing another strong tornado potentially developing in the same areas. So if you're not getting hit with the first tornado, you might be getting hit with the second one. Geez, Ethan, velocities on this are at 70 touching 40 now on that second tornado. Why are they not issuing a tornado warning on that?
I don't know. They have to do it pretty soon, but if they don't, we're warning you right now, everyone.
That is strengthening very quickly. That is really intensifying. Gosh, this velocity on this front head storm is very strong. 100-mile-an-hour velocities. So the storm behind it, oh yeah, that looks really concerning. That's going to be the one that we're going to watch. That's going to get tornado warned really, really soon. I guarantee it. At any point right now, it's going to get warned.
It seems pretty likely.
No new warning yet, but it will be soon. It is going to be soon. I bet you in the next minute. Man, those velocities. Those velocities on that are pretty intense. Ethan, new TDS intensifying on the Blackhawk storm, tornado emergency one.
Oh, okay, yeah. So we're still, Blackhawk and Koila need to be taking shelter, need to be in shelter now. This is still moving that way pretty quickly.
I'm really watching the second one, the one behind it. Yeah, the front one has CC all the way up to 5,000 feet high. Strong tornado on that one still. Strong tornado on that one.
Yeah, one that we've been tracking almost since the Mississippi-Louisiana border.
Yep, and it still has a tornado emergency on it. We'll see with what they do on that. That is still very strong. And guess what, Ethan? It just made a little bit of a right turn. The front one.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, Butter Dwag? How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we are tracking two strong tornadoes potentially. The one behind it is the one that I'm really concerned about. Man, velocities on this front one, Ethan, are increasing to 114 now. 114 touching 30.
Yeah. That tornado emergency one also is it looks very wrapped in rain, and you're not going to be able to see this downstream at all.
No. By the way, the donut has intensified a little bit more. Near Silver City, northeast of Silver City, donut is intensifying. Oh my gosh. Jeez, these velocities, Ethan, they are just going up and up and up. The velocities on this front one. 120 mile an hour velocities, Ethan, touching 60.
Jeez.
That had tornado warning. That tornado emergency one is not giving up at all. No, the front one did not lift at all. The one behind it, I do not know why they are not putting a tornado warning on the second one.
Yeah, because that does appear to be very well-defined rotation. Absolutely. By every means that we can see.
That is very well defined. So if you guys are enjoying the stream, hit the like button. And also if you're new, consider sharing this with their family and friends on social media. It does help out a lot. It really does. You guys are really awesome getting this out to your friends and family. Because at the end of the day, we're here saving people's lives. So if you guys are new, share, like, and subscribe. It does help out the channel very much. Okay, that...
Also, we do have a new mesoscale discussion.
Oh, let's see. What is it? Which one? Which one's the newer one? Oh, the one in Alabama, probably.
I don't know. I'm seeing discussion 331.
That's what I'm seeing. Okay. The risk of severe storms capable of all severe hazards will increase. Multiple northeastward moving supercells are ongoing over. They're not saying any strong tornadoes, so that's good. So at least the environment in Alabama is not as supportive for strong tornadoes. Maybe a strong tornado or two, but they have not mentioned much of that, which is at least maybe the bright side. Look at the look at the velocities on this though, Ethan. The front head supercell, 130 mile an hour velocities touching 30.
Yeah, so we're still dealing with a strong tornado with this, maybe a significant tornado that is currently now nearing the Black Hawk and Koila areas.
It is so interesting, Ethan, that, it doesn't look like a classic supercell by any means. It is so kind of embedded within that mess of heavy rainfall.
Yes, it is, and unfortunately, sometimes this situation develops. That is one of the things we're concerned about, because rain wrapped at night in bad terrain, as we mentioned earlier, that's, kind of the worst case scenario for visibility.
Okay, the velocities have substantially increased on that tornado near Toccola, west of Toccola, the one that I've been watching near Silver City. That is really strong. That is really strong.
Yeah, we absolutely want to keep you all up to date on that, because it is not warned, but we certainly have some strong rotation now to the southeast of Belzoni, moving northeast following this initial cell. So Toccola, again, going to be right in the path of it, south of Kruger.
And you could see how that second one really spun up really quickly. Really organized.
Sure did.
Maintaining 130 mile an hour velocities on the front one. Dude, on the second one, Ethan, 115 touching -10.
Wow.
That's
still going.
That is strong. No debris on it, though. No debris on that storm in the back, though, yet. It should be tornado warned. Why is it not warned? That's the thing. Why isn't it warned?
That's pretty surprising.
I haven't seen anything like this since January 12th. Really, Chad? What about last year? There's definitely rotation on that. And that is definitely a donut. No debris
Yeah,
on both of the tornado or areas of rotation, which I'm surprised. But of course, that's at almost 6,000 feet, so maybe none of the debris is being lofted that high.
it's a possibility. And I do want to kind of elaborate, talking about the donut. That is kind of a slang term for a bounded weak ecoregion. This is a corridor of a supercell storm where there's rain wrapped around the updraft, but the updraft is so strong it's preventing rain from falling in its center. As a result, you get heavy rain around this little area of weak reflectivity, signifying a really strong supercell updraft. And we saw it when this storm was developing earlier. David is still seeing one right now on radar. And that is a key indicator too that we're dealing with a supercell. The fact that the back one has displayed some of that as well, in addition to its rotation, confirms that it is certainly a rotating supercell.
Big time rotating supercell. Man, the velocities on that are pretty. Looks like the back side of it is not. There's not much green like there was earlier, so that rotation might be waning a little bit. But the front area of rotation, that has 132 mile an hour velocities, Ethan, touching 30. So 162 mile an hour gate to gate shear on the front storm. But I am not seeing debris yet. Oh, no, never mind. Big debris ball, Ethan. Huge debris ball just north of Blackhawk.
Oh no.
Big debris ball. And that is lofting debris. Possibly over 6,000 feet high. We'll have to wait for other radar. Yep, they have issued now a particularly dangerous situation warning. A particularly dangerous situation.
Also, did you see Vegas Aviation, his latest comment relating to the Rolling Forks tornado?
Let me see. Per a Rolling Fork, Mississippi police officer. Major tornado damage. We need as many ambulances as possible and any help for search and rescue in this town. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh.
That is a serious situation. I do want to mention here, as has been discussed, there is a new PDS tornado warning downstream for this one.
Yes.
Eastern Carroll, Webster, Montgomery counties. This does include the city of Winona, also Kilmichael, Stewart, Sweatman, Duck Hill, Bellefontaine, and Walthall, also Europa. Or Eupora, I should say. Sorry. So that's going to be a PDS tornado warning still for these downstream locations, all the way to Walthall.
Dude, this is... Velocities on this are immense. They are so immense, Ethan. 130 plus mile an hour velocities. That is so defined.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Big time on that. Guess what? If this stays as strong, this is going to hit Winona, and that's a very populated area. Really populated. Oh my gosh, these velocities. Ethan, we have 145 mile an hour velocity pixels on this now.
Yeah. That is still really insane, and I wonder if this has been. It seems like it's been on the ground this whole time.
What I'm trying to figure out. Oh my gosh, that debris ball. Oh my gosh, Ethan. That debris is being lofted over 10,000 feet high, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so we're probably still dealing with a significant tornado ongoing right now.
I'm waiting for other radar tilts to catch up. That there is a debris signature on reflectivity. There is a debris signature on reflectivity. This might go tornado emergency again. At this point.
It is possible.
Gosh, look at the or their velocities. They are just haywire. Those velocities. Yeah, Ethan, we have 125 touching 40 now.
Yeah, certainly. Got a report too. The Sharkey Issaquah Hospital, community hospital, on the west side of Rolling Fork was damaged by the tornado.
Oh no.
So
Oh.
that's really bad when a tornado has hit a hospital.
Wow, Ethan, that debris ball it's growing. Debris ball is growing on radar. And we are seeing debris, Ethan, being lofted over 15,000 feet high.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's significant. Tornado still.
Holy moly. Big debris ball. Oh my goodness, Ethan. Get this. You want to know the velocities on radar now?
Yeah.
141 touching 15.
Oh my.
And actually, to be specific, because the radar velocities are kind of acting funny, 141 possibly touching 40. So we're at 180 to 200 on the velocities. Large violent tornado on the ground, Justin G said. Large violent tornado, Ethan. Violent, not strong, violent.
Yes, and I'm really concerned about this. This is moving toward the Winona area. It looks like it's headed directly in that direction.
Okay, debris ball is being measured up to 25,000 feet now.
As Vegas Aviation says, there's roughly 5,000 people in Winona.
Oh. They're going to extend this. They're going to make it a tornado emergency at this point. I would not be surprised. That is a big debris ball. Emily WX said Winona is going to get a direct impact out of this at this rate. It is going to get hit head on.
It sure looks like it. That debris signature has really amplified.
Oh.
This is very, very near Coila right now. And it's going to be crossing that interstate that goes right to the west of Winona very soon, like within the next 10 to 15 minutes at least.
Yeah, this debris is being flung over 20,000, 25,000 feet high. I mean, Ethan, it's being thrown up to 25,000 feet high.
Yeah, the indication is certainly a significant tornado still with this, by all means.
Hey, Carly. Yeah, if you're in Winona, please take shelter immediately. This is a violent tornado. According to Justin G, large violent tornado back on the ground. So if you are downstream right now, let's go to Radar Omega. I mean, look at the velocities. You cannot even make it out very well. The velocities are all over the place on this. So if you're in Winona, please take shelter. I-55, I-55 and 82. You're gonna get destroyed. You are going to not survive this if you are in the path of this. Okay. North Applegate Street, Middletown Road. Please take shelter immediately. Violent tornado coming. Violent tornado. Man, those velocities. Ethan, we have black pixels on radar now. We have black pixels. The velocities are so strong. There are black pixels on radar. Hello? Hello? Oh, he muted. He'll probably be back in a bit. A lot of rotation going on. Very strong tornado. Hello? Hello? Okay, his mic is not working.
Hello?
Okay, now I could hear you.
Okay.
Okay, new tornado emergency, Ethan. New tornado emergency downstream.
Oh, yes, there we go.
New tornado.
Yet another one.
3 tornado emergencies. We have had more tornado emergencies than any confirmed tornadoes on the stream. So if you're downstream of this, this is a life-threatening situation again. 140 plus mile an hour velocities on this. A damaging, violent tornado. And we are still getting debris that is reaching over almost up to 25,000 feet. Oh my gosh, Ethan. Ethan.
Yes.
130 now touching 60. 130 touching 60. So that is almost 200 gate-to-gate shear.
Yeah, so strong to violent tornado once again. And it's headed toward the Winona area, unfortunately. It is headed right in that direction, and it will be there. It appears within the next 15 minutes, probably.
Oh, you want to hear this? You want to hear this, Ethan and everyone? Alex Silva just said in chat. Alex Silva just said this in chat. Fox Weather said if you're not in shelter in Winona, you will not even survive at all. That's how strong this tornado is. It is a unsurvivable tornado. Man, this thing is violent. That debris ball is sickening. And it's going right over Winona.
That is very concerning, especially given the storm's history of producing severe destruction.
Wow. This is an extremely dangerous situation for Winona, Mississippi. You must be in shelter now. Yeah, I mean, dig a hole. Dig the deepest hole you can. No, like, don't do that. You won't have time to do it. But literally, do your best at protecting your entire body. Very strong. I mean, look at the colors on the screen. I mean, we have 143 velocities. A 143 velocities, 145, Ethan. Even 167. 167 velocities.
Oh, absolutely. We did have Rainbow Obsidian ask again, and to clarify for others, a tornado emergency is a very rare situation, the highest warning the National Weather Service can issue when they suspect a violent tornado is heading into a populated area. So if you have a situation where a suspected violent tornado is heading into a town with a large population, such as Winona, that is where they want to issue a tornado emergency to give that kind of ultimate level of warning for people.
You guys need to stop the pre-rating right now. It's getting ridiculous. Stop it. I'm sorry to being rude about it, but literally, stop. Okay? Just because it's violent
Absolutely.
does not mean it's, just wait for the surveys. The surveys are your friend. Oh my gosh.
What?
It is raining hard. Oh, several power flashes in there. Several power flashes.
Oh.
I don't want to really get in trouble, but there is several power flashes, and the rain is coming down immensely hard. You will not see this tornado, sadly. You will not see this tornado coming at all. Take shelter now. Take shelter immediately. Gosh, Ethan, this is throwing debris up and over 25,000 feet right now. Almost 30,000 feet high. Strong to violent tornado now is hitting Winona right now. Winona is getting hit with a violent tornado. Violent.
Absolutely. And it is hitting Winona now, especially the central and southern portions. It's going right over.
Tornado is moving directly over Winona right now, Mississippi right now. Watching for a explosion in debris ball in size. Yes. Watch. We're going to really watch correlation coefficient. Watch this. It's going to get blown up on radar. Debris ball is going to explode massively. 3 tornado emergencies today, Ethan. 3 tornado emergencies. Quite rare.
And yeah, absolutely. And all from the same tornado, it seems.
Okay, Alex Silva says Winona has a population of 5,000 people.
Yeah, that is the case.
It's occluding tornado. No, it's not, Tony H. We cannot say if it's occluding right now. We don't know. Let's not say that this is weakening and people are not going to take shelter as much. Please, this needs to be treated with all seriousness. All seriousness. It is
Also, to
still.
kind of, I'm sorry.
It,
I just wanted to tell people too in the chat to kind of reiterate what David was saying earlier. Please don't pre-rate and please refrain from using terms like EF5 because we absolutely do not know what we have here yet.
we all thought, remember, Ethan, we all thought the Mayfield was an EF5, right, on the debris thing and on the velocities. It turns out it was an EF4. So we don't know, you know.
Absolutely.
David, occluding means it's changing track. Yeah, means it's also weakening. An occlusion means the tornado goes north and it occludes and weakens. So we don't know if that's happening yet. I don't see. Do you see this occluding right now, Ethan, at all? I don't see it occluding. It hasn't changed track yet.
Yeah, I don't see where it's occluded.
No. The debris ball has not blown up yet in size.
It would be
Three.
a really good thing didn't have a huge debris signature and this came out of Winona.
Exactly. Let me see if I could find a different radar. Okay. That's a little bit closer. Let me see. I changed radar sites. Yeah, these are both as close, so we are going to wait. Oh my gosh, that debris ball. That is huge. That debris
After it hit
ball.
Winona.
No, right before. Debris ball is going. Debris ball could be 25,000 feet high. Okay, no, it just updated. Is that the new scan? Okay, it is the new scan. It has not blown up. No. Debris ball has not gotten bigger.
Okay, that's better than we were expecting.
At least for right now.
Right.
The velocities are immense, though. Big time velocities. 105 to potentially 115 mile an hour velocities. But that's depending on what radar site you're using.
The low-level shear has really amplified right over the storm. 0 to 1 bulk shear is 45 knots now.
Jeez.
That is extremely strong.
Thank God it
Effective
went south.
SRH is Yeah, effective SRH is now 650 approximately, right over the storm.
All right, we need to keep an eye on the Blue Spring storm. There's a new tornado warning on that. That's starting to also hook.
Okay.
I got told in the chat, keep an eye on that storm near Blue Springs. That is also hooking. And that does have reflectivity values up to 80 decibels.
Oh, wow.
80 decibels. We also got reports of wind damage associated with this line of storms, report of tree and power lines down, and then we got another report out of Lafayette, Mississippi, Lafayette County, Mississippi. Emergency manager reported a large tree on a house in the 100 block of Co Road 104. We're also getting a lot of wind damage reports out of western Tennessee.
Wouldn't be surprised.
So we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm right here in Blue Springs. It looks to really bow out, though, so that probably isn't going to produce anything violent.
Yeah, instability up in that part of the state is thankfully considerably weaker.
Definitely. One last look at this other Doppler radar on the storm that has the violent tornado or the tornado emergency. 141 mile an hour velocities on this, Ethan, but there's no green colors on the other side of it. But it's also really elevated. It's like 10,000 feet, so it's going to be hard to tell.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are here tuning into the live stream as we are live on this. I mean, this moderate risk did pan out for sure. It panned out 100%. It only takes one, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, that has a tornado warning on it in Guntown. Saltillo under a tornado warning right now. But by the way, how are you all doing? How are you all enjoying the stream, the coverage, and everything?
It's been a pretty long evening.
It has been a very long evening. I wanted to let you know my tweet, my latest tweet, has 5 retweets, so that's good, people. And it has already 15,000 impressions, so that's great to hear that I'm getting the word out to people. Yeah, 15,000, or wait, 1,300, 1,400 people that have seen it. My first tweet has almost 5,000 views on it, so it's really good that I'm getting the word out to these people because at the end of the day, we all do our part. All right, I think we're going to transition slowly but surely. We are going to keep an eye on that tornado warning there. But I am going to really focus on this storm up here too. Near the Blue Springs, that is starting to have more tighter rotation. And what appears to be possibly an embedded intense supercell with reflectivity values greater than 70 decibels. So that is very intense rainfall. That debris ball has not intensified, Justin Lee. So I'm not saying this is falling apart. This is going to get very close to the radar site near Arbidine and near Walthall, Slate Spring in Mississippi. So we are going to have to wait. Oh, new tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation, Ethan. The extended warning.
Wow. So this has now almost gone into northeastern Mississippi. It's traversed that whole part of the state almost.
Long track for sure, Ethan. Long tracker. Yes, they have extended it. We have a particularly dangerous situation in Woodland and Houston right now. In Mississippi. So if you're downstream of this, please take shelter. This is a particularly dangerous situation. We are going to keep an eye on Doppler radar trends very closely for latest updates on this storm, on these two storms. Man, oh man.
Absolutely.
Crazy, crazy wild day.
It certainly has been.
Jonathan Miller says, I hate to say it, but it reminds me of Winterset. What are your thoughts on that, Ethan? What does this tornado remind you of, in a way?
I would kind of compare it to the Centerville, Alabama tornado we tracked in 2021, I think, except this being stronger in appearance.
Oh, yeah. Anonymous, what's up? Where's my milk? Where is your milk? I hate milk. I cannot drink milk. I cannot stand milk at all. Who likes drinking milk?
It's okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Not great.
I just hope that everyone's okay. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Okay, Tony H has...
Certainly going to be waiting.
All right.
I'm sorry?
Rainbow Obsidian and Tony H are reporting that there are 2 fatalities.
Oh. That's what we were afraid of. And that's why I said at one point, at this point, you kind of resign yourself to the fact that there's probably going to be injuries and deaths with this particular tornado because it's so intense and destructive. And you just hope that it's at a minimum.
This is very, very dangerous. Well, that's what a moderate risk will give you. And a 15 sig for tornadoes. Officially a killer tornado. Yup, the first one of the year, unfortunately. I believe, yeah. What's up, Mark Choma? How are you all doing? What's up, Crazy Weather Dude? What's up, Ron Baylor? Any new people? It's an honor that you're here watching this live as we track these deadly storms roaring across Mississippi, including one that is very strong, that has a very well-defined hook echo southwest of Gville in Mississippi. That has a tornado warning on it and reflectivity values on that 70 decibels. So some really intense rainfall and hail on that storm. If you know your bearings, this is what we're watching. The most active weather is going on right now across northeastern Mississippi into northwestern Alabama. Not to mention, we have had numerous wind damage reports in Jackson, Tennessee earlier, with trees down, one on a house, and one across a road, all thanks to these severe thunderstorms that are ongoing, as this weather system marches along with deadly power. I've been doing pretty good, Carly. I've been actually doing really, really good. I'm getting my license not this Monday, but next Monday.
That is good news.
Yeah, so we are keeping an eye on the tornadoes. But again, that tornado emergency does continue again for Wealth Hall. If you're in Houston, particularly dangerous situation still continues. And then, of course, if you're in Guntown, that is where we have actually 2 areas of spin going on, and we'll see which one consolidates But either way, there's a tornado warning on that. And that's getting ready to cross over US 45. So make sure you are in your storm shelter, because it's not going to just be the strong rotation, but we're also continuing with some very intense rainfall rates, possibly exceeding 5 inches an hour with that storm. So some very intense rainfall rates that will be more than enough to cause flood concerns. A lot of lightning strikes with that too. And in fact, speaking of lightning, this storm, Ethan, is putting out over 20,000 lightning strikes in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, very vigorous and deep updraft there. And that lightning is signifying its intensity.
And just showing you all how intense the lightning activity is and the storm. Look at the storms popping up right over northern central Mississippi. Look at this. They're just blowing up right now. Part of that weather system. Jeez. So, downstream communities, please take shelter. What is the good news, Carly? Yes, I'm reading chat, Justin Lee. What are your thoughts about Eastern Tennessee? Because we have a viewer named Candy S that lives in Eastern Tennessee. Ethan, is there a risk for tornadoes in her area? What are your thoughts? Because she's really concerned.
Yeah, Eastern Tennessee, things should really be winding down by that point. You couldn't rule out an isolated tornado, but wind damage will certainly become the predominant threat at that particular point.
Yeah, I think your tornado threat, Candy, is very
It's low.
it's really low. I mean, a 2% chance for tornadoes in your area. You're in the mountains, in the foothills, so you can thank the mountains and the foothills for the lower tornado threat. It doesn't look nothing like Mississippi. Gosh, you're in a better situation than Mississippi in itself. But yeah, you will have damaging winds for sure tonight. That is a guarantee. In fact, you might have wind gusts in excess of 60 plus 80 miles an hour, in fact. And that will occur about 3 in the morning, your time.
I don't know if we got this new information too. Tony says that they are reporting another fatality in the Winona area.
Oh, no. Oh. So someone say new tornado on the ground. Chad Neeler says, where are you seeing a new tornado on the ground? Where are you seeing that, Chad Neeler? Another circulation popping up over Winona again, Ethan.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, these are just ugh.
Back to back.
Oh my gosh. We just got done looking at that area. Now I have to go back south again.
That is an unfortunate thing that happens sometimes in these kinds of outbreaks, is that one area gets hit again and again.
Oh yeah, it's that second one that I've been tracking. It does not look very strong right now. Not like the first one, but there is a circulation. We'll see if that is able to kind of become more dominant. But there is some velocity couplet there. Oh, nice, Carly. That's awesome. Congratulations to you. So if you're in the Calhoun City, Houston, downstream, again, double trouble coming your way. Also, immense lightning and flooding with this. These storms are actually. These storms are not even moving, Ethan. I mean, they're moving, but the line itself is just sitting over Wynona. So there is going to be some flood problems with those storms. And get this, rainfall rates with these storms over Wynona are approaching 6 inches an hour. 6 to 7 inches an hour.
Oh, I'm certain of that. Also, we have a new tornado warning for that northern storm.
Okay, new tornado warning. So that is radar indicated. So that is going to be number 19. Not only that, Ethan, rainfall rates over the Baldwin area on that tornado warning are exceeding 22 inches an hour.
Oh, man.
Rainfall rates 22 inches an hour. If you guys can see the stream, you can clearly see 22 inches an hour of rainfall rates. We have gotten 2 or 3 deaths so far.
You are talking about the northern storm, right?
Yes, the tornado warned. That has rainfall rates exceeding 22 inches an hour. Oh, new tornado warning.
That thing is pretty... Oh, okay.
Radar indicated. That's the the mist filled in box one. So, yeah, today's been a pretty busy day. For the people that are watching, that are wondering about that, I am getting my license not this Monday, but April the 3rd. I'll probably make a community post on it when I do get my license. What does that mean as far as storm chasing? I am not sure yet about that. Most likely, I'm looking into doing... Your typing is a little loud. Sorry, Ethan.
Okay.
Yeah. So as far as storm chasing goes, that is still up in the air, but I'm hoping by next year for my area. I don't live in the Midwest. I don't live in the deep South, folks. I live back west. So our severe weather season ends usually like in late April. So, and it begins like in February, usually in January or February. So it won't be until 2024. All right, when I go out storm chasing and everything. More kind of like a slash weather storm chase kind of thing. It's not going to be like Reed Timmer storm chasing, you know, or Vince Walty or Brad Arnold. It's not going to be that high in techie kind of thing. You got to start low with storm chasing. It's gonna be more like weather chasing. Like kind of what Mark Sedeth does for a thing. He sets up cameras, he sets up weather instruments. That's kind of like what I would be doing in a way. But if you're looking for like, oh, is David gonna go storm chasing and chase tornadoes? Yeah, I'm not that experienced. And I'm not gonna risk my life getting killed by chasing a tornado because I don't know how to chase a tornado. I mean, I have not had experience over that, so I am not risking my life over something that
Absolutely. a wise decision there.
Yes. New mezzo. Strong tornadoes possible for portions of northwestern Alabama. Oh, really? They're throwing out strong tornadoes again. Let's see. It's a tiny mezzo discussion. I gotta wait for it to load in. So yeah, if you guys want to subscribe and get the latest as far as storm chasing goes with me, feel free to do that. Also, if you want to be part of the Weather Force Discord server, there is also a link in the description and in the chat if you want to participate in the Weather Force Discord server. It is a very fun server. You cannot miss it at all. That's where you guys can keep in touch with me. Ethan is in there. Right, Ethan?
Absolutely. Yep.
And I'm in there. Oh my. You want to hear something, Ethan? Multi-Relic, the server developer and server hire coordinator of Weatherforce, said this. Multi-Relic said this. Bro, not gonna lie, that storm I tracked it I tracked it and checked. The tornado was on the ground for 120 plus miles.
That would be monumentally, it would be phenomenal of from a tornado perspective if that turns out to be the case, because we tracked the Mayfield tornado. Obviously that was on the ground for 170 miles, but remember, most tornadoes are on the ground for only a couple miles or maybe even less than a mile. This possibly being down for 120 plus miles would be absolutely extraordinary.
Oh yeah. It Yeah, that was yeah. Check out that inflow notch. Oh, you just deleted your message. I was almost What's up, Heidi? Welcome, by the way. So we are, if you guys are new, we're tracking severe weather live on the stream. At least a lot better than it was earlier. As you know, I'm not screaming on the top of my lungs or freaking out like I was earlier. That's because the tornado emergencies are gone. We still have a confirmed tornado warning. Actually, no, that is... Yeah. The tornado emergencies are pretty much gone at the moment.
Finally.
Oh, finally, yeah. Yeah, I don't see anything with tornado emergency on it, so that's a good thing. So it's at least that portion is winding down. But we will be live here for a while. I'm tracking this.
Certainly. And I do want to give... I'm sorry. I did want to say a couple things a little bit about the environment downstream for this. Right now, the storms are heading into weaker instability, a little bit higher on the inhibition, so that might be contributing to the weakening right now. We might have a little more instability move in during the night, but either way, we've got a really strong little jet that could help to maintain rotation. So we do have a continuing tornado risk in the northeast Louisiana, or I'm sorry, northeast Mississippi, northwest Alabama area, but hopefully it's not as intense as what we saw down in central Mississippi. It doesn't look quite as favorable in that regard, but still conducive to some tornadoes.
Really rough moment there. I mean, wow. All I gotta say. So, um, I'm actually gonna eat for a little bit, Ethan. I gotta eat something. Do you think you can take over for a bit? I need a stretch. All that anxiety just really I gotta stretch. I need before I do,
Oh yeah,
I need to look at the meso though. People are telling me to look at this meso discussion. Um so here is the picture of the meso discussion right here, issued for Russellsville, Tupelo. So, severe threat, including the potential for strong tornadoes and damaging winds, continues across parts of northeastern Mississippi into northwestern Alabama. Latest radar data from the KGWX depicts a well-organized supercell cluster tracking east-northeast across northeastern Mississippi this evening. Ahead of this storm, lower 60 dew points are spreading northward in response to continued cyclogenesis to the north, supporting surface-based inflow, with a strengthening low-level jet over the area of 70 knots at 850 millibars. Sampled by the GWX VWP. Photographs are becoming increasingly favorable for intense supercells, even if embedded in line segments. Given the ample streamwise vorticity and surface-based inflow for this storm, strong tornadoes and damaging winds will remain possible for northeastern Mississippi and into northwestern Alabama. So that's coming from that one. So that's reading. Oh, that was from earlier. So, like what Ethan was saying, strong tornadoes are still possible, but we will probably see things wind down here in the next couple of hours. So, Ethan, you want to take over for a bit since things have relaxed and I could actually go eat?
yeah. Hold on a minute. Get this up.
Evan James was ahead of the storm in path near. Oh, okay. Hopefully, Evan is safe, multi relic. All right, ready, Ethan? Our severe weather
Yes, I
expert.
am.
All right, introduce yourself and tell them who you are.
Yeah, absolutely. Those of you who might be new here, might not be familiar, I am Ethan B. I've been tracking severe weather with David here for a few years now, and we've tracked such significant events as the Mayfield tornado. We were tracking that for quite a while. We've also tracked derecho events and a lot of other significant severe weather happening in multiple forms across the U.S. here in the last couple of years. Um, and I provided severe weather analysis during that time. So we're looking at the radar right now for the current storms that we are concerned about, and we've got two of them. First of all, this powerhouse of a supercell that has been producing tornado emergencies over a huge swath today across central Mississippi. That is still ongoing north of Walthall, headed toward the Woodland area. Looks like Okolona is going to be on the edge of this warning. And there's another town here, but I can't see it because the warning's covering it. Let me check this. Manti. Okay, so Manti, Mississippi as well. I do want to say too, I have been having some audio issues today, so if you do note the audio getting messed up, that is possible, but just wait a minute and it will come back. So, for reference here, I'm actually going to zoom out a little more. Looks like we got a new flash flood warning too. For reference here, this is the tornadic storm right in here, marked in the white on the left side of the screen. Here is the town of Walthall, and here is Houston, and here is Okolona. And also further to the east, here's Aberdeen in eastern Mississippi, north of Columbus area. So those are some reference points to keep in mind with regards to the storm. Also the storm down here to the west of Walthall, we're still watching that as well. although the radar image is a little bit obscured at this angle. But that tornado emergency is still, well, that's the earlier one. I believe it has expired now, but it is not updated on this end. We're also watching this storm up here. That's another tornado warning. This is Tishomingo, Belmont, and this is running for Itawamba, Lee, Tishomingo, and Prentiss counties in northeastern Mississippi, moving east at 50 miles per hour. This storm is different from the other one. It's capable of producing a tornado, but also has some large hail. You can kind of get an idea for that on the left side of the screen here. You're seeing some pretty big hail markers. Looks like north to the west of Tishomingo and to the north of, is that Marietta? Yes, Marietta. This is in northeastern Mississippi, so this storm is different in that it could produce a tornado, but it's also likely producing some really strong winds and large hail. You can get an idea for the supercellular nature just by this outline right here. Here's the inflow notch coming in to feed that supercell. That is different looking from the one we had earlier, but it's still very clear signatures of rotation on radar, especially right here to the west of Tishomingo. That's where we do have that warranting the continuing tornado warning that is going to be moving into Alabama at some point, which has warranted a severe thunderstorm warning. So getting into northwestern Alabama now, the northwest corner, Lauderdale, Colbert, and central Franklin counties. This is moving at 50 miles an hour and could have 60-mile-per-hour winds. So keep in mind, Russellville to Florence, Alabama, Waterloo, Cherokee, you've got some severe weather coming in. You've got some pretty rough storms happening here. But we're still watching this to the south of Houston. Let's see here, by the latest warning information, this is capable of producing a tornado, so it doesn't have a confirmed tornado at this particular moment, but it's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Woodland, Houston, Okolona need to be on the lookout for this. It has had a long history of producing tornadoes, and I want to actually go back here and look at this. Now, this is a look in the past. This is not what's happening right now. And I want you to note, this supercell on the left side of the screen, that is in the northeastern corner of Louisiana. And that was what we were looking at earlier. This is about 8:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 Central. Lake Providence, organizing storm, getting intense, and it gets stronger, more well-defined. That's when the rotation picks up at right as it crossed into Mississippi. And moving northward from there, it developed a really incredibly well-defined bounded weak ecoregion with that intense circulation as seen here on the right, and that tornado emergency for Rolling Forks all the way up to Silver City, Mississippi, Zoni. That was the first tornado emergency with the storm. And as it progressed, it did severe damage to Rolling Fork. I mean, you can see the clustering of tornado reports right here. Immense damage was done, unfortunately. And apparently, this tornado is responsible for a couple of fatalities. You can see where that circulation was so intense and embedded within the rain just a bit ago. This was at 9:13 p.m. Central, 8:13, or 9:13 Eastern, 8:13 Central. I apologize. As this moved northward, still Silver City was hit by it. You can see that tornado report. Another tornado emergency was issued. It continued to plow off to the northeast with large tornadoes. Another debris ball picking up here as it approached Winona and warranted the third tornado emergency. And finally, is now to the north of Walthall. So, from a long perspective, we can kind of go back and look at this. Keep in mind how long this supercell tracked. This incredible powerhouse of a supercell, which unfortunately has been deadly, as we've been tracking. We've been tracking this more than any storm this evening, and now it is finally down to a radar indicated rotation warning. We do not have a confirmed tornado at this particular point, but we are also concerned about this storm near Tishomingo. That looks like some pretty strong circulation right there to the west of town.
I'm back.
And
but I'm gonna.
Okay, welcome back.
But I'm on standby. I'm just gonna sit behind the scene and watch while I eat to see if anything big pops up.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
So you want me to keep going?
Yes, yes. Keep going.
All right.
Yeah.
So right now, with this northern storm, here's Tishomingo, in the northeastern corner of Mississippi. That is the closest town to this circulation. Looks like pretty intense circulation based on radar, in the northern part of that tornado warning. Right here, to the west-northwest of the town, actually. And that seems to be correlated with some weaker reflectivity, so you might have a stronger updraft at that location, a mesocyclone that's present, contributing to that tornado threat. I do want to mention too, to the south of there, strong winds. Probably they've hit Marietta already, but they're going to be hitting Dennis and Belmont here pretty soon. So you've got some severe winds being possible there. Also large hail. Large hail also is likely within this area, around Tishomingo, north of there, southwest of there. Golf ball size hail. That's what the storm is warned for. Also, they finally updated it to take off the tornado emergency, so we don't have that anymore at all. Let's see, but we do have this continuing supercell, long tracked supercell. Let that velocity update a bit. That is presenting some continuing hazards. The Houston area, this is again, now we're talking about northeastern Mississippi. Walthall, Mississippi, down here. Looks like a circulation right about in here. Now, we could have a circulation here approaching the Manti area. You can kind of get an idea on the right side of the screen, maybe right about in there. That correlates with this little bit of a weak echo region where we get that updraft that pulling in the air ahead of the storm and feeding that as it continues off to the northeast. So Woodland, Mississippi, Montpelier, Mississippi as well, and Manti, obviously, you're going to be wanting to take shelter from this storm as it could be producing the tornado, could produce a tornado at any minute. And the radar is updating pretty frequently now since we've switched over to the Columbus site. So that's a good thing. Let's see. One was on the verge of tears. Oh, yeah. This has not updated for me. But yeah, for the storm chasers who experience this firsthand, it is traumatic. I mean, I was in search and rescue for an EF3 tornado, and that was bad enough, but to look at something as devastating as the tornado we saw earlier this evening is just unimaginable. So storm chasers, they experience a lot when they're out there helping in the immediate aftermath of these really significant tornadoes. So that circulation does continue if a little bit of a rotation here, possibly approaching the Manti. I know is really hard to see because it is covered in warnings right now. But that is in northeastern Mississippi, headed off to the northeast with this continuing supercell. This is the same storm that produced that tornado down in the west central part of the state. Thankfully, it has weakened some compared to earlier, but it is still going from the updraft perspective. And here we've got this continuing tornado warning as well to the northwest of Tishomingo, Mississippi. Circulation is right there between Holcut and Tishomingo, moving off to the east at a pretty quick rate. This tornado warning lists it moving at 55 miles per hour. So, dangerous storm motion on that with a dangerous storm, capable of producing some large hail and damaging winds in addition to a tornado. I know this looks a little different from earlier, but you can still make out where that air is getting pulled into the storm right here. In the updraft, we got some circulation coming down with that wind on the backside, or creating that rotation northwest of the Tishomingo area, near the town of Padden, actually. So near Padden, southeast of Holcut, there could be a tornado threat. So that is something to keep in mind, absolutely, if you are downstream. Let's see if this is updated. Everyone seems to be okay in Silver State. That would be good. That would absolutely be good. But unfortunately, yes, we do have Heidi Osterholm, thank you very much. I do appreciate the positivity here and the support of all of you. Just being here, just being here and looking at this information and sharing it with others, especially because that's our goal, is to get people information about these dangerous storms, especially when we were tracking that tornado emergency earlier on a huge tornado, which has unfortunately resulted in several fatalities. Um, we did have a viewer earlier today from the Nashville area. Oh, whoops. Okay, I need to talk about this now. We have a new tornado warning. This is a new tornado warning for Lauderdale and northwestern Colbert County in northwestern Alabama. So that tornado warning is now moving into Alabama, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So it's very quick. Cherokee around 10:35 p.m., Florence, Alabama at about 10:50 p.m., and St. Florian and Underwood, Petersville at about 10:55 p.m. So that's what it's moving into. About to cross state borders. This is going to be the first one moving into Alabama this evening in the northwestern part of the state. So keep in mind, Cherokee, Florence, and Tuscumbia, Alabama, you are in a tornado warning now. And that is in effect until 11 p.m. Central Time, so another 40 minutes on that one, pretty much. I did want to mention, too, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings headed up into the Nashville, Tennessee area. We had a viewer this evening asking about Nashville. So you've got some severe wind potential coming up into the area. Possibly looks like some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving in very quickly at 70 miles per hour. So the storm's moving 70, the winds are 70. Significant winds are likely with that storm. So keep in mind that severe weather is probably approaching the Nashville area pretty soon. And you don't have a warning yet. You could have one here within the short term. I ever had a tornado coming my way. Yeah, it is terrifying. I've been around tornadoes a couple times in my life. I am a severe weather videographer, and the immense power that they carry is just unimaginable, and you feel it in your body just looking at this thing. So it's unbelievable, and to be in the path of one is a scary thing. So again, we do have a tornado warning that is moving into northwestern Alabama. You get a sense of that circulation probably right in about this area here. So now north of Tishomingo, headed toward the Cherokee, Alabama area. It's a little messier than what we had to the south because you see kind of a clustered nature right here in a broad sense. But throughout that, you can still tell some features that we look at. Here's the wind that's coming in on the backside, hitting Tishomingo. This is a straight line wind right here. But ahead of that, the air is getting pulled into this little notch where we've got weaker rainfall reflectivity values. And that is where that mesocyclone is in a broad sense, is right in through there in the low levels. And it's under that that we can get a tornado. That's why Cherokee and Florence, Alabama, you are under a tornado warning for until midnight Eastern Time or 11 Central Time. And to the south here, this one is still tornado warned. That's the one that has been going on for so long. But it is no longer warranting tornado emergencies, thankfully. It is still capable of producing a tornado, though. Woodland, Houston, eventually Okolona, and we'll have to see downstream how that progresses. If it does maintain its rotation. One of the things that we can look at here is the mesoanalysis page, the instability. And I know it's really hard to see anything right here because there's just so much covering it. Now here is the storm. I'm going to mark it with this red box. There is the long-lived tornadic storm right there under that red box. And beforehand, as I did my analysis earlier, we were estimating surface-based CAPE at about 2,000 joules per kilogram with no inhibition. Now, we're dealing with less instability as this moves off to the northeast. That's a good thing, but we do have some instability still to the northeast of there, especially about this, let's see. I'm going to draw it right through here. This axis, roughly. that's where we do have some instability remaining. It's weaker than before in northeast Mississippi, but there is still some, and that's why we do still have a tornado threat going on. But thankfully, that weaker instability helps to account for the why this cell right here is no longer just this incredible monster of a tornado producer that produced a deadly tornado further to the southwest. As it moves into that area that is more stable, its updraft is not quite as organized, not quite as intense. We are having some more interference. It's not quite as stable and steady state. So that is a good thing. But don't let your guard down. The tornado threat does persist, as what the SPC was just talking about, and what we were just talking about moments ago. For this area right in through here, you've got a tornado threat continuing for the next couple hours anyway. So from Florence down to Starksville, Columbus, Mississippi, Double Springs and Hamilton, Alabama, almost to Athens, Alabama too. You still have a tornado threat, and we do have a tornado watch that was issued. I don't know when this was issued, but it is in effect for, let's see here, we're going to open this up and get a better view. Yeah, this is in effect for northern Alabama and central portions of Tennessee. And there are elevated tornado probabilities down here. You can kind of see high tornado chance, moderate strong tornado chance. That, I would say, mainly applies to the storms in the Alabama portion here. You've got more of a damaging wind threat further to the north. But in either case, if you are under this tornado watch, as shown here in the red box, you have a chance of a tornado. With any severe thunderstorm, you have a chance for a tornado. So don't let your guard down. Keep that in mind. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for the Nashville area. And just to make sure, actually, wait a minute. I'm going to keep this one on the KGWX site. And the Jackson radar, we're going to move this up to KOHX. This is Nashville. So we're going to look at this Nashville one too, just for the viewers who might be interested in this. Yeah, certainly a well-defined line of storms going on here. So you can see from Clarksville all the way down to the Mount Pleasant area. And within this, we've got corridors of stronger winds moving into downtown Nashville here pretty soon. This severe thunderstorm warning is for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And this is moving east at 60 miles per hour. Keep in mind, again, a tornado watch is in effect. And even if you don't get a tornado, considerable damaging winds do appear probable with this storm. Let's see, we don't have any well-defined areas of rotation yet, but we will keep in mind if that happens. Trees down along Highway 13 over in Perry County, Tennessee, so these have had a history of producing wind damage. So again, if you're in the Nashville, Tennessee area, you do have a line of severe thunderstorms coming in capable of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that's enough to do some pretty good damage. The circulation on the northern tornado warned storm is now crossing into Alabama. That mesocyclone and potential tornado threat approaching the Cherokee, Alabama area. Meso is roughly circled there in the white on the right side of the screen. Cherokee is going to be hit immediately, but downstream we've got Tuscumbia, also Florence, Alabama, with that tornado warning that is in effect. Killen is in the path too, but we are further downstream. Also, we do maintain that tornado warning further to the south as well.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Alright, so what's the latest?
The tornado warning has moved into Alabama now. Florence, Alabama is under a tornado warning. We don't have anything confirmed at this point, though. Also, Nashville, Tennessee is under a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay. So how many new warnings did we get since I left? 2?
Tornado warnings?
Yeah.
I believe it's just 1.
Okay. So 21 radar indicated tornado warnings so far. Yeah, so it looks like things are definitely calming down, but we will stay live here for another hour and a half. Probably through about 9:45, maybe 10 o'clock my time. Because as you do know, you all, I did not sleep very good last night leading up to this severe weather event. It's been,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because I saw that this thing was going to be a beast. Huh, Ethan? We were talking for a while last night about this.
Oh, we absolutely were. And in that discussion, you and I both agreed an environment conducive to long-lived significant tornadoes, and that's exactly what we ended up with.
Yup. That's what we definitely ended up with. So, yeah. So we only have two tornado warnings left at the moment. This southernmost one will be allowed to expire in about 30 minutes. As we're keeping an eye on Doppler radar. Cherokee, the velocities are very strong. Those winds, Ethan, out ahead of this are over 100 miles an hour. That jet is screaming.
Yes, it absolutely is. Based on the meso analysis, actually, we got the low-level jet, and that was part of what was feeding the storm. Was it was always in the core of that low-level jet, and it has amplified right now to about 65 knots in northeast Mississippi into south central Tennessee.
Dang. That is crazy. Now, when we let's look at dew points out ahead of this. Yeah, dew points are in the 60s. But dew points do not look to are not as high further east. And
Yeah, there's decreased instability further east.
yeah, that's what we're seeing. Now, what's the deal? I wonder how tomorrow's severe weather threat will end up being. Let's see. Oh, tomorrow looks very low. Okay, that's a good thing. Day 3, by the way, or not day 3, it is day 7. There's another slight risk for severe weather for Texas, Oklahoma.
Yes, it is. I guess that's the next one we're gonna have to watch. A classic, classic positioning in the Central Plains.
Actually, let me look at the models really quick to see how that yeah, that looks to be a pretty big day to watch. Oh, Ethan, latest GFS wants a parade of storms to come back in my area. Storm after storm after storm again.
You just can't get any relief out there, I guess.
Oh, can we get a break?
Weather says no.
And that is a very strong trough that hits my area. Yeah, Ethan, look at a trough so deep, 534 decameters hitting my area. And get this, if that pans out, temperatures during the day would be almost 30 degrees below average. In mid-April, almost.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
I guess we may have a cooler than average summer.
That'd be quite a change from last year.
That means more drought removal. Yeah, what a night, John. Also, what a great day it was for me to drive today, John 542E. I learned on how to parallel park. I learned different things. Winter could head into even May. Nah, that's too far out in time. I hope it doesn't. I'm literally just tired of the rain. At least next Monday. At least next Monday should definitely be a dry day. That's what most of the models are indicating. Yup. It looks to be dry next Monday. The 3rd. That will be important. Oh, yeah, I know, John. We have had 3 or 4 fatalities, something like that. That's bad. That is really bad. A lot of flood reports south of St. Louis, Ethan.
Yeah, that's where that flooding concern was really heightened, as was discussed earlier.
Good thing. I'm hoping John is okay, though. I hope he's doing fine, because I was worried for a little bit that he would get some serious flooding, but thank gosh. I think he dodged a bullet. He dodged a bullet. You didn't get any flooding, did you, John? Hopefully not. Because I know you're out of the St. Louis, Missouri area. You do have some showers over your area, though, approaching. But nothing significant. It's 45 degrees there, by the way, Ethan, in St. Louis.
Yeah. It was decently warm out here too when I was out earlier.
And it's still raining in your area. Man, it hasn't stopped raining there.
It's not.
No flooding in your area, right?
Right. Just some ponding on the roads.
Good. Thank gosh. It was
I
78
do want to
here.
mention this. I'm sorry.
Elevator Tours by Main Rave says it was 78 here earlier. Dang. Alright, go ahead.
That's pretty good. I do want to say the supercell down in the Aberdeen, Okolona, Amory area, and now it has been tornado warned. I was just about to say it looks like it could become tornado warned, and it is now. We have a new tornado warning.
Man, these storms are just popping up, embedded within that line.
Yep, that was a concern brought up by the SPC. Lots of low-level wind shear, lots of streamwise vorticity, so spin-ups within the line, even embedded supercells do appear possible. That new tornado warning, people are asking, that is in effect in northeast Mississippi for southeastern Chickasaw, southern Ottumwa, and Monroe counties in northeast Mississippi. This is located to the west of Aberdeen, headed toward the Amory and Smithville areas, just to the north of the radar site.
West, you mean, right? KGWX.
Yeah, it's west of there now. It's going to be passing north of it.
Oh, okay. Wow, that rotation, Ethan, on that storm. Really strong velocities.
Yeah, we are now really close to the radar site, so we're getting a good image of what's happening at ground level, or near ground level, I should say.
Yeah, velocities, Ethan. 1 pixel has 134 miles an hour. 134 touching 20.
Yeah, that inflow's gotten cleaner on the updraft side of this, so that has strengthened and organized more.
Oh, great. Not another strong to violent tornado.
We are concerned about this, especially right now, the Egypt area. Egypt, Mississippi, it's right over you right now.
That has really organized quickly, Ethan. That really has changed. In 2 scans, it is really organizing.
Yeah, certainly. That's concern for downstream Amory, Hatley, Bigby, Smithville, Quincy, in northeast Mississippi. Tornado warned storm has organized again.
Jeez. It's the John 54-2E supercell. That rotation. Wow, Ethan, velocities are very tight on this now. Did that even update? Did it? Gotta get an update. Gotta get an update. Okay, I've not gotten a new update yet on other radar products. Watch for a debris ball. That's going to come really close to the radar site. That's going to
Absolutely.
Very close. So we got to watch for debris.
Wow, that hook has gotten so much more organized.
Yeah. John says PDS. Oh my gosh, Ethan, that hook is very. Oh, we have a debris ball. Big debris ball. Big debris ball on this. It is now. It might be it could be a particularly dangerous situation. Another strong tornado, Ethan.
Wow.
Oh.
Unrelenting.
From the same storm, too. It just recycled way back over towards Winona.
Wow, that rotation has really tightened in the low
Oh.
levels.
The John 54-2E supercell is causing problems. Oh my gosh, that rotation. Yeah, Ethan, guess what? We have 115. 115 touching 5.
Yeah, that's certainly concentrated. It is really concentrated now to the east of Egypt, headed toward Amory.
That's okay. Yes, this is now a particularly dangerous situation. It just got upgraded. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Gosh, look at that, Ethan.
Wow. Yeah, that debris ball, that debris signature is well defined.
Oh. Ah. Jeez, Ethan. This is a strong tornado, dude.
Yeah, the signatures are really significant here. Really strong.
Debris is being lofted 10,000 feet. Oh my gosh, that debris ball. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, that debris ball. Very deep, Ethan. Very deep.
Those signatures certainly seem to indicate that is quite a possibility on the storm.
Strong tornado again? I think that's where we're at.
So again, because this is important, this is a developing, possibly strong tornado here. Amory, Mississippi, Hatley, Bigby, and Smithville. You are in the path of this. Be taking shelter. We have a dangerous tornado developing, and it is now on the ground.
Oh my gosh, Ethan, look at that flippin' radar signature, dude.
Holy crap. Yes. Oh yeah, that is a tremendous debris signature on that.
Oh my gosh, dude.
That is well defined.
Dude, you can see the debris being centrifuged. It is so high definition. You can see the definition. Oh my, Ethan, we have 70 decibels of debris now on this. 70 decibels.
Wow. Where is this one touching down in Rainbow Obsidian asks, this is in northeast Mississippi, just to the southwest of Amory and Bigby.
Oh, wow, that debris signature. Ethan, we are down to 10.8 on the debris signature. 10.8.
Oh my gosh, that velocity image keeps getting stronger.
Oh no.
So by all indications, a strong tornado is ongoing now.
Oh, Ethan, we have 142. 142 touching 95.
142 touching 95?
Yes. I'm getting a brown pixel. Oh my gosh.
That is tremendous.
I need to see how high this is going to get lofted. I'm really curious because none of the other sweeps are updating yet. We are up to 70 decibels, 65 to 70 decibels on the debris ball, Ethan. 65 to 70 freaking decibels.
That is significant. That is concentrated tornado debris.
I can't look at this. I'm sorry. Strong tornado. Big, nasty tornado. I am waiting for another radar update. Look how clean the inflow is on this, too, Ethan. Very well-defined inflow.
Yeah, that is a classic supercell.
Oh my freaking gosh. I am going to tweet this out. I am tweeting this out.
Yeah, certainly.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I need to get... Okay, so reflectivity, base velocity. Of correlation coefficient. If I can get ZDR, I don't, oh yeah, ZDR. No, I can't get ZDR.
Rainbow Obsidian asking, describing decibels. Yes, so when it comes to radar, this is essentially the returned energy to the radar site. So you can think of it as it's sending out these electromagnetic pulses, and then it goes into what's called a listening period, where it waits to see what is returned, basically. So the decibels indicates higher amounts of reflected energy back to the radar. If you've got higher dBz, decibels of Z, then that means you've got more of that energy being returned, which means a denser target was hit. That can be hail, that can be rain, or in this case, even a tornado debris.
Okay, I need to get this out right now.
Tornado emergency is now in effect.
I'm friend! The fourth one!
From the same storm.
Okay, now. We have another strong to possibly a violent tornado near, what is this near? Near Armory? Near Armory, Mississippi. Moving how fast, Ethan?
65.
65. Northeast at 65 miles per hour. To repeat, this is a strong to violent tornado. Tornado emergency is now declared.
This is unbelievable.
Shoot, dude.
And I am concerned about what's going to happen when this hits Amory, because it's moving right in that direction.
Sorry, how do you spell violent? Sorry, violent. I think I got it. Violent.
Yeah.
Tornado. I'm tweeting this out right now. Okay, violent, strong tornado. Tornado. Oh my gosh, that debris, Ethan.
That is absolutely massive and very concentrated.
Dude, you know how high this debris is being thrown up into? Up to 29,000 feet.
Wow. Also, they have extended a PDS tornado warning into Alabama for this tornado.
Oh my gosh. So, the fourth tornado emergency of the day, along to go with a particularly dangerous situation, so that is 5. To repeat, this is another serious concern right now. Violent tornado on the ground, doing serious damage. So, Ethan, can you kind of teach my viewers what this all means? Because I'm going to bring up the panel view of this tornado. So what are we looking at? Like, teach my viewers the science behind debris versus velocity versus reflectivity. Why is this important?
Yeah, these are all very important tools that allow us to identify what's going on in the atmosphere. And Because of the development of dual polarization radar, so instead of just a plain horizontal beam, now we have a horizontal and a vertical beam. That's allowing us to get dimensional analysis of what the targets are, and that allows us to assess different things in the atmosphere. One of which is correlation coefficient. That's indicated when we've got the debris ball here. When we see that, especially from a tornadic sense, it means that we are picking up non-meteorological targets. That includes trees, structural debris, all kinds of things like that getting picked up and concentrated in this tornado. Reflectivity allows us to see where the rainfall is, obviously, and we can correlate that with correlation coefficient and storm relative velocity to tell where the tornado is and where all the other features are relative to the storm. And then the velocity aspect, as we just discussed earlier, it assesses using the Doppler effect. That's why it's called Doppler radar. It assesses the motion and the speed of rain and particles in the atmosphere. And through that, we can see where the rotation is and how strong it is. So if you combine those three things, correlation coefficient, reflectivity, and velocity, you can get an idea of where a tornado is, especially in a case like this, where we are dealing with what appears to be a significant tornado that is readily identified.
Yeah. Oh man, Ethan, the warning now says 70 miles an hour. This is moving 70 miles an hour. Hello?
It's extremely fast northeast storm motions.
Okay, there you are. You cut out there for a second. Yeah, very
Yeah,
fast moving.
I'm typing for a second.
Oh, that's why. We are still getting debris down to 15 to 20% in this, and we are still getting 65 decibels of debris being recorded in the storm. So we are still getting really large debris. I need to see how high this is going, though. Yeah, this is being thrown almost up to 30,000 feet. Oh my gosh, dude.
This is an extremely dangerous storm we're dealing with here.
Very dangerous.
And it looks like oh man, it looks like it's gone through uh, Amory, especially the northern side of it. Also between Amory and Bigby, huge debris ball continues. Tremendous TVS. Now downstream concerns would fall on Smithville. We will see how this evolves in the short term, but tremendous signatures being indicated still.
Jeez. What is the environment ahead of this looking like? Could this recycle, or is this kind of a one and done deal?
Let me see here if they've updated the latest. We've got a little better instability than before moving up into that area, but so I would say it has a chance to recycle as it moves into northwestern Alabama, but
Oh.
beyond that, as we head toward north central Alabama, it becomes a little more questionable. The main thing is we've still got that low level jet right over this, and that's providing the organization for the low level mesocyclone, and that looks to be supportive of some continued tornado threat, including a strong tornado risk into the northwestern counties of Alabama. So we could see it recycle.
Okay. Also, another thing, velocities are 141, Ethan. 141, touching 135.
You're joking.
Now it just updated, but that was the last scan and the scan before. So I'm not joking on that.
That's monumental. That could be a violent tornado at that point.
But it just updated and it looks like the velocities have come down a little bit, but in a few scans in a row, it was like between 250 to almost 300 gate to gate shear. Because 140 plus 141, right? So 141 plus 135 equals 276 gate to gate shear.
That would be astronomical. If that were to be the case, that would be utterly astronomical, and I would not be surprised at all for a violent tornado.
Given how high the debris is being tossed into the air, there might be a few specks of debris being thrown all the way up to 25,000 feet.
Yeah, this is certainly a significant tornado.
Very classic. I mean, geez. All right, new radar velocities came out, Ethan. 136. 136 touching 100. So 236 velocities.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about what's happening here with Smithville and areas just south of there. This is coming in immediately, very quickly, moving at 65 miles per hour at least. And we're looking downstream further too. Bexar, Alabama, once this crosses the state border, you need to be taking shelter as this is a dangerous tornado going on.
Yeah, velocities have not weakened much at all. Oh, that is as clear as day, Ethan. That is so dang close to the radar site. That is so close to the radar site.
It certainly is.
Wow. You could literally see... You could literally make out the swirling motion with this. And you can see where the inflow, where the RFD is wrapping around, then you got the inflow that is trying to go in. So that's over Smithville right now. The inflow region.
Yep, based on the latest here, this tornado is now just south of the town of Smithville. Just south of it, just on the south side.
The debris signature is very clearly there. That has not weakened at all. The debris signature is still there.
Yeah, that is well developed. I mean, extremely well defined.
Dang, that tornado has traveled at least 20 miles. Let me actually do a radar analysis. I need to go to correlation coefficient on that. So that is... Let's see how far. That has traveled almost 30 miles.
Wow. This is enormous. This is monumental to be seeing this.
Another long traco. I'm really surprised this debris is not being centrifuged out in the lower tilt of the radar. But that is well defined. Those rain arms really defined. I know, I can't believe this is happening either, Ross. I know this thing popped out of nowhere.
Yeah, it happened so fast, literally, that I was talking to you earlier, and I just got started with my conversation saying, "Hey, we need to look back at this storm," and then it went tornado warn, and then a few frames later, it produced a tornado. So just within the order of minutes.
Wow. I cannot believe how a tornado could get so violent so quickly in a matter of a couple of scans.
That low-level jet's having a lot to do with it.
Justin is making it a laughy situation. So much for a bust, folks. You know who you are.
Yep. That's one of the reasons why we advocate for sharing official forecast data, and if you see on social media people saying this is a bust when it hasn't even happened yet, don't pay attention to those. Those are dangerous tweets and dangerous messages.
Yeah. Justin and John, by the way, look at how clear the debris signature was earlier. That was as clear of a debris signature as you could possibly get, at least since the Mayfield tornado of December 10th in Kentucky. Pretty clear. And it is still on the ground.
Absolutely classic.
Yep, that debris is really falling apart. It's falling out.
Oh, good.
I mean, look at the debris signature. Let me bring up a two-panel view of this. Isn't it fun to look back at radar images and see what all happened? You can see...
Yeah, certainly.
I mean, in one frame, Ethan, it went from, maybe it's a tornado. Boom! It's a strong tornado. Boom! It's a violent tornado. It just, in 2 frames, it went from nothing to violent.
Yes, that happens very quickly, especially with these rapidly amplifying low-level jets, it seems. Um, those are really good sources of stability for mesocyclones and generating them. In fact, mesocyclones, once they are organized, that can help to persist the storm itself, even if it's encountering weaker instability. That's why we were talking about that tornado threat continuing into northwest Alabama.
All right, we're getting a report from Dakota that there is major damage in just north of Amory. Also, Vegas Aviation is confirming major damage in the northwestern part of Amory from this tornado. Confirmed entrapments. More people trapped.
Oh gosh.
Jeez.
It's horrifying.
This 4 tornado emergencies tonight, Ethan. From one supercell. From one storm.
Talk about long-lived. That's what I gotta say.
And we had a new tornado warning, but I didn't catch that in time. So that's up there in Killeen, Rogerville, Lexington, in Alabama, Elkmont. Oh, man. It has a satellite. What? There's no satellite tornado with this. Yeah, all four from one storm. Someone is saying this is twins. No, this is not. I don't see twins with this. It is still on the ground. That debris signature has not dissipated completely. It is still on the ground. There is still damage.
Yes, I can see. So that's progressing into Alabama.
Oh boy, if it makes it into Alabama, Ethan, it crossed over one state. This tornado, this supercell started all the way down in northeastern Louisiana.
It shows too that these discrete storms they develop a stability, especially in these volatile environments like today, where they can last for so long.
Oh yeah. Okay, Amory Fire and Search and Rescue are struggling to respond to survivors and entrapments due to so much debris on the roads. Ethan, that's coming from Vegas Aviation.
Oh, wow.
By the way, Vegas Aviation, if you want to friend me on Discord and join the weather server, that would be great. You seem, of course, you're awesome, as always. Here is this image. Here is a debris image, Ethan, that John took. Let me send it to you. Look how long this track of debris is.
Wow. that puts it into perspective.
Still some debris on this. Okay, I got told from Ozonated that they're gonna extend the tornado warning into. Yep, and there they go. They just did. New a new particularly dangerous situation warning. So this now includes. That is where the storm actually is. So near Bexar, under a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. The debris signature is still there, though. That is still evident.
Yes, it is.
JMJ show channel, it's not about to get stronger. I don't see that right now. What does it look like to you, Ethan? Could this be cycling or not? Or do you see it not cycling?
At this point, there's a lot of interference to the south. It does have better instability to work with than what we were seeing in the last update. So it's got some instability. It's got really strong winter. So it's possible that it could cycle and produce another tornado. That's why that tornado threat persists into northwest Alabama. But it does have a lot of stuff with it from the south at this point, and that might act to disrupt a more steady development. But a tornado threat does still persist.
Okay. There is definitely rotation on this. Big time rotation. This is not giving up at all. And there is no longer debris on radar. So that has lifted.
Finally.
Absolutely, Justin. Yes. If you want to hop on, when you get home, what time will you be home? You said you'll be home soon. You can give the analysis.
Absolutely.
I will actually add you to this call, Justin. Join the group, Ethan. Hello? Hello? Okay, he died. His audio died.
Hello?
Hello? Okay. Join the group call. Hello?
There's no group call over in the other group.
There we go. You're in. Ozonated wants to join, but I don't think I'm not gonna. I will type this in Discord, Ethan, in DMs. Look in DMs, Ethan. Don't say it in stream. Ethan, you there?
You hear me?
Yes, I could hear you.
Okay. That took a bit of a struggle, but I am on.
Okay, so if you look in the DM that I sent you, don't say it out loud.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I could hear you.
Okay, things are kind of sketchy at this point with the connection, I guess.
Seems like every night it acts up.
Yeah, well, tonight it's raining outside, so that's probably part of it.
But did you look in the DM that I sent you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm in the...
Hello.
Hey, Justin!
Hello, Justin.
Um, yeah. So whenever you're ready, I'll just go over my thoughts on our previous tornadoes.
Yeah, you can go right ahead.
Okay, so we'll start with the first one, the one that hit Rolling Fork, and then I'll move on to the one that hit Winona, and then I will finalize with the one that occurred just now in Amory through Smithville. So these were all produced by the same supercell. That was one discrete supercell which tracked from Louisiana now into Alabama. Like I told David earlier this evening, this environment was incredibly volatile. But the thing is, if you didn't get any of those discrete mature supercells in that environment, you're not going to get strong, violent tornadoes. If you do get discrete mature supercells, you're almost guaranteed to get strong, violent tornadoes. As we saw, we got one discrete and dominant supercell. That one discrete and dominant supercell went on to produce 3 likely violent tornadoes, 2 of which were without a doubt violent. The other one may be violent, but at least high-end intense. The first one, which hit, what was it again? It was Silver City and Rolling Fork. That one was likely in the mid-range of violent tornadoes, considering it had about an 80-knot VROT, and the damage I've seen is very consistent with past EF4 type tornadoes, not to pre-rate, but past EF4 tornadoes in the 180, 190 range. Sorry if I'm kind of out of breath, I just got home. And that one will likely get a very high rating because that one did some very, very significant damage to Silver City and to Rolling Fork. The next one, which hit Winona, I believe, and some areas near there, that one I have not seen damage within, but it did have a pretty intense couplet in the upper levels. What happened in the lower levels, we don't really know because it was quite far from both radars. So that one I can't comment on, but it was likely at least intense. And the third one, which hit Amory and Smithville, that one I am at a lack for words of. 120 knot VROT, actually 120.9, which rounds up to 121 knot VROT. The strongest VROT I've ever seen is, it's unreliable, but 131 knots. So that was likely the strongest VROT I have ever seen, and likely one of the strongest VROTs ever recorded. It had over 100 VROT for several scans, and that is almost unheard of. The only tornado I can remember doing that is Mayfield, and we all know what happened with that. I'm not saying this caused damage to the extent of Mayfield, because it did not track nearly as long. In fact, it was rather short-lived, but it was incredibly intense. I would argue probably in the high end of violent tornadoes. Whether or not it gets a rating in the high end of violent tornadoes will be up to the National Weather Service, but intensity-wise, that was that was definitely the strongest tornado of the day, and likely one of the strongest tornadoes we've seen in recent memory. So yeah. That's my thoughts.
Putting it into perspective like that, that is really incredible to think. We saw that intensity on the rotational signature, but just to put it into comparison is remarkable and just shows how incredible and extreme we just witnessed.
Yeah. That tornado specifically, the last one, I wasn't there for it. I was actually getting pizza up the road while it happened, but my friends sent me some screenshots of it, and also a screen grab right as it was over Amory. I would be absolutely shocked if it did not cause violent type damage. Absolutely shocked. It would make almost no sense if it didn't.
That would make sense that would, based on what we saw.
David, you can take back over now if you're still there.
You there, David?
Oh, here. Sorry, I was muted. It's crazy. It is so crazy how people in the chat at the very beginning, before this all happened, were like, this might be a bust. You know, I think it's going to be a bust. Because the way the radar presentation was, there's a lot of mess. A lot of going on with the radar. And then all of a sudden, we started seeing the supercell in northern Louisiana. And that's when you came on, Justin says, dude, that supercell is getting organized quickly. And then they started putting out new, like a mesa discussion on them. I'm like, okay. This is going to be our storm. This is going to be the supercell of the night. And it ended up being the supercell of the night.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Again, just to put it into perspective,
Really quickly, sorry to interrupt. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now issued for Hackleburg, for Hamilton right now for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
that makes sense. That supercell's turning into a bookend type thing. But again, just to put it into perspective, VROT is usually like you could have a gate-to-gate shear of 200 miles per hour, and I actually don't know the calculation for how it works. Ethan, you might, I don't. But you could have gate-to-gate shear of 200 miles per hour, like we had on that first tornado, right? And that's incredibly high. That's likely indicative of a violent tornado. But VROT on that storm was only 79 knots. And that's high in itself. So now imagine 121 knots of VROT. That's what that last tornado was. I mean, 121 knots of VROT's crazy.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Now, I don't know if you're going to be here for a little while longer, Justin, but I wanted to let you know I am getting my driver's license next Monday, April the 3rd.
Woohoo.
Yes, I'll be on the roads, maybe chasing storms next year.
Good to hear. Another thing I want to mention about that last tornado, because I am just, again, in shock. I have not seen something of that intensity for quite a while. It hit areas that are notorious for violent tornadoes. In fact, it hit like the Smithville Amory area, which was actually hit by an EF5 tornado back on April 27, 2011. So it's very, very unlikely that those homes are not well built, and that will only help with a higher rating.
Okay,
Certainly.
we got a new tornado warning now issued for Hodge, for Isabel, for Russellville, Phil Campbell in Alabama. New tornado warning. Man, there's a lot of warnings in northwestern Alabama now.
Yep. That was where we were concerned about it moving into.
Boy, John, you called that early. Big shout out goes to John 542E. Let's
Can
see.
you still hear me?
Yes, I could hear you.
Okay, my power is flickering.
Oh, no. Nice, beautiful lightning show going on in Alabama right now. Northern Alabama. Oh my gosh. Crazy weather dude just said this. Justin, you want to hear this, Justin? You want to hear this, Ethan?
Yes.
Fire scanners are saying North Amory is completely destroyed and leveled.
You know, David, you know me. You know me, okay? You know
Yes.
how conservative I am. You know that I never hype stuff up. In fact, I actually was not very confident today and wasn't a believer in today being that big, up until obviously I saw that supercell heading into that environment. But I wouldn't put that report by Crazy Weather Dude past a reasonable possibility.
Well, no, I just found this on Twitter too. We've got a report per Amory, Mississippi fire scanner. All of North Amory is gone. Multiple gas leaks, major damage, and first responders having a hard time moving through the streets.
Oh my
due to-
gosh.
In line with that.
He's
Yeah,
right.
No, I wouldn't be shocked. It's that tornado was of unbelievable strength.
Oh my gosh. I need to let my... Because they're watching me downstairs, I'm sure. My parents are watching my live stream. I'll be back. Hold on.
Ethan, take over real quick. I gotta go for a
Oh,
sec.
certainly, yeah. So yeah, what we've experienced tonight was just a tremendous event regarding meteorologically, and perhaps a historic night for severe weather. Deadly tornadoes, multiple long-lived deadly tornadoes, potentially violent, moving across Mississippi. And, it's this point that we start to see the aftermath of it, and we really get an idea of just how powerful that was that we saw on radar. We get an idea of what the human impact was, and that is the sad, the scariest time is when it's moving in, but the saddest time is afterwards, seeing what it's done. And we're going to continue providing updates on the ongoing storms, but also provide some information that we get out of these areas that have been so severely impacted, including Amory and all the way back southwest where the original tornado was going. Should Huntsville be alert later? Let me check something here. Huntsville, yeah, Huntsville's under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, actually. And we recently had a trained weather spotter intercepted a tornado in Lauderdale County. This is 5 miles east of Killen, so yeah, severe thunderstorm winds and possibly tornado threat does move into the Huntsville area within the next 1 to 2 hours. You've got a tornado watch up in that area. When it expires, then maybe things will settle. But things are not as violent right now as they were earlier. That is a good thing.
Wow.
But yeah.
Oh. This is just depressing. Sickening and depressing. Oh.
Yeah, but hopefully this live stream we've provided throughout this event has helped people, if they're not even in the path of it, at least to be aware of what's going on.
I'm going to broadcastify. I'm going to broadcastify right now. I need to hear this.
Okay.
Browse feeds out of Mississippi. What county is Amory in, Ethan?
Hold on a minute. Let me check. I have this, I need to go back. Make sure I got the right one. Try to find the setting. Just hold on a minute. There it is. That is Monroe County.
Good. Okay. Monroe County, Aberdeen Amory Fire Department. Gotta listen to this. $4,000 people are listening to that right now.
Well, I have no doubt.
Amory Fire, 911.
Go ahead, Amory Fire.
911, I need you to get atmosphere ASAP and see if they can shut down a main line or something. We got multiple gas leaks, and we just need to see if we can get out here ASAP.
10-4.
Hey, 3-4, made Davis Street. We began our search. Multiple structures damaged.
There are a
Several
few
new
things
roofs,
that I can
major
confirm
collapses.
that I have heard on Scanner and that I am seeing broadly on Twitter. Would you like to hear them?
Yes.
Ethan, David?
24, what was that, Trent?
Yes.
Okay, first is there is a car that got launched into a tree. There are gas leaks all throughout town. Firefighters are struggling to find what street they're on. And there are reports that people are trapped all throughout homes.
That's not surprising with the entrapments. That's something we usually hear about right after a significantly destructive tornado occurs. But the fact that these firefighters are having a hard time finding their way around this area, streets that they've probably been on so many times, and now they can't recognize the area, that is devastating to put your mind into, to imagine that position.
Yeah. It's really bad.
Trapped in a house on Brown Street. Copy, making a note of it.
Let's see
We're
what
working
they have to
slowly.
say.
Figure it's gonna be hard to get here, but if you can get Brown Street, probably gonna be closer to getting than the fire department. Let's go.
Yes, this is out of Monroe.
I have people trapped in the Amory Community Center due to a power line that is down.
Copy 911, no injuries. Eleven 911, good. I'm here at the community center. No injuries. Copy, thank you, sir.
Amory Fire. Can you give me a cross street for the gas leak on 6th Street North? I've got Atmos on the line needing one.
I have just received a report of an elderly male and female stuck in a trailer due to a tree falling at 1075 East Avenue.
Tree fell on a trailer.
On that gas leak, there's multiple gas leaks. I will try to get a better thing, but there's multiple all over the city. 37, we got a gas leak here. Takes on 2. Copy, propane or gasoline? Engine 2, 911.
Engine 2.
What was the elderly couple?
Can you repeat your traffic?
What was the elderly couple trapped at?
Stand by.
Days. Go ahead, Ace. What's your location? MLK and I Avenue. Waiting on the elderly couple that was trapped. We got people trapped on 1075 E Avenue in a trailer. Terrible.
Lot of reports coming in with people trapped, folks. A lot of people trapped.
31 days. Go ahead. If I there was a gas leak at the West Amory School.
I cannot even understand how bad things can get. Wow. Oh. I'm telling you.
Howdy, 909. Anybody? Angry Fire Department? Go ahead. Be advised, if anybody wants to, that's close to my residence, I'm fixing to load a skid steer. I have a tractor sitting here full of fuel. If anybody can get on it and come. Copy. Who am I speaking with?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right, so we got reports of people trapped, gas leaks, cars being launched and thrown, and a tree on a trailer.
Whoa, man.
That is beyond sickening. That is absolutely just hard to even hear. Oh, man. Wow. Looks like that tornado is pretty much done, though. We're going to keep live on this YouTube channel for a while. These
Yeah,
will...
hopefully it looks... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Hopefully it looks like that supercell is starting to outrun the decent instability. And as such is starting to kind of weaken and lose the organization that it had before.
Yeah. Lego Train 489 says, is this as bad as 2011?
Is this like the super outbreak?
Yeah.
This is certainly not... Yeah, this is certainly not as bad as the super outbreak, because April 2011 you had multiple cells like this. This was mainly based off a single cell, but you can compare this to other events in the past for long-lived violent tornado-producing cells, especially if that first one was actually on the ground for over 100 miles. You can compare that to things like perhaps even the Mayfield tornado, perhaps the Yazoo City tornado of 2010. Just incredible tornado-producing machines like that.
Mm-hmm. Sadly, there will be another super outbreak again, but where and when will it be?
That is the thing, and whenever it happens, we will be tracking it.
Well, unless it's 100 years from now, Ethan.
Yeah, unless that happens.
Lives lost, homes. I'm sick seeing, hearing about this all. I can only imagine what these people are going through tomorrow. Will start to sink in. Yeah. Mayfield tornado in 2021 is more of 2011 type level. Yeah, maybe tonight was worse though than Mayfield. What are your thoughts, Ethan? This supercell, especially over Amory, over Silver
Now,
City.
I don't know what ratings they're going to assign, and I don't know what degree of damage these caused. So I'm not going to say intensity-wise, but I would say, from a broader perspective, I think the Mayfield storm was worse in that it tracked the storm itself from central Arkansas into northern Kentucky, and along its way produced two extremely violent EF4 tornadoes, one of which was on the ground for almost 170 miles continuously.
I got bad news.
What?
Rotation is rapidly increasing near Phil Campbell. Another supercell is trying to form.
Oh, man.
An embedded supercell, something we are going to have to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. That does have a tornado warning still. That is in effect for eastern Franklin County in western Alabama.
Yeah, velocities are pretty tight on that.
Wow.
Yep, they are tight. We have 77 touching 10. So that is really tight. I'm going to see if there's any debris on this, and there is not debris.
That is a good thing.
But we'll watch it. Boy, the SPC nailed this area. They said strong tornadoes possible, and we may have another tornado developing.
Yeah. Really gotta say, the SPC did a good job of this today, predicting these significant long-lived tornadoes.
We had 11 tornado reports today.
Yeah, and when all is said and done, we might end up having more tornadoes if they discover more damage.
Gosh. I'll tell you, March is typically the month where we start watching these events unfold.
It sure is.
Yeah, we gotta watch this cell right here. That is definitely a embedded supercell.
Oh yeah, certainly. That mesocyclone does not want to give up, just because of the strength of low-level shear.
Gosh, that is a very deep mesocyclone. That goes all the way up to 20,000 feet.
Gee whiz.
There's no tornado warning out on it right now. There is no tornado warnings actively at the moment, Ethan.
Oh wow. That's the first time in a long time today.
So if no tornado warnings get issued by 10, then I'm probably going to call it a night. I am tired. I did not sleep a lot last night.
Oh, I can imagine.
I am tired. Plus, I went driving today, so that really just dropped my energy, and I'm going driving again tomorrow. So I have a busy day again. Tomorrow's busy day.
Certainly got to rest up for that.
Yup. But I'm not ending it now. So if you just tuned in, welcome, welcome. By the way, if you guys haven't joined the Discord server, I would really highly recommend doing so. It is growing successfully. It's a lot of fun. It's fun to be in there. So if you have not participated in the server, there is a link. What's up, bro? Myrtle Beach, welcome. What's up? Welcome to the server. Discord, by the way.
Yeah,
And-
we certainly, Oh, I'm sorry?
Oh, and in there, we give you weather updates if necessary. I'm in there. Ethan is in there. We got a lot of people that you will recognize. Rose in the Rain. John 542E is in there. Alex Miller is in there. Candy is in there. Extreme weather is, well, today's weather has been extreme, so goes really well.
That's what I was about to say. We do want to say, join the Weather Force Discord server for behind the scenes kind of stuff, more interactions with all of us. You can talk to us about these events without a live stream going and learn when live streams are coming up. Learn more about what is happening with these particular weather events. There's forecasts, there's all kinds of weather discussions there, and it is a nice place.
Yeah. And Sheriff Boy is working on putting this together, making this website connect with the Discord server. I think it's this. Yeah, it's this website. Once it loads. Okay, that rotation's rapidly weakening, so that's a good thing. So see this,
I'm back.
yeah. So see this website? Yeah. Every time anyone makes an Outlook, all right, it gets posted in the Discord server automatically thanks to webhooks. So, Justin Lee, there is no new debris ball.
No, actually, there was a tiny little TDS, right near Hackleberg, but it lifted.
Wait, really?
Yeah, just like 2 minutes ago. It was there for like 2 scans, but it's not down anymore, and I need to cover it.
Oh, shoot. Oh, okay.
Also, I sent a picture in the group chat. That is, I believe, Rolling Forks, but it's from one of the tornadoes tonight. I don't know which one, but regardless, very significant damage there.
Gosh. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at this, folks. Look at... Is that a semi-truck? Hello?
Yeah, that's my truck.
Wow, that's mangled.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Also, I don't know if you heard. Oh my goodness. Oh no, that's not Amory. That's Rolling Forks. Never mind. I don't know if you heard. But there are a lot of very disturbing things being said on the fire scanner. Would you like to hear them?
Sure.
Okay. First one is firefighters do not know where they are. They cannot find what street they're on. Because everything is just crazy. There's debris everywhere. Homes are reportedly gone. They don't know what street they're on. That's the first thing. The area is unrecognizable. Number 2, they said the entire north part of the town is gone. Number 3, a car is lodged up into the air in a tree. It actually got launched into a tree. The tornado launched a car, once again, into the air, into a tree. And it's stuck in the tree with people in it. That's number 3. Number 4, gas leaks all over the town. And yeah, I believe that is all for now.
Wow, what a destructive night. What a
unbelievable.
what a destructive night.
Yeah, and while this was ongoing, actually, there was a weather, a media, meteorologist, broadcast meteorologist, who was actually doing, a stream on, I don't know what news channel it is, one from Mississippi or Alabama, and he actually started praying on the stream as it hit Amory. I mean, it was really bad.
Oh, man.
I also want to give some disturbing update on this storm. This is about to recycle. That storm, the Hacklebird, the debris ball that you were seeing, Justin, that just made a huge right turn.
Hmm.
That just made a huge right turn.
Yeah, I'm kind of skeptical because now it is behind the squall line, so I don't know how much potential it has, but we'll see.
Because look at, if you follow the debris, if you follow a supercell, it just made that right turn. You can see it, it just is making that right turn.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely see that, but the squall line did overtake it, so I just don't know how favorable the thermos are.
Oh, I see what you mean. I'm gonna keep an eye on this. I'm gonna watch for one more scan.
Yeah, looking at the downstream environment, there's not, and as you head further into Alabama, especially toward the northeastern part of the state, you've got less instability. We're projecting, based on latest guidance, there to be rather weak buoyancy tonight, even if the inhibition clears out. So not as favorable of a thermodynamic environment. The low-level jet is still ongoing across northern Alabama, but it is expected to progress off to the northeast. Gradually, the southern end starting to kind of weaken a little bit as we head into the late night, early morning hours, and becoming a bit displaced from where the instability is. So I think we've seen the worst of it by this point.
Okay. All right, any questions you guys have to ask me? Question time. Any Q&A? Q&A moment. Go, take it away. Q&A. Q&A. Any questions? I gotta interact with my audience too, you know. Just a general reminder, if you haven't subscribed yet to the YouTube channel, please consider doing so. It really does mean a lot. We are one subscriber away from 5,000. I want to thank you all for subscribing, getting notifications, because I do upload pretty much every day, unless coming up, mark your calendar, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Maybe Monday afternoon, but I will not be uploading on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. For sure, that's because I need to do intensive studying, and I'm not ending this stream because we just got a new tornado warning that just got issued, this time for Tennessee. New tornado warning just got issued. So just a general reminder, if you haven't subscribed yet, it does mean a lot because we're here covering weather all season long, especially hurricane season, severe weather, and winter weather, such as heavy snowstorms, blizzards, and more. All right, so yeah. Yep, I know. New tornado warning has been issued. Also, you can follow me on Twitter. You could follow me on Instagram. Well, I barely use Instagram. I barely use Facebook anymore. Instead, I really use a lot of my time to go on Discord. So if you do have Discord, it is free to create a Discord account today. There, you could join the Discord server for free. There is no cost whatsoever. There's a link in the chat section or in the description of this live stream where you can participate, interact with Ethan B, Justin, and all of the other members. We actually play games in there. We stream games. We have game nights. We have hangout nights. We have a lot of fun. So if you are new and you are looking to join a weather community, Weather Force is the server for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know, Michael. I know, Michael Guerrero. GFS is being the GFS. By the way, Justin, a lot of rain in your area with this last storm, huh?
Yes, sorry. Yes, definitely.
We have had quite the winter season.
Yep, we have.
Oh, and it's supposed to rain on my drive test. Stupid GFS. Oh, Ethan, it's storm after storm still for us. Storm after storm. Oh, I'm literally getting depressed over heavy rainfall.
Yeah, it's been pretty unrelenting for you guys out there. I can certainly attest to that.
We can't get a break. Oh, Todd from work is the 5,000th subscriber. Thanks for getting me there. You just made it halfway to 10,000. So Fayetteville, Tennessee, under a tornado warning. This is until 10:30 now. Mulberry, under a tornado warning. So we are going to stay on top of this because that is definitely an embedded supercell within the line, a kink within the line. And we all know what has happened last time when we had one of these. Look at Amory. That was an embedded supercell, and that thing got strong quick. Yeah, I mean, it is rain after rain. And get this, Ethan. For the month of April, or for the next couple of weeks, some of the mountains here, Ethan, could get 10 plus inches of rainfall.
Wow. That is tremendous.
And for the average, that is well above average for this time of the year. And on top of that, snowfall totals in the 120-inch range.
Jeez, I wonder how much their snow total is.
Well, who was it that I was talking to? Oh, my uncle. My uncle out of Texas. I guess he was watching the news where he found out somewhere that some of the highest peaks have over 600 inches of snow. The snow depth.
Huh. Yeah, I imagine that's pretty significant out there.
By the way, I have more images now of Rolling Fork.
You can send them in.
God.
Man, that storm system for Monday and Tuesday looks very concerning. We can get 3 inches of rain here. Another atmospheric river.
Gee whiz.
Wait, I'm sending it in.
Oh, yeah, I don't see it yet.
Yeah, I know. One second.
Oh boy, we might have another tornado. Almost ready to hit the ground here. Really
Okay.
tight couplet. Really tight couplet on that.
There you go.
Oh boy.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Okay, I'm sharing that for sure. I'm retweeting that.
That is unquestionably violent damage. Holy crap.
Jeez, everything is mangled. Nothing is standing.
It's leveled.
It's
Also, I'm not
leveled.
gonna say this one. I'm not gonna say this on stream. But you guys can look in the chat.
Oh gosh.
Oh, I cannot even.
Yeah, I wouldn't read that one.
That's disturbing, Justin. That is absolutely disturbing. I can't even look at. I can't even see that. I don't even want to see that. That is absolutely disturbing. That brings back memories with my grandpa.
Yeah.
When he
That one, by the way, is unconfirmed. I got it from a trusted friend, but he got it from a trusted friend, so that's why we're not sharing it on stream. But yeah.
we got a debris ball. We might have a debris ball east of Fayetteville in Tennessee.
Yep. Looks like one to me. Tiny little TDS there.
Yep. See what I see? There is a little bit of a CC drop.
Yeah, I see that.
I have to say, one of the things that sticks out to me in that tweet with the damage pictures from Rolling Fork, branches are stripped of bark. Branches. Not trees, branches.
Branches stripped of bark. Are you really kidding? Are you being serious about that?
That's what it says in that link with the pictures.
I gotta re-look over that again. I gotta re-look over this. Why was it taken down? Dude, they took down the tweet.
Oh, really?
Interesting.
When I click on it, it says it can't be found.
Yeah, maybe because of their first sentence in the tweet.
This doesn't exist.
Yeah, possibly because of their first sentence. Probably got taken down because of that.
Okay, that might have occluded. So that, yeah, it looks like this has occluded. That outflow's taking over.
Mm-hmm.
So that might have roped out. Heidi said something too. Something that you don't hear normally. If the dirt on the ground is scoured or gone, that usually means EF5. Thank you, Mindy
Yeah.
Weeks.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Thank you, Mindy. Ground scouring is a phenomenon that can occur certainly with violent tornadoes. It is more common with violent tornadoes. It doesn't necessarily mean an EF5, but it is more common with a higher rating.
Because you get a lot of the cyclostrophic spin. cyclostrophic structure to a tornado. I like that word. Cyclostrophic. All right, we did get a tornado report. Confirmed TDS west of Bear Creek. So there was a TDS. So that came from Justin Lee. He was not joking about that. That was confirmed. So that makes the tornado count, Ethan. Oh, that's still at... Wait, 7 tornado reports. Oh, no, 11. Okay, that was funny.
Yeah, thankfully it looks like we've kind of transitioned toward a squall line mode, but still, that could have embedded circulations.
Cyclostrophic, yes, Heidi. Explain, Ethan. Ethan, explain what cyclostrophic means.
Yes, cyclostrophic. There's different balances in the atmosphere when it comes to pressure changes and things like that. For example, we often in the upper levels of the atmosphere refer to geostrophic flow. That is the balance between the pressure gradient force and the Coriolis force. So, kind of drawing opposite vectors from those and getting the resulting wind, that wind vector, that is the geostrophic wind. So that's geostrophic balance, regarding the pressure gradient and Coriolis. But on a small scale, such as a tornado, for example, Coriolis isn't as significant, and instead we're balancing that pressure gradient force with a centrifugal force because the air is just getting, flung around in this tight, intense cyclone. And that balance right there between the pressure gradient, which is coming in, and the centrifugal force, which is going out, is the cyclostrophic balance.
Yup.
I will say something that's very interesting is that we have not seen any pictures at all out of Amory. We saw pictures out of Rolling Fork right after it happened. And that was a devastating tornado, but people were able to get to the areas that were damaged. I don't know if people are even able to get to the areas that were hit by this tornado, because I have not seen anything out of Amory other than just words.
Yeah, same here. I did share a picture from Storm Chaser Freddie McKinney from the Rolling Fork tornado. That is absolute nightmare fuel. That is the tornado. That is absolutely terrifying.
Oh, yeah. I'm not yawning, Heidi. What do you mean I'm yawning? Try try streaming for 9 hours. Try driving for 2 hours. Try sleeping for only 2 hours last night. You can see why I'm yawning. Yeah, that spin up is really falling apart. That is really falling apart. So that tornado warning will probably be allowed to expire.
Okay, I do have confirmation. Unfortunately, David, are you there?
Yes.
Unfortunately, Sharkley County coroner reports 7 dead so far.
My
Oh.
gosh. That alone is deadlier than the Winterset tornado from last year.
And we're just starting. I mean, that number is gonna rise.
It seems, yeah. Wow.
Unbelievable.
One thing I want to notice is that when SPC downgraded that moderate risk to an enhanced risk, honestly, a weird call. They made a public severe weather outlook right as that cell began to go through rolling fork, which they very rarely do for anything under a moderate risk. So that just goes to show how significant that cell is. I mean, that cell pretty much single-handedly caused SPC to make a public severe weather outlook.
Where do you see the severe weather outlook at? Public severe weather outlook.
I'll put it in here. And Ethan, you'll notice how weird this is too. They almost will never do that for anything under a moderate, and they actually specifically highlighted the corridor they thought was most favorable.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Yeah, it's very odd.
Dang. Wow.
Very interesting call to downgrade the moderate risk right as that cell was beginning to go crazy.
Yeah, when David said that, I thought it was a joke.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you don't need a bunch of supercells to produce a major, potentially historic event. I mean, you all you need is one. All we got was one discrete mature supercell, and that produced 3 violent tornadoes. Whether or not they get rated that, we'll see.
Actually, kind of 4, because we had 4 tornado emergencies, 6 particularly dangerous situations, kind of warnings according to the stream.
Right. So at least 3. In that's just
Yeah.
gosh. I mean, if that cell didn't happen, today wouldn't have been anything. But unfortunately, that cell matured.
Well, unfortunately, it was a moderate risk, too. So that begs the question, did it perform as a moderate risk since SPC had downgraded it right when that storm started firing up? Or did it pan out as an enhanced risk?
Pretty easily a moderate. I mean, even though there wasn't a lot of tornadoes, in fact, there were actually pretty few tornadoes for moderate verification, likely under 10, I'd say. I mean, I didn't see anything more than... I don't know how there'd be more than 10, right, Ethan? But,
Yeah.
with 3 of them being the intensity they were, and 2 of them likely going to get... At least one of them is going to get rated violent, in my opinion. I just don't see Rolling Fork not being rated at least EF4. But again, I'm not National Weather Service. That verifies a moderate. 3 tornadoes of that intensity, no matter how few tornadoes there are, quality over quantity, and that verifies a moderate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it verified an environment conducive to long-lived, intense, even violent tornado development. So that was within the moderate risk.
Yeah. Okay, tornado warning expire now already.
Yeah, that is the only active tornado warning right now, and is currently set to expire in about 10 minutes.
Yep.
Unless it gets extended.
Do you see them extending that? There's still a hook on that.
Yeah, it's still pretty organized. It's possible that they could extend it into a Still Springs in Winchester.
Yeah, I could see that getting extended. Doesn't look like it's going to produce anything particularly strong, but I could see it getting extended.
Oh, yeah. Man, what a big day today.
Yeah.
I'll say this, obviously I'm just horrified by the destruction and death that this caused, but I'm glad that I got back on when I did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was hoping, man, is Ethan going to be back on? Things are heating up. And for sure, you popped on. I'm like, yes, Ethan, you're here.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
And I'm glad Justin was here to give out his briefing. That was great.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
The SPC Justin. I'm just kidding. Justin could literally work at the SPC, though. I mean,
I very much disagree.
I mean, you rarely hype up stuff and everything, and your wording on the whole tornadoes was like, wow, it takes a lot for Justin to go a little serious on things.
Right.
And you were the only one. I kind of thought it was gonna kind of bust, but I was kind of in the middle. But you were really the only one that was very consistently saying that, you know what? I don't think this is gonna bust, and it didn't. It actually did perform. You said it only, if we get one supercell that forms in this environment, it's going to go boom. And
yeah, that was kind of my one quote all day. That corridor was some of the most unbelievably extreme profiles that you'll get. I was basically saying, if you get one discrete supercell in that environment, it's gonna produce a strong tornado, and well, that happened. Luckily, there wasn't more than one.
Oh yeah. Whew. Michael Guerrero says next week severe weather could be pretty scary. Alarming that the SPC highlighted a 15 slight risk 7 days ahead. Usually it ends ugly. What are your thoughts about that, Justin? About that day 7 slight risk?
Yeah, real quick, the tornado warning got extended, but really quickly on that note, yeah, the slight risk, I think it's okay. I think it's 7 days out, so of course there's considerable uncertainty. But the signal is pretty much there for a potentially significant event, but a lot needs to change before I'd be sold on it. But a 15% from the SPC is very reasonable right now. Also, 2 new tornado warnings. Whoa. One in Alabama.
Oh my gosh. Another.
There we go.
I'm staying on for a while, it looks like.
I should say, too, that southern one in Alabama, it does include the Huntsville metro area.
Yeah, and that looks to be an embedded suit. No way.
No
Ethan,
way.
are you thinking what I'm thinking? That's the same supercell.
Oh.
Are
Is
you
it still going?
serious?
Could be.
Man, that is not giving up. Yeah, we got 2 new tornado warnings as what John posted. Wow, John, you are on it tonight.
Yeah, that is the same suit. That is just crazy. Just for reference, by the way, this supercell started in Alexandria, Louisiana, which is, at this point, 406 miles away. So
406 miles away, Ethan. That
it has
supercell.
tracked for 400 miles at this point.
Wow.
With no signs of slowing down, I guess. I mean, it was...
The
Wow.
environment is stabilizing downstream, but it does not look like it's going to.
Let's see what the VWP looks like in Huntsville. I assume it's very intense, considering That stuff is popping off right near Huntsville. Oh, yeah. Whoa. 700 meters square per second squared to 0 to 3 kilometer SRH. That'll do it.
700?
Jeez.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, this is...
And Still Springs, I do want to mention, though it's not particularly intense right now, I am seeing a good amount of increase in inflow and in those inbound wind velocities.
Which one? Which one is this?
That's the Tennessee one. Those inbound velocities are really increasing, and it's clearing its clearing its inflow a little bit. Sorry.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Are we going to see another Amory storm here along the line where it just kinks up and it rapidly produces?
I mean, we might see another tornado. I don't think we're going to see another Amory. I don't think we're going to see another Amory for a long time. That was a historically strong tornado.
Yeah, there's not tremendous amounts of instability to work with. This is not in southern Tennessee. This is kind of removed from the main part of the instability axis and is mainly feeding on the fact that there's tremendous wind shear to get that circulation going. So certainly a tornado is possible in this warned area. It's Still Springs, Winchester, Tennessee, but I would say the potential for like a violent tornado is very low.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's that 0 to 1 kilometer SRH is between 300 to 400 meters squared per second squared. There's a lot of shear.
In fact, let's actually see how much instability's up there.
Dang, northeastern out of the KHTX radar site, Ethan and Justin, 475 0 to 500 meter SRH. 0 to 1 kilometer is almost 600. 0 to 3 kilometer is over 700.
Wow. Yeah, there is very little instability up there. Low 60s dew points. Actually, by that Tennessee storm, low 50 dew points. So I very highly doubt that thing's going to produce another strong tornado, either one of them. But they could produce tornadoes.
Yeah, it looks like it's giving up a little bit. It's trying, but it's not there, really. This southern tornado warning, that has to be watched. There is a lot of shear downstream of this.
Yeah.
That's the same supercell. And that has a history of producing strong to violent tornadoes.
I will be right back.
Okay. So again, if you are in the Somerville, if you're in Priceville in Alabama, Owens Cross Roads in Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama, please take shelter. Tornado warning is issued for your area. Nighttime threat. This is an overnight threat. Right now, it is already 229? No, wait, no, 129 over there. Lots of lightning in Clarksburg, Tennessee. Yeah, no surprise with all the instability that you're seeing.
Also, the Amory, Mississippi police chief just told WTVA Tupelo news channel on air that people must stay off the streets in Amory and be off their phones if you live in Amory. Number one, I apologize for what occurred tonight. Horrible situation. But number two, please do not use your phone, is what the police are asking, because they are using cell coverage to find victims.
Man, look at the sounding, Justin. If I could bring it up. Look at the sounding. That is so curved.
Oh yeah.
Man. That's out of the KHTX radar site. Wow, that is definitely curved.
For sure.
Dang, that tornado, the northernmost tornado warning, that is really organized.
Yeah, beautiful little embedded supercell.
That is an impressive supercell. But yeah, downstream of this, strong damaging winds are a definite likelihood with this line of storms.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna head to bed. Unless something major changes, then I'll join the VC. But, it was nice joining you guys. I will see you whenever our next event is.
Yep, maybe 7 days. 7 days from now. 6 days,
All right.
7 days, yep.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for being
See ya.
here.
Yep, see ya. Yeah, you're back, Ethan. Yeah, I'm probably going to be ending this. I am getting really tired, and I've been live almost for 10 hours. So I'll probably end this at the 10-hour mark. So by about 11 o'clock, I'm going to be headed out.
Yeah, you certainly got to get some rest.
Or when these warnings expire. Yeah, this one expires in 27 minutes, but that might be allowed to expire a little sooner. Hopefully sooner rather than later. This other one will expire in 10 minutes. So by 10:45 my time. What an active night, Ethan.
Yes, it has been such an incredible day. Incredible, and I don't mean that in a positive way, obviously. From a meteorological perspective, just to see these things come together, to watch how the predictions verified, just incredible. And we will continue to monitor in the coming days, see what the damage surveys on these storms are, but the most important thing is how it has impacted the people, and obviously there's, several casualties from this, several fatalities. Hopefully, eventually there are some, charities set up, and people, can look those up, donate to them perhaps, so that we can all kind of pitch in and help in the relief efforts following these devastating tornadoes.
Yeah, man. So if you're in Trina, tornado warning is issued in effect right now. This has a history of producing strong to violent tornadoes, so if you are in the path of this tornado warning in particular, you might want to be taking shelter. Because strong winds, damaging winds for sure, are occurring with this storm in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your point there, David, when you get these tornadic circulations, these embedded line echo wave patterns, and mesovortices within the squall line, that enhances the damaging wind risk. So if you have a tornado warning, you also probably have a higher chance of getting damaging winds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there is no hook on that, or no type velocity couplet on that tornado warned storm anymore. Yeah, it really has gone away. That tornado warning will probably be canceled when it leaves the warning box.
Quite possibly.
Hopefully. Wow. The Joshua Umpire said on that note, Ryan Hall, y'all raised $100,000 and another source made $600,000 for the recovery effort.
Oh, wow. That is substantial.
I wish I could. I wish I could.
Linda Feldman asks, can you show where Winchester is in Tennessee?
Yeah, right here. Winchester's right here in the warning. On the lower left side of the warning box is where Winchester is. It's getting slapped right now in Tennessee. Really intense rainfall. Actually, if we go right up there, we can go and see Winchester. Right there. Winchester's getting hit really hard with rain, wind, and power outages. There's a severe thunderstorm watch downstream in northwestern Georgia.
Oh, yeah. That's in line with what we were talking about today when the stream first started. Eventually, during the morning hours, we'd have severe storms move into the northern Georgia area.
I can't believe
But
how I cannot believe how far these storms have traveled since my stream. When I first started, the storms were just getting into Arkansas, and now they've just traveled far, far, far.
Yeah, literally hundreds of miles.
Yup. That rotation really has gone away on the Trina storm. It doesn't look to be rotating as much. So they'll probably allow that tornado warning to expire very soon. In about 5 minutes.
That'd be good news.
The one thing is, unfortunately, you know that slight risk for day 7, right?
Yes.
That severe weather event, hopefully it does not end up being as bad as this one, because I will not be able to stream that. That is a given. I will not be able to stream that severe weather event at all.
Yeah, well, there's still a lot of things to figure out for that, and it might not end up being a significant event. It might stay a slight risk. It might even get downgraded. But we'll have to see.
Have they
You can't.
have they ever
I'm sorry.
removed slight risk outlooks for days 4 through 8? Like, say there's a day 7 slight risk now. Is it possible they could remove that in their updated day 6 outlook?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's certainly possible. If they lose the confidence or the guidance starts to change, then they they can't really nail down the area where they're expecting it to occur. Even if it might occur, um, there's not enough confidence and consistency in the guidance to really delineate that area.
Okay. Delineate. I gotta say that word. I like that word. Delineate. I'm getting there. I'm getting closer to saying it. We might have a very quick spin up going on. They're gonna extend that tornado warning into Tracy City, Colmont in Tennessee, Altamont in Tennessee. I bet you they're gonna extend that tornado warning. That is outside of the tornado watch, Ethan, too.
Oh, wow. That's why when they issue a watch, they say if you're in or near a watch. So you don't have to necessarily be in. If your county is near a watch, you might have severe weather risk.
Okay, this warning will expire down here in 2 minutes about. How's everybody enjoying the stream? By the way, if you guys want to participate in the Discord server, we do have a weather force Discord server. If you want to participate in that server, there is a link in the chat. It's highlighted in blue, and it is a pinned chat. So if you want to participate, that is the link to join the Weather Force Discord server. Okay, they have downgraded that. It's no longer it is tornado possible, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail.
Okay.
So once this warning here expires in 2 minutes, I'll probably call it a night. I'm really tired.
Yeah, I'm wearing down myself.
Yeah. We almost went to 10 hours. We'll do it next time, I'm sure. There's plenty of severe weather events to do that.
Oh, absolutely. The storm season has just begun.
Yeah, and I already went over a whole 8-hour shift. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, any questions, anybody? Any questions?
And for those who are still here, we do appreciate your attendance of the live stream this evening. Having you here to see this happen with us, we really like to spread the word and make people, keep them informed, I should say.
Yeah. Is Nashville safe now? Yes, Nashville is completely safe. You are no longer under any severe weather threats at this moment. You're on the backside of the storm. Other than the wind damage you got earlier, you know, the worst of it is off to your east. Colder air has moved in the wake of this storm. So yeah. What's my favorite food? I love lasagna, spaghetti, and tortellini. That's my favorite food.
Lasagna is good.
What is your favorite food, the Joshua Empire? You're very welcome. Yes. So Nashville is here on radar. Let me see if I can bring up my radar sites here. So yeah, Nashville is literally in the clear. I mean, probably in the next 30 or so minutes. In the next hour, probably, your rain... Yeah, in the next 30 to 45 minutes, your rain is going to probably be ending, even in the next hour. What's up, Landon Moshery? Wow, you are really late. Not a new tornado warning. Stop saying this, John. When I'm about to end it, a new tornado warning gets issued. Yup, they did get it. There's a new tornado warning on that same supercell. Where are they seeing rotation? Because I don't see it.
There appears to be some rotation to the west of Morgan City.
Yeah, that's rapidly intensifying. So I am every time. So I'm going to have to stay on for an additional 30 minutes probably. These storms don't... That supercell does not want to give up, Ethan. It does not want to give up.
Yeah. Again, with that low-level jet, that provides stability for him as a cyclone once it gets organized. And even if it's running into less stable air, the fact that the wind shear is keeping it going, once it's already established itself, it can last well into an area of relatively stable air. So that's what we've seen with this. Also today, the day 1 is out, and it is a marginal risk in 2 areas, so nothing significant.
Okay, good. Good. Where about the tornado at? It is just to the west of Morgan City. So that's where we are seeing, that's where the National Weather Service thinks that there is rotation. And they're issuing a tornado warning for that reasoning. Man, velocities on this, Ethan, are at over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's the unrelenting storm there. It's still pretty strong.
So if you're Morgan City, New Hope, if you're in Paint Rock, Woodville, if you're in Grant, New Hope, Limrock, definitely be in your storm shelter. This is a strong thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So make sure you are in your safe spot. We have had almost 30. We had over almost 40 tornado warnings of some type today, Ethan.
Oh yeah, and mainly just from a couple storms, mainly from this main one right here. And you know, another remarkable thing about it is if it's the same supercell, basically the same or the same complex, I should say, the same supercell in essence. It's now almost made it to the northeastern corner of Alabama after starting in Louisiana.
So it's going on 430 miles probably right now.
Yeah, probably.
Gosh. And not only that, Ethan, 13 tornado reports does make this now a tornado outbreak, correct?
Yes. If we have that many tornadoes, the reports and the tornadoes might not correlate, but it was an outbreak of tornadoes. Either way.
Gosh. Wow. That storm looks like it's now transitioning into a linear line. It's not supercellular anymore, like it was.
Yeah, it certainly is.
This is wild. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. So Morgan City, you're getting slammed right now with heavy rainfall. New Hope, Owens Crossroads in Alabama. You're next up. You're getting hit hard. It's going to get harder before it gets lighter because the cold front is just to your west. Just to your west. Yeah, there's still some embedded rotation, but it is really diffused. I mean, it's more stretched now. There's really no consolidation of any strong rotation by any means at all.
Seems to be the case.
Yeah. By the way, there are more storms firing up over Mississippi.
Huh. In which portion of Mississippi?
Central.
That's interesting. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, with those storms, you might still have some severe weather into the night in central Mississippi, maybe a couple of severe storms, but certainly nothing like earlier. Low-level jets shifting off to the east. Instability's not quite as strong as before. The deep layer wind shear is not as strong as what it is up in Alabama. So, maybe a couple severe storms, but not like what you had before.
And that is some heavy rainfall with some of those storms.
Absolutely.
All right, we just got a new tornado report from that same supercell. Hartsville tractor trailer completely tossed and overturned on Northwest Vest Road with entrapment. In Hartsville. You there, Ethan?
Yeah.
Yeah. So another tornado report from law enforcement from that same supercell. So
Jeez.
this is still, I think, on the ground, or it might try to be on the ground again.
I don't know. It's velocity presentation is not as organized as earlier.
Renew America, what's up? Crazy Night David, praying that most people will be okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, Lady and Boss is here. What's up? Lady and Boss, welcome to the server. Welcome Renew America from earlier to the server. Is that by Winchester? No, that is not by Winchester. Winchester is over here. My gosh, that line is moving fast. Winchester just a little bit ago was under heavy rain. Now the rain's lighter. That line is speeding along nicely. 40 to 60 mile an hour movement with this line of storms. In 5 minutes, I'm going to call it a night. I know I should not end a stream on a tornado warning, but I am very confident that this thing is not going to produce at all. I'm really...
Yeah, and we can't go all night.
We can't. I'm tired. I did good, though. 4 minutes until the 10-hour mark. I mean, that's a long stream.
Absolutely.
And theoretically, the most I can go live on YouTube without it cutting away any of the live stream footage that I did is 11 and a half hours. So, theoretically, I could only go until 12:30 in the morning my time. That would be the longest that I would go. So, yeah. No questions this time. I got to those questions earlier. You're very welcome, Angelina. Also, before I do end it, last call on the Discord server. If you guys have not participated in the Weather Force Discord server, there is a link in the chat box of this live stream. Again, if you have not participated yet, it is 100% free. There's no cost whatsoever. We have a lot of fun to go with other cool stuff. Also, Multi-Relic is in there. So you get to have fun with Multi-Relic. He's cool. He's a really cool multi-relic guy. So, Relic the Nelic. So be sure to join that. Also, subscribe for more weather information, content, and updates on the channel. I will have a video out tomorrow discussing next week's severe weather Bizarro concerns. And not only that, I will be discussing about other weather stuff coming up, because weather is always in motion. All right.
Sure is.
In general, really quick promotion. I know I didn't do much of this tonight. Be sure to check out the Mesovort WX weather website made by Evan James. There is also a link in the description of my videos. You could find that. All you have to do is go over to find posts or view posts, and also join the Mesovort website. It is free. There is no cost whatsoever. I promise. I won't give you guys anything that you'll have to pay for. That's not what I'm here for. So everything is free. Just join, create an account, view posts, and all that sort of business. All right. So that's all I have. Any question? No, I said I'm not going to do any questions. So thank you all for tuning in. This stream is going for the 10-minute mark in 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and 2, and 1. All right. Thank you all for tuning in. It was really nice and everything. Ethan, just stay on for a little bit right after the stream. I won't keep you long, I promise. All right. But thank you all for tuning in. I love you guys a lot.